Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Friday, aren't you pleased? I don't know, this week's been a bit of a sort of an odd week, hasn't it? We don't know, we've got, we were told about the tube strike, the train strike. We were told about the fact that the Labour Party are not condemning it because they have to sort of hang on to the unions, don't they, really? Jubilee was only last week, but already it's been forgotten. Although there's some buildings in town, still got flags up and everything else, which we like. Prince Andrew's still not shown his face. That's the miracle of the decade. And I believe that Harry's back in court again. It's just non-stop. This is some article, I think, that was in the Daily Mail. And then there was somebody yesterday saying he was very miserable when he was over here because he didn't get treated like the big celebrity he seems to think he is. Although they did wind down the car window to greet Fan when they were out. And I'm thinking to myself, so all this baloney you were giving us about we just want to be private people now, come out of the royal family, is basically just a load of old toffee, isn't it, really? Never mind. Oh, and Sue Barker. She's retiring. She's hanging up her microphone after, I think, 30-odd years. So, well, as far as I know, well, they say completely, don't they? But they never do. They always come back and sort of go, oh, I could just be a presenter on the One Show, the show that nobody watches. And as predicted on this programme, TV's Yorkshire shepherdess and mum of 9 has now split from her husband. I bet you anything they're going to come up with another programme for her. I've just got this feeling. I'm never wrong. I could just tell you, the way she looks, the way she carries herself, the way she's comfortable in front of the cameras, they're going to be going, why don't we have a programme just about the Yorkshire shepherdess? Because at the moment it's got all the kids on the farm and the husband. But he, of course, after 9 kids, he looks absolutely ravaged. Poor soul, honestly, he looks exhausted. And they haven't got any sort of mod cons. They cook on an open fire. They've got all sorts of bits and pieces up there. It's very nice if you like that life. I'm fascinated by it. Absolutely fascinated. But I reckon one of the film people has said to her, listen, we could take you and you could be, you could meet somebody else and sort of be, on your own farm or something like that. And that's what I think will happen. Prince William becomes a bit of media fodder. He becomes a big issue seller for a day. And apparently it harks back to Diana, although I don't remember her ever selling the big issue. But apparently, so he's sort of front page on the Sun. It's just basically a photo opportunity. So they found him a nice new, big issue seller's hat and a big issue seller's jacket and all the rest of it. He was inspired by his mum Diana's undercover visits to help the homeless. That's what they've said. But, she's been dead some sort of 22, 23 years now. And the Dukes outsold veteran vendor Dave Martin, and he shows great compassion. It was just a photo opportunity. Let's not read anything into it. Goodness sake, honestly. They do make such a big deal. It's very nice. But let's face it, this is the family. Whichever way you look at it, they don't have to worry about fuel in cars, how much it costs. They don't need to worry about the man coming around to repair the boiler didn't turn up today. They don't need to worry about any of that. In fact, they don't need to worry about anything at all. They don't need to worry about any bills coming in. So the fact that the lecky might double makes no difference to them. They couldn't care less. Why would they ever worry about it? For little people like Harry and what is her name? They'll have to worry about it. Because they'll have to pay Frogmore Cottage's bills. And I think they were lending it out to one of Andrew's daughters. And husband and child. But it's because Harry's thrown a bit of a tantrum. So says one of the royal writers. They said that you could tell on his face, whenever Harry's unhappy, it shows on his face, whereas Meghan just sits there with a grin on her face like that. Because she thinks they'll be taking pictures, and I want to make sure I've got the same picture. But when they arrived at St Paul's, they were still holding hands like 3-year-olds. It's very embarrassing, really, but there you go. That's about as good as it's going to get for him. And the rest of the time, what does he do? Nothing. Nothing at all, just sits there twiddling his thumbs. All this saving the world baloney that they keep feeding you is just that, baloney. Denise Van Outen, another dreary, non-eventful story. The last time she was on Gogglebox, because if you watch the Steph programme, far too many presenters. In fact, people who aren't presenters, pretending to be presenters and failing miserably. And she was on there, but I haven't seen her for a little while, which is going to be a blessing in disguise. So she's doing Gogglebox. The last bloke she went out with for 7 years, apparently he's a commodities trader in the city. Well, he could have fooled me, I tell you. Perhaps you don't need much intelligence to be that. But anyway, he was cheating. Texting people and all the rest of it, and she found out about it. And then there was a rumour in one of the papers, they said she might be taking him back. Well, you'd have to be pretty desperate to do something like that, but people do, don't they? Look at that one the other day, Mucky Billy. Mucky Billy and her Andy Carroll, or whatever his name was. I mean, she doesn't have anything else going in her life. She might as well take the money from the magazines and try and pretend that all is rosy in the garden, which it isn't. So Denise Van Outen has done a piece because they found somebody else to sit with her on the television and watch a DVD and then go, oh, no, can't, but, you know, it's the worst acting you've ever seen. That's why most of these people don't work outside of the programme. It really is ghastly. But she says, my new man won't cheat. Of course he won't. He's gay. I mean, come on, Dumbo. Come on. It's Duncan James from Blue, who's also got children, but he's gay, fully fledged, paid up member, and that's so they're both going to sit down and watch a DVD and then you know, that's what it is. It's called bad acting. I think Meghan would be ideal for it. Absolutely ideal. You can have her with Harry sitting there, but you can tell on his face. They printed some pictures of his faces, and you can see when he's really angry, because he's got a very short fuse. That's why he allegedly went into the kitchens at Windsor Castle when they were talking about food, and he said, whatever Meghan wants, Meghan gets. And because he's a petulant little child, nobody's ever told him off. His father's never told him off. They just basically do it their way, which is, you know, just ignoring you. So they shoved him on the second seat back in the in the cathedral, and he didn't like that. But then he's not a member of the royal family anymore. He decided to opt out for the simple reason that he claimed there was racism in the royal family. Although it's funny, he's never mentioned it ever before. Couldn't believe it. Only came along when she pitched up, and he's generally pictured, you know, taking all his clothes off in Vegas. He's never actually done anything apart from being in the forces. And even then, you know, he likes to be, you know, because I'm Harry and everybody loves me. Unfortunately, they don't anymore. They really don't. His popularity has dropped. Something chronic. Pages and pages on petrol prices. Pages and pages. As I say, something the royal family never have to worry about. They don't need to worry about sort of booking a ticket on a flight or getting a train anywhere or food. You know, they're never going to be caught going around Waitrose going, put that, but we can't afford that, put that back. Of course they don't. Absolutely not. The lights they are ablazing at Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle, Frogmore, and all over the place. They don't need to worry about things like that. They don't need to worry. You know, Harry, if you remember, was the one because he wanted security, because he obviously thinks in his deluded little mind that he's important and somebody's going to take a pot shot at him. You know, why? Nobody particularly bothered about him. Nobody likes Andrew. I mean, imagine having two rogues in the same family. What is the chances? What is the chances? But Labour backing the strike misery to please their union paymasters. Lisa Nandy says the party is on the side of hard-left railway workers who are set to paralyse the country. They really do talk garbage, don't they? They really do. So it doesn't matter, does it? So I'm sure you know where your votes are going to be going. To Glastonbury, have to make your own way there. So Mumsy and Dadsy will have to take you to Glastonbury because there ain't no trains. No trains at all. It's on the same day. Well, how you get back, I've got no idea. I think there might be some more strikes coming up. And Deborah James laughs in a pink wig in support of cancer research's Race for Life. I mean, I think she looks great, but somebody did say to me, she's because she's received this end of life care at her parents' home, she's taking things at a slower pace, and I think you can see that she's getting a bit more tired now. She's looking a bit more tired, which is the way it goes. She said, I'm spending time in the garden with my family, but you know, I feel blessed to have another day knowing that the time is limited, because that's what it is. It's called limited time. There's not a lot you can do about it. They can't do anything else for her, so what they will do is make her as comfortable as possible. Because, you know, it's the biggest thing you're ever going to face in your entire life. You're not going to face up to anything that is as big as the thing that she's going through. And she's not the only one. Thousands and thousands of people go through it, almost, you know, on a weekly basis. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, you know, whatever she's going through, it's something that she's going to face up to, you know, with the kids and with the husband and everything else. But it's still very tragic, because we had that other one the other day who died, and that was I think it was the rugby player's wife who had cancer as well, and she'd had it for quite a lot of time. But she's doing the best she can. She's doing the best she can. She's taking life day by day. And she was wearing the wig in support of cancer researchers' Race for Life. And all the people raced, and they have things on their front, on their chests, saying about, you know, this is who we're racing for, people who we've lost and stuff like that. Because if there is another world, I can't wait to see what it's like. You know, if when you die, some people believe that you're going to go to somewhere nicer, depending on what you've been like in your life, I suppose. But, I don't know if I believe that kind of guff or not, but it's nice to believe in something, isn't it? I believe in this programme every day. I have to. I do it every day. Do it every single day. A vicar has praised divine intervention after a cross stopped a lightning bolt from damaging his church. Apparently, the stone cross on the roof had been split in two, taking the brunt of the hit and stopping a potential fire. It was a storm of which we have yet to get loads of. And you're going to be suffering if you're a hay fever sufferer. They've apparently got all sorts of storms coming in. It's not going to be the best thing, which is a bit of a shame. I mean, one day we might actually get some sunshine, which would be nice. It's called thunder fever. The thunderstorm's predicted to whip up super pollen. Super pollen, super pollen. That's the way it's going to go. It's going to travel across the Atlantic for the next few days. Unseasonably strong winds and thundery downpours together with warm temperatures and high pollen count. I'm not sure if I'd suffer. I sneezed about 6 times in the car this morning coming in. I wasn't sure if the driver was going to drop me off and go, listen, I think maybe you're not very well. No, I just sneeze anyway. Probably dust. And the locals who've blasted a funfair over rude pictures. The council gets them to cover up because you get the artists who go round the fun fairs and they paint, and you get the spray painters who are very good at doing what they do, but this one went a little bit too far. One ride showed a woman licking a lollipop beneath the slogan, harder, better, faster, stronger. And it's like the other thing that you'll never understand in a million years, and I've never understood it. Fun fairs, you go there and you'll see Mickey Mouse or things like that, won't you? They don't have permission to use this. They just use the images and they get them painted onto their things. But this is a piece of artwork, not here, actually. It's in Richmond in North Yorkshire. And John Murphy of Murphy's Fun Fairs says, we're very sorry if the nightclub-themed artwork has offended anybody. So they've taken measures. They've had to cover it up with gaffer tape. Seriously. And there's this woman, with her lollipop and her boobies hanging out. And Mum Claire complained, saying the sexualised images were offensive and discriminatory. It's only a fun fair, love. it's only a fun... I mean, I admit, you take little... I don't think kids notice the fun fair art. They really don't. Michael J. Fitch is up early. I think that's a euphemism, because he's going to Oslo today for a gig. He said, listening on his way to the airport to Oslo. Actually, I've been to Oslo. Oh, God, I hope you're getting early, aren't you? What time is the flight? I bet it's something really, really early, Oslo. And I don't know if he's going to Stansted or Gatwick. He's probably going to Stansted, actually. He's an Essex boy, Michael. Very good magician. Very good magician. He was the one, you remember, that Jamie Oliver wrote to me and said, Steve, we've just seen this great magician, Michael J. Fitch, and all the rest of it. And Jamie Oliver, I thought Jamie would be really cynical about magic. Actually, there's a couple of new effects out at the moment, Michael, which I'm sure you've noticed on Alakazam. Just thought I'd mention it quickly, just in case, in passing, as it were. Should we do a time check and pray that Michael J. Fitch gets his flight on time? 4:15. Morning, nice to have your company, nice. 7 a.m, apparently, Michael J. Fitch's flight is. 7 a.m. at Stansted. So, well, at least you're getting there early. At least you're getting there early. So, gig in Oslo. Amazing, isn't it? Magicians fly about all over the world. Literally. If there's conventions, they fly to conventions, and, they like it. Because once you're addicted to it, you can't help it. I discovered a new company, actually, Michael. I can't remember what it is, actually. Well, I know what it is, but I don't want to mention it on air because it's it's for magicians only. But Alakazam got a couple of good things out, which one I've already pre-ordered, and the other one I wasn't sure if I'd be using anyway. What have we got? An original copy of William Shakespeare's First Folio could sell for £2 million next month. The book, printed 400 years ago, is one of under 20 privately owned. It comprises of 36 plays, including Macbeth and Twelfth Night, and is missing its front piece with the bard's image, which may have been stolen to go into a portrait. The book will be part of Hip Hop versus Shakespeare talk at Sotheby's in London. They reckon it could go for £2 million. Oh, that's what it looks like. It's interesting, isn't it, really? Because I remember seeing that film years ago where they were trying to prove that Shakespeare never wrote anything. It was all written by Francis Bacon, wasn't it, or something? That's what I always thought, yes. And there was a thing. I mean, it was printed 400 years ago. You can imagine how long it must have taken them. And there were fewer than 20 copies. That makes it expensive. That makes it, But you'd be frightened to touch the pages because the grease and the oil you've got on your fingers could damage it. So they always make people touch things with gloves on to make sure those white gloves. I remember when they did that thing, finding the shirt which is in the Museum of London. It's hidden. It's not on display because it's too gruesome. Said to be the shirt that Charles I wore for his execution. And it's stained. They say the dark colours around the neck are the blood that was stained. It's said to be his shirt, which he put on to prove that he wasn't frightened. No, they didn't wash it, no. Well, they even kept his head. The head got buried with the body in the coffin, which they found at Windsor Castle. It's in St George's Chapel. Yeah, they knew it was a royal coffin, and they opened it, and there was the head separately, because they knew it had the little beard. So they knew that it was a royal sort of burial kind of thing, which is lovely. Steve, last episode of Neighbours being filmed today finishes on Australian TV in August. I've only watched a couple years ago, says Shane. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm amazed that they couldn't sell it to anybody. It's a lot of people out of work. I mean, it still gets 1 million viewers, you know, which is very good actually here. But we're just basically running out, and then you're going to get Kylie and Jason back again, and they'll just go, we're home, and then it will finish. Guy Pearce, I think, is going back in. Harold Bishop, all of them, you know, just to sort of, I mean, that'll be the episode worth watching. Nell Mangle, well, she's dead, isn't she? Don't think you could bring her back as anything really. I used to like Mrs. Mangle. I thought she was a good character. Yeah, I think she was nice. So everybody's getting ready for these bills coming in. Courtney, who works on our front door down here in Global Towers, he was saying he's got electric and gas coming in, and he said he's dreading it. He said he thinks it'll double. Well, surprisingly, Elton John could be forced to fork out. This is his gas and electric costs at his Windsor mansion have shot up 76%. It used to be £43,838 a year. Now, £77,000. I mean, obviously, he's got a lot of things going on. Price comparison site Uswitch said Sir Elton's 3,000 square metre pad is 33 times larger than the average home, and his energy bill is 43 times bigger. And they say, after opening his energy bills, we'll be amazed if Sir Elton is still standing. Oh, come on, don't be stupid. Do you think he seriously opens bills? Oh, wait, Dave. Oh, Dave. We've got a bill in. He's not going to bother about things like that. Tamara Eccleston's could be 52,000. Robbie Williams, 48,000. And Ed Sheeran's 30,000. Buckingham Palace up to 2.2 million. I mean, they need to go around turning these lights off. I mean, it really is ridiculous. You go past it. I mean, the Queen pays, I think she's doing direct debit at the moment. I think they've offered a discount. But the lights are blazing all over the place. Turn them off. Mind you, I've got lights blazing all over the place, but I don't really care. All night. I've got lights that are on 24 hours a day. I just seem to like lights on. I can't, even my bedroom light. I can't go to sleep with the light off. Oh, no. Far too scary. Yeah, too frightened. Don't do anything like that. Thank you very much indeed. I see that the overexcitable Nick Grimshaw, known as a party animal during his career as a DJ, just couldn't get the audience, could he really? That was the problem. They didn't really know what to do with Nick Grimshaw. And he's teamed up with Angela Hartnett for a new podcast for Waitrose. Oh, thank God for that. I thought it was going to be a television programme, and I got quite worried then, actually. Quite worried. But they're going to have all sorts of people on it talking about it. About sort of food and booze and everything else. Sounds ultimately boring, but there you go. It's not my business. Mark Owen has released the second record from his forthcoming album, Land of Dreams. It was recorded in Los Angeles. I'd love to know how much they make. Probably quite a bit, actually. And what else? Rolling Stones brought down the house last night at their 60s tour first gig on home soil. And they loved it. They were working at the Empire Theatre, I think. Somebody says if you've yet to see them live, it's a definite worth trying to get a ticket. Well, imagine it is. He could go any time. Anfield Review, 60 years on, the Stones are loose, fresh and alive as ever. This is their 60th anniversary tour. 60th anniversary tour. 5 stars. Well, as long as they do, she would never say where she came from. Do you remember that one? Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. I loved it. It was one of my favourite records. I see a red door and I want it painted black. I like all of that sort of stuff. Steve, can you wish my partner Philip a very happy birthday? We met last year and have converted him to become the biggest Steve Allen fan ever. He finds you entertaining. He's obviously on medication then, isn't he, or something like that. Goodness sake, honestly. Hold back. Scientists have found a terrifying crocodile-headed dinosaur thought to be the biggest prehistoric meat-eater on the Isle of Wight. 33 feet, carnivore, rows of pointy teeth, razor-sharp claws, could move quickly and would munch anything it hunted down on land or in the sea. It was bigger than a T-Rex. Wow. Do you think it's real? I mean, you know, why don't they just assemble it and put it together so we can see what it looked like? They've only got a few bits of it. Well, I mean, how do they know? If we could, look at the bits. That's all they've got, is it? Hardly worth bothering. I mean, it could be. Seriously, I've seen dogs bigger. They did a thing the other day on the television where they were talking about, you know, all these mummies that they found somewhere. I forget where it is. It might be Egypt. Anyway, loads and loads of them. They put them all on display before they go into the museum. And I always think, I wonder if there's any members of their families still alive who just don't want their, you know, I mean, are there any Tutankhamun relatives out there? You know, or do they just sort of die out? You know, any grandchildren? He must have had no, he died at 18, didn't he? I shouldn't imagine he ever discovered the delights of having sex. You know, a bit like Love Island, actually. Although I was talking to somebody earlier on, I shall not name them. And they said they hadn't watched Love Island for ages, and they watched it just to find out if it really was as bad as they thought. And they said Michael Owen's daughter really was absolutely annoying in the extreme. And of course, it turns out they've been economical with the truth. Have you noticed that they're trying to spin stories about her in the press? She's an international equestrian rider. She's a blooming failure. She's only ever won 3 things in 7 years. That's why I'd never heard of her before. Never heard of her. You know, and they put her down as a businesswoman. No, she ain't. She's 19 years old, and she's apparently going on the programme so she can find a boyfriend. And once you've heard her dreary conversations, the bookmakers have given up with her. Seriously, I mean, the sooner you get her out, the better. I mean, put her out of her misery. You know, and just go, basically, love, you haven't got anything. I can't remember who the favourite is, actually. I can't remember. 2 of the boys. Well, I don't really have a favourite on there. I find them all equally as irritating. And I just wish they'd put normal people on as opposed to these desperate people. Oh, I need to find a boyfriend. I've got to do this, got to do that. And you think, no, you haven't. You just want to be famous, don't you? But you don't realise how much the press can turn. Luca Bish is the favourite, but I think he's a bit swingy and roundabouty, because there's him and another bloke in it, and they're very friendly. I mean, so much so that the people who are tweeting about it are going, are you watching this? You know, it's a little bit more, what do they call it? Oh, it's a bromance, isn't it? This looks a bit more than a bromance here. Wouldn't that be hilarious? The first 2 guys who've managed to convince the girls that they are heterosexual, but they might turn out to be gay. That could be very funny. That would certainly liven up the programme, wouldn't it? Sue says, is it time for Rod Stewart to call it a day? Well, after his appearance at the Palace, yes, I think so. I think so. When he tried to do the Neil Diamond song, you know, that was pitifully awful. Little bit flat. I mean, he still sells tickets because, you know, he's got that fan base. It's like, I think somebody said, was it Dave, who's married to Dwight Elton? Didn't he say, what happens, you know, if all of a sudden the money dries up? And Elton went, it won't ever. People are always going to be playing Elton John records. There will always be a huge income that comes in. Just because he might not be able to sing the songs anymore doesn't mean that the income stops. Like the Rolling Stones, back catalogue, big. Rod Stewart, back catalogue, big. Steps, nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all for Steps. They didn't write any songs, so the only time the back catalogue gets used up is for Stock Aitken and Waterman. You know, that's the only reason. I mean, I can't see H writing anything apart from I love myself so much I'm a lollipop. You know, that would be the kind of thing he'd do. Because he's got the irritant factor. He's very, very irritating. I say that because it winds the producer up, because he's a big fan of Steps. He went to a concert once and he said, very hurtful what you're saying, Steve. Very hurtful. I go, yeah, do one. Let's go get that dinosaur. I would like it. Breakfast is the favourite meal of the day for a lot of people. I do like a good breakfast. They've still closed Twickenham Station. Don't bother going to Twickenham Station because they've closed the bus stop right outside it. So if you come out the station expecting a bus to stop for you, forget it. You've got to walk all the way down to Waitrose. I mean, seriously, if you're disabled, And all they've done is put a little thing over there, bus stop out of use. I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's those nasty little flats they've put up that are taken because they've coned a lane off. There's no reason for doing it. No reason. Most expensive tooth sold at auction, I'll tell you about in a moment. The tooth is reported to belong to... I'll tell you in a moment. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with David Dom.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Actually, I was just checking with a friend of mine who knows the Pet Shop Boys, and they're doing Glastonbury, as you know, and I think they're getting in, it's either 46 or 47 songs in a set that lasts an hour and a half. Now, the only problem is, if you go to Glastonbury, there are about 10 artists who all finish at the same time. So, in other words, if you're a fan of the Pet Shop Boys, you're going to be watching the Pet Shop Boys. There's other people appearing all over the place at all the other different things, and they all... So you can't see all of them because they're all finishing at exactly the same time. But the Pet Shop Boys doing an hour and a half, and I don't think you'll be disappointed. They're headlining the other stage. So what's that mean? There's all sorts... Yeah, there's loads of stages. It's called the other stage, but it's a big show. Big show. Very nice. So the tooth... The most expensive tooth cost $36,000, okay, which is £23,000. It was bought by Dr. Michael Zook at the Omega Auction House in Stockport in Cheshire on the 5th of November 2011. The tooth is reported to belong to John Lennon. Final hammer price was $19,500. The auction house commission was $3,510. I think it's a swizz, that auction house commission. They do it on the television with David Dickinson. Well, David Dickinson, like that. I mean, because you know he smokes like a trooper. You can tell in his voice. But anyway, he always does it. He says, so it's going up for auction now. The hammer's come down £120. So you're going home with £87.50. Because of you think, well, the auction house be given all that free publicity and you still have to pay the commission on it. Tell them to whistle. Tell them to whistle for it. Honestly, it's disgraceful. I mean, it's reported to belong to John Lennon. I mean, I ask you, what are you going to do with that? A tooth from John Lennon's mouth? It's like, pieces of hair. Very popular back in the 16th century and the 15th century. Lockets of hair. People would cut a little thing off and it would be put into a little sort of box kind of thing. You could open it up and look at somebody's hair. Why? I have no idea. I really have no idea. Whose are the most... Mind you, I've seen Tutankhamun's teeth as well. Because he was sort of, when they sort of unwrapped him, he's sort of, it's like all of these sort of things. We've seen quite a lot of Tutankhamun. There wasn't a lot to talk about, really. Poor little soul. He was a little bit Peter Andre, as they say in the business. So whose is the most popular police car? Believe it or not, well, I'll tell you at number 10, Dempsey and Makepeace. That's a Mercedes SL and a Ford Escort, XR3i. Life on Mars, Gene Hunt, with a Ford Cortina. The Sweeney Ford Consul. When you look at some of these cars, they seriously look so dated. Vera, Land Rover Defender. We like Vera. What else have we got? Number 6 is Miami Vice, Sonny Crockett. When they filmed Miami Vice, they did it out on the streets to get the reaction of the people who were watching them filming. That's what they were doing it for. So everything was done. They didn't have to set anything up at all. They just carried on doing it in the middle of rush hour and everything else. It was free extras, And people say, I was there. When they filmed in Rome for something, was it the Da Vinci Code or one of them? And I said to, I can't remember his name now. Hank. No, not Hank. What am I talking about? Not Hank. Who was in Big? Tom Hanks. And he said that, Hank. He said they filmed. He said, but all the cameras were hidden in boxes all over St. Mark's Square. Which I thought was very good. Very nice indeed. Number 5, Starsky and Hutch, the Ford Gran Torino. Bodie and Doyle at number 4, the Professionals in a Ford Capri. They just look they seriously look so dated. Magnum PI, Thomas Magnum. Ferrari 308 GTS. I mean, of course, what else? Number 2, Gene Hunt, an Audi Quattro in Ashes to Ashes. And number 1, Inspector Morse with his Jag Mark II, which is okay. The number plate 248 RPA. And what you can do is you can put that into the DVLA website and see if it's still on a vehicle. We can do that now. We can do that. It's so exciting. Yeah. So it's they use real number plates. I'm pretty certain. I might be wrong, but I always thought they did use real number plates. So 248 RPA. And it will tell you whether it's taxed or whether it's off the road or whatever it is. Should be interesting, shouldn't it? It'll probably be in a museum or something like that. Sorry, we're just loading up the internet. Bear with us, as they say. All will be revealed. It's 248 RPA. Let's have a look. Here we go. It's a Jaguar Maroon. And is it the vehicle you're looking for? Yes. Oh, it's untaxed. An MOT, no results back in. Date of its first registration, 1960. You need to tax it before you can drive it. And the tax is due 1st of September 2021. So, vehicle colour maroon. Euro status not available. Date of last logbook issued 13th of September 2012. So it's still out there. It's still out there. It's untaxed. And it's got no MOT either at the moment. So you're going to need to tax it. If you just bought the vehicle, you need your SORN and all the other bits and pieces. But it's out there. I think that's great. Do you think that's great fun? I sometimes do that going down the motorway. I don't. I've just fibbed. I love it. A wanted burglar should be heading in one direction, back to prison after the online wag suggested he looked like boy band singer Harry Styles. His name's Jake O'Brien. He's 20. Get back to prison, you tea leaf. He's wanted by cops, so he can be recalled to prison. And somebody says Harry Styles not looking so great these days. So Jake O'Brien, he's got burglaries all over the place. All over the place. You better contact Greater Manchester Police, because otherwise they're going to give you more time in prison. It's because you're an idiot. An absolute idiot. Zog is a much-loved bedtime story. I've never even heard of Zog, but apparently it's very popular. And you can go and see at Warwick Castle the new children's attractions based on the books. Because kids love stuff like that. They love it coming to life. And I quite like it as well. I'm not sort of a child myself, you know. I watch these things. When we were watching the parade for the Queen, they had Daleks and everything else. I thought they looked good, but I wonder how they were operated. I'm assuming they must have been pedals or something like that, unless they really were. I'm going to sneeze. Put the tea down pretty quickly. There you go. Lovely, isn't it? Thunder fever. It goes, you know. We don't mind. Waitrose have issued a safety alert over packs of trout, which could cause meningitis and even kill. The own brand packets of 2 hot smoked rainbow trout fillets with a use-by date of June the 11th may be contaminated with listeria. So they're pulling them from the shelves. So don't eat the product. Do you know 260 people in America die from it each year? From this bacterial infection which can cause meningitis. 260 people a year die from it. I never knew. Here we go. Denise Van Boring-Alton, the star on her new Gogglebox Pal. I don't really think it's star, dear. And it's only what's it, Duncan from Blue. And apparently their sort of New Year was different this year because of everything that's been going on. Duncan came over with his big hugs, which was lovely. He's been a great support when I need him. So we've got 2 pages on the most boring interview I've ever read in my entire life. God in heaven. It's like here, the latest show, as Mo Gilligan hosts Paddy McGuinness, comics Mel Gidroych and Nick Mohammed, and rapper Lethal Bizzle. Oh, in God's name is that? I don't know who these people are. I don't know who they are. Doesn't really help, does it? Paddy's on too many times. He needs to cut back, actually. But mercifully, we've not seen the wife anywhere. So that's always a bit of good news, isn't it? And Tom Allen and Emma Willis have become remarkably close. They're cooking with the stars. Tom Allen is, again, on the television too much. They go, oh, here's Tom Allen again. We go, oh, here we go, the campy routine. It's a bit tedious. And quirky game show Apocalypse Wow will be presented by Love Island podcast host Ariel Free after AJ Odudu handed over the keys to the Torture Dome. AJ had become far too busy for the show. I'm far too busy to do things like that, dear. Oh, no, I only do things that pay more money. I'm not doing piddly little shows that don't pay very much. Guests will include, here we go, Amir Khan. Don't let him wear your watch, for God's sake. You'll lose it in 5 minutes. He's hopeless. Tinchy Strider. Tanya Bardsley. My God, there's a relic from the past. Tanya Bardsley. She was on The Real Housewives. And to be honest with you, they're all vile. No, none of them like each other. I've never known a programme where almost the whole lot of them hate each other. They really don't like each other, you know, and some of them sort of, I don't know, I mean, God knows you don't want to live in Cheshire. You really don't. It's not the place to be at all. Steve, I read over here in America that Rod didn't want to sing Sweet Caroline, but the BBC made him. No, Mary Beth, that would never be the choice. He would only ever do what he wanted to do. When you get somebody of that magnitude, you know, but you'll read all sorts of rubbish. I was reading stories a while ago saying that, Harry was coming back to live here. You know, all these magazines put out this rubbish. You think, no, this is a pile of old toffee, isn't it, really? Robin Hadfield says, my wife Sally is 64 years of age. I'm nearing 69, and we have a new addition to the family, a little Patterdale puppy. I'm exhausted. My trainers are torn. The puppy's got very sharp teeth, but so funny. Sally's back at work next week, and I'll be working from home, so wish me luck, says Robin Hatfield. I love puppies. I'll tell you what I'm addicted to at the moment, and I love watching it every day. And it's the Dallas Pet Programme, where they go round there and rescue pets from people who are abusers of animals, and they take them to court. One woman was stringing us along and saying, she'd helped 500 pets and all the rest. Some of these people treat these animals so badly, they have to go round and seize them. And horses, where you can see the ribs through them, puppies and dogs, which have to be put down because people abuse these animals so much. But these people go out there. They're like the RSPCA, PDSA, that sort of, group of people. There was one couple left their house, which they rented, and left their 2 dogs in the back garden. There's nothing to eat. It's a TV show. It's called, I don't know what it's called. Somebody will tell me because animal lovers are everywhere. And yesterday they were trying to get 2 emus who've just been abandoned. Well, I don't know if you've ever seen emus. They're not as tall as you think they are. They're a bit smaller than ostriches. But these things, they ripped some bloke's arm open. He was trying to get it. And in the end, they got them. It took an awful lot of time. These things kick out with their feet, their sharp claws and everything else. Really dangerous. But the programme is brilliant. Brilliant. It's got all these people squeezed into their costumes, and they go out there. And I think at one point they rescued 100 puppies from a puppy farm. The conditions were dead dogs in cages. Disgusting people. People who, should be thrown into prison immediately. They do it over here. The Welsh puppy farms were well known. Puppies were just there to bring puppies into the world. That's all they were. And they were living in total darkness, not being fed enough. I mean, some of the dogs that they brought out, they were literally bringing out a bag of bones. It was just dreadful. Just dreadful. Right, 14 minutes to 5. Morning, nice to have your company. The Mary Beth, the song, it was voted for. It was, put your favourite songs in order. Mind you, I miss Neil Diamond. Don't you miss Neil Diamond? Oh, goodness. I was watching him the other day, and on YouTube. Connie in Stotwell says, I'm very happy. My local bus stop is now open after 3 months. It was a nightmare because I spent money on taxi rides to my local supermarket when I needed to use the money for food shopping because food prices are going up. Yes, I mean, R1, there's no reason why the bus stop is closed outside Twickenham station. But I mean, if you're an elderly person and you're looking to get off, that you've got to go, the bus goes straight past the station down to Waitrose. Well, it's not. I'm not seeing anybody working on these roadways. They've just coned it all off. Pains in the rear end they are. So if you're an elderly person, you go all the way down to Waitrose, and then you've got to walk all the way back up again. Really very irritating. Very irritating. Very shoddy. Barry says British strawberries are beautiful right now. Yeah, they're doing all right. We've had the right weather, right amount of sun, and right amount of rain, and only buy British strawberries. Now I say that because they are sweeter, juicier and more plumptious than the other stuff that comes in. It's like, if you buy the British asparagus, which I think is coming to the end now, that tastes so different from the stuff that was coming in from Peru. Peruvian. It was sort of still... So I'm still eating... I'm not eating as much as I was before, actually. I was obsessed with eating it. I kept thinking, that's really good. I'm really eating something that's really super-duper healthy, which is great. Roger says, if the Jag is over 40 years old, it will be classified as a historic vehicle and tax-exempt. I can't remember whether it is over 40 years old. So we're going to have to check again. Wait a minute, if it was registered in 61... It might be over 40 years old, mightn't it? Might be over 40 years old. That was it, because I think it was first registered 61. So you can apply to stop paying vehicle tax if the vehicle was built more than 50 years ago. 40 years ago. So that's seems a long time, doesn't it? Seems a long time. But I mean, what are you saving nowadays? I don't know. I can't remember how much. Well, I know my tax is about 600 quid. Which is terribly expensive. Sue says, went to a Jubilee picnic in Chislehurst. Tom Allen was a judge in a dog show. Don't make me say it. Please don't make me say it. Steve and Dean says, check in the DVLA website to see if any of my previous cars are still on the road. Yeah, I do that as well. It's quite funny. No, my last one, OLR 299W. Was a little brown Mini. Now, whether it's still going on the road, I can't think it is, actually. But that was the first car that I bought brand new. A brand new chocolate brown Mini. OLR 299W. So it gives you an indication of the year. Whereas a lot of people buy Irish plates now. So there it is. It's an Austin Morris brown. Is that it? It's it's been untaxed since 1996. MOT, no results. Petrol driven. A 2-axle rigid body. Whee! And date of the last logbook, 1996. Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? You can spend hours doing it. But the police have got it all on the thing. So when you go past a police car, it reacts to their camera and they can look straight away and see whether you've got a tax disc or you've got an MOT. And they can check on the insurance. So when people go, yeah, I've only just bought the car, you think, you lying old peasant. You haven't just bought the car. There was some bloke in America, they came around to clamp his car and he said, I just bought that thing. And they went, well, yeah, you've got tickets on it. Well, I just bought it, so I'm not paying them. Well, you're not getting your car back then, are you? And he then threw the hissy fit of all hissy fits. But no, as Dean says, it's great fun. Check the previous cars. If you know what the number plate is, and you can see if it's still out there. So if it's still working. Wife and I are going to see Barry Manilow at the O2 in a couple of weeks. Appreciate it's cheesy, but a great showman. He just looks so odd. It's sold out. Well, it would do. It would do. I mean, because he's, the fan club tickets have all sold out, the platinum tickets have gone out, and the public tickets have all gone out. Because Barry Manilow can't go for much longer. I mean, he's doing a complete tour, but he just looks he's had a bit too much surgery. He's had a bit too much surgery. I think I can say that because I was the one who bought Mandy and all the other things and at the Copacabana. I mean, admittedly, he was great singer-songwriter. Great. I've seen him as well a couple of times in concert. But they start having this cosmetic surgery. And you start thinking, why? You'll end up looking as bad as Jordan. I mean, God knows, she looks worse and worse every time we see her. But I don't think it's cheesy. I just think that Barry Manilow has got fans who will follow him anywhere. The same as Cliff. Cliff in exactly the same way. The fans will follow Cliff all over the place. They know how it works. I remember when I was going to the Albert Hall to see him, the Royal Albert Hall, I do beg your pardon. And there was a lady saying, have you seen him before? People just talk to you. And I said, I have actually, yes, I have seen him before. She said, oh, it's great. She said, we all love it. And then there's a certain time where they all come down to the front of the stage. And Cliff said, I mean, his voice sounds as good as ever. Seriously. I mean, it's just one of those things. But there again, he's fit. Sarah in Thatcham, can you remember where you got your garden hose from? I bought mine from Amazon. It's an X-hose. An X-hose, that's what it's called. That's the brand, X-hose. You can buy them on QVC, which isn't an X-hose, but it's a similar kind of thing. And literally, it doubles or quadruples in length. And you put it, and then when you turn the tap off, it shrinks back down. And you can put it in a flower pot. Because all the other hard hoses, they're a nightmare, absolute nightmare. So, and I also, you can link them up together. So I've got two together. I've got two 75-foot ones. So that, don't call me. They don't. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And, so you can get them on Amazon still. I don't know how much they cost. Should we find out for you? We shall find out on Amazon. The X-hose. There's lots of... You can buy them in the market, but I promise you don't buy them in the markets. There are copies. And here it is. That's mine. And this is a 100-foot one, $49.99. Okay, and that's what it will cost you with a bonus adapter. And it's very small. And it just gets bigger and bigger the more water you pump into it. So there's a 50-foot. And how much is that one? They do... A 50-foot is... How much is it? Where's the blooming price? Where's the... No price on it, you cheeky devils, honestly. But I think they're very good. But anything else, it's not as good. There's one here. It's because there have been lots of rip-offs of them. And you can get one which is 100-foot for only 17 quid on Amazon, or 100-foot garden hose with 8-function nozzle, which is very important. And that's $24.99. But, you know, anything that sort of is hard, it's a pain to get it, wind it back on again. You don't want to do that, do you? You just want to turn off the water, leave the hose on, and it will just shrink back to its size. So it goes from small to big in a matter of seconds, shriveled. And it's good. So I bought mine, and you could probably order it today and get it delivered by tomorrow morning, I should imagine. Very, very reasonable value. But do it on Amazon Prime. Anything else means that it might be coming from China or... There's nothing the matter with it, but it's just going to take forever and a day. Seriously, it drives me mad waiting for these things. Had to do that. Emma Thompson says porn is harming the young. I mean, she's a bit late with it, isn't she? I mean, God, it's been available for God knows how long. You know, at one time, because we didn't have the internet, nobody had... access to pornography, soft, hard or otherwise. Now, with the internet, you can find all sorts of things, even if you don't want to. Type in the wrong word and up comes all sorts of things. Very easy for kids to get on it. Years ago, you had to go into the local corner shop and buy a Top Shelf magazine, as Rodney did in Only Fools and Horses. Which I thought was very funny. Which one do you want, Rodney? And they used to offer it in a sort of a brown paper bag, if you were buying that sort of material. Charles and Camilla are going to Rwanda, and it's got nothing to do with Priti Patel or, Boris or anything like that. They're just going there, and I'm sure that'll be very nice indeed. It's ironic, isn't it? They're going at the same time. We're supposed to be getting rid of 180 people. Very unlikely. They found the wreck of the HMS Calamity. They call it that because it was another treasure ship. This one was carrying royalty. The captain got thrown in prison because he'd let it go down. So they nicknamed it HMS Calamity, but I think it was HMS Gloucester. And it was like the Mary Rose, all sorts of treasure. But as I say, I keep recommending, if you're going to go somewhere, go and see the Mary Rose down in Plymouth, Portsmouth, one of the two. It is, this is the best find since the Mary Rose. The divers have discovered it sank 28 miles off Great Yarmouth in 1682 with the future King James II on board. Then they kept it secret for 15 years. It had 250 sailors and passengers. James Stewart, later James II of England, survived the sinking, but the rest of them didn't. And they found all sorts of things on the seabed. And they found a cannon, but they've kept it quiet. They've kept it quiet. And they've got the ship's bell. There's a pair of glasses found in a wooden case. It's half buried, so it means that the bit that's in the sand will be fine. So its length was, I think, about 117, 118 feet. It was 35 feet wide. Depth of the hole was 13 feet 6 inches. The tonnage, 755 tons. It had on board, small wonder these things bloody sank, 60 guns. It was ordered in 1652, built at Limehouse at a cost of 5,473 quid. I tell you. And it took part in battles. It sunk at around 5:30 in the morning on May the 6th, 1682. It's interesting, very interesting. So 130 and 250 people of approximately 330 passengers and crew. No muster list survived, but they brought all sorts of things up. A bottle, and the brothers, Julian and Lincoln Barnwell, have found it. It's another Mary Rose. God knows what's down there, buried in the sand. But whatever it is, it'll be, something quite outstanding. It hit the Norfolk sandbanks, but they kept it secret to conserve the ship. That's what you call cool. Here's the news at 5.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Friday. It's a chance to put your feet up and gear yourself up for the naked bike ride for tomorrow, taking place in London. They set off from Croydon. Imagine cycling from Croydon to London, and then presumably they all have sort of a party and a get-together. I think it's ticket only. I don't think you can just sort of turn up and stare at naked people. It's a bit like Naked Attraction on the television. I mean, this is a bike ride. And apparently 2021 was a great success. They had 1,400 people. We managed to find 1,400 people who were willing to get their kit off. Can you imagine if Mary Whitehouse had been alive still? My godfather, she'd have had a field day with this one. And they're demonstrating against all sorts of things, which is lovely. They do body painting and everything. Yeah, the starting point's up, just so we can... I'm not in any way encouraging you to go to these sort of things, to be honest with you. It's the most nudity you'll have seen. The worst thing, as we discovered yesterday, was that they're renting these bicycles that you rent on the streets of London, and they're sitting on them naked. I don't think so. I think they need washing down afterwards. But these are the places. Check for details. Clapham Junction, Croydon, Deptford... I think there'll be any on my train or something like that. Kew Bridge, Regent's Park, Tower Hill, Victoria Park, and the accessible route starting near Waterloo. But check for details because they'll all be setting off. There are 7 main routes, plus an accessible route for anyone who can't manage the full length. Well, hey, good Lord above. No end to the excitement, is there? And if you can't manage it, we can put you in touch with the doctor. And they've got all sorts of people here, people sort of, who've done sort of body painting. They think there could be about 1,000 people. Some people cheat and wear clothes. Well, that's just ridiculous, isn't it? Either we're going to see willies and boobies or we're not. We don't, that's the whole idea of coming to London on a Saturday. What's the point of not going? I'm sorry, we're going there. This is the naked bike ride. What are you wearing clothes for? Take them off. Take them off. Be brave. I'm trying to encourage all the security here to do it. So we walk in the building and they're all stark naked. I think that would, yeah, Courtney and everybody. I think it'd be quite nice. Except in the canteen. We can't have anybody naked in the canteen because of the frying and things like that. Imagine, honestly. Rebel Wilson's come out as gay. There was a big surprise we weren't expecting. Not. And her new girlfriend she calls a Disney princess. So she introduced her to her 10.9 million followers. She said, I thought I was searching for a Disney prince, but maybe what I really needed was a Disney princess. Yes, well, there you go. Now you found her. So they still make a big deal about it, though, don't they? People make a big deal. Because in America, they're a bit funny about things like that. You can't think of very many, literally, gay American actors who are out. We all know the gay American actors who are in the closet, and get married and things like that. But you can't, but very few of them come out. Very few. In this country, you can't shut them up. Seriously, somebody from a reality show. Oh, by the way, I'm gay. Yeah, we know, dear. We can tell. It's like when H from Steps came out. I mean, honestly, you could have knocked me down with a barge pole. Seriously, I had no idea. Gay? Good Lord above. Surely not. I just don't know why people make such a big deal about everything. Truly Coconuts. Monty Python's budget Holy Grail movie was Truly Cocoa Nuts. And it's got 527 jokes in it. 527 jokes. Elvis Presley was such a fan, he watched it 50 times, and the film was later adapted into the hit musical Spamalot. Did you ever see Spamalot? Oh, it was very good. They used to invite radio presenters to go and have a go at it, so that they would get the publicity, and when it was in London, and so I think a couple of people from here went and did it, and so they would say, oh, I'm doing it on this night, and then their fans would go and see them. Was I a Monty Python fan? I'd love to do some of the lines, but you can't do them on air because they're too rude. We're the people's. Oh, sorry, are you the people's front of Judea? You remember that one? Which I thought was very funny, actually. Very funny. But as I say, in my day, people picketed the theatre because people thought it was blasphemy. Whereas, in fact, I don't think the Lord Almighty ever complained about it at all. He probably found it as hilarious as everybody else did. That was the whole thing. I mean, Life of Brian, Jesus Christ Superstar. I remember Jesus Christ Superstar when it was on at the Palace Theatre in London. People were picketing it. I mean, people who claimed to be Christian but obviously weren't. They were just sort of doing it just to jump on some sort of bandwagon. But it didn't make any difference because it still goes on now. They show it on the television. And I've seen far worse on the television. Simon says, listen every morning at home. Feels strange listening in Northern Californian daylight. 38 degrees tomorrow. He said, I can feel your envy. Not. You're right, Simon. No envy on 38 degrees. Double it. So 76. Oh, God, 106 degrees. It's 9 at night in California now. Not what temperature or... Oh, he said daylight. Well, perhaps it might be daylight for him. It's 9. I mean, perhaps they stay lighter longer. Or something like that. Because I woke up early. I went to bed early yesterday. I don't know why, I just went to bed early. And I sort of woke up and I could see the light streaming in the curtains. And I looked at the clock and I think it said 20 past 9. And I remember thinking, is this 20 past 9 in the morning? Or is it 20 past 9? And you get that thing. I had some friends round years and years ago, about 35 years ago. And it snowed and we fell asleep. And when I woke up, I looked out the window, and of course everything looks lovely when it's snowed. Everything's bright. It's the only time your garden looks as good as next door's. The rest of the time it looks absolutely crummy. And I looked out, and I looked at the clock, and it said 10 past 10. And I went, is it 10 past 10 in the morning or at night? I was completely disoriented. I didn't have the faintest idea where I was. Not a clue, but it doesn't matter. No extras, says Tara. Has Pret started sending you bacon butties? I don't think they do them in Twickenham anymore. I've given up with them. I bought them for 3 days and then, usual, nothing at all. I was going to say to them, excuse me, do you do hot food anymore or are you just basically not? Just overpriced coffee? Yeah, perhaps I should ask them. But to be honest with you, I'm too tired and emotional to do that thing. I can't really be bothered to do it. But my friend Ian says it's 11 p.m. in Dallas. What is this programme? Do you get it, Ian, over there? It's about an animal. It's like a PDSA kind of program where they go out looking after animals and collecting them if they've been abused and stuff like that. It's really good, really, really good. But he says it's still 90 degrees. 11 p.m. in Dallas. That's how clever it is, and it's 90 degrees. So that's why everywhere you go in America, it's all air conditioned. You literally get out your car, you move into a mall, and Dallas, yeah, all of America is very hot. I mean, not just Florida. I mean, Florida is like unbearable. I remember, it was dreadful. It was so you walk. I remember being in Spain for the very first time, and they opened the plane door, and we walked out onto that sort of, walkway thing to get you down off the plane. Now you walk sort of in. It's all different, and all I could see was a haze and the heat. And I remember thinking, blimey, I'm not sure I can cope with this. When I was younger, as I say, fine, didn't have any problem at all. But the older you get, the more you go, no. My godchildren know if ever we go out to a pub, something like that, and we're eating outside, Uncle Steve sits under the umbrella. I sit in the shade. I'd be so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Sue Barker will call time as a presenter on Wimbledon after this year. She's covered the tennis tournament for 30 years. The former French Open winner says, what a wonderful time I've had working on some of the biggest sporting events. I shall miss it terribly. She was the last British woman to win the French Open in 1976. So many of the viewers for television will not know of a summer in Southwest 19 without her. So she's a national treasure. She's just a presenter. No, they make such a big bloody deal about it. Honestly, they go, it's so marvellous at the BBC. I mean, seriously, let's have a statue made to her, shall we? She's earned a really good living, and she's been the face and voice of Wimbledon for 30 years. Well, that's great. But, that's what she does for a living. Did she juggle when she was doing it? No. Do any magic tricks? No, she didn't. Did she sing a song? No. The only person who sang at Wimbledon was Cliff Richard. I rest my case. Storm Alex signals more weather woes. Summer's on ice. Do you know I could live in an ice machine? I decided. I saw a little one a short while ago, it's a tabletop ice machine, and it makes 40 cubes of ice at any one time. And I looked at it. It was quite inexpensive. When I say inexpensive, I mean it was less than 100 quid, I think. And because I love cold drinks. Not supposed to have them. You're supposed to drink, I mean, not just me, but everybody's supposed to drink them at room temperature. But if ever I go out, I want stacks of ice. Stacks of ice. I have been known to buy bags of ice if I'm really having one of those days where I need a load of ice. I think it's just nice. Very nice indeed. What else we got? 100 workers sacked by P&O Ferries have not been given back their belongings yet. What belongings have they got? Well, they're sort of taking stuff on there. 90% of the 786 workers sacked without notice, only 90% had received their personal belongings back. So they had to leave everything. They were sacked instantly, weren't they? Wonder if that impacted. They had to leave the ship straight away, yeah. You, out. Go away. We want cheaper people in. Go away. Cheaper people. Because they're really good, aren't they? Michael Owen's daughter, the boring Gemma, is chasing her third fella of being, really absolutely marvellous. Credit to the younger generation. They did a kiss. They say the horse dressage rider. She's a failure. She just rides horses. Don't make a big deal about it, Peter Dyke. Come on. She can't make her mind up who she wants. Slightly disturbing, isn't it, really? But I'm sure she's a credit to the family. But, put it this way, we do know that she's already been registered with an agency. They've obviously got high hopes that she's going to be some sort of personality, like some of the other exciting people that we've had. Steve, in Pret, ask for a white filter coffee. It's only £1.20. Tastes great. Animal Cops. Is it called Animal Cops? Animal Cops? Yes, there he is. There's a big bloke there. That was the one at the back, the larger one with the hat on, who got his arm ripped open by this emu. Seriously, they all do. There seem to be larger frames over there. It's Houston, that's right. It wasn't Dallas, it was Houston. But it's the same sort of place. They all speak American. How you doing? How y'all doing? That kind of stuff. But it's amazing how many people mistreat animals. It really is phenomenal. And when you see some of the things, if you're an animal lover, don't watch this programme, for God's sake. Because you see horses, one of them, it could barely stand up. Its horseshoe was the same size, but its hoof had grown all around it. This thing could barely walk. It must have been in agony, they said, for about 20 years. Really terrible. Absolutely terrible. The Young Ones star Nigel Planer tried to revive the hit BBC comedy as The Old Ones in the late noughties. Did you see that? I quite like The In-Betweeners. Very rude. I'm not sure I could cope with that. I tried not to be offended, but if you were watching it with your parents, it was bad enough, because your parents were the sort of people who'd watch Top of the Pops with you and go, this is rubbish, you can't understand a word they're singing. But it's very realistic, isn't it? Because kids do talk like that, don't they? Or kids do talk like Tugger. Yeah. His predictive text isn't working as well as he thought it was. Las Vegas has practically become Katy Perry's second home, so she's been given her own key. Apparently, I've never heard of this before. It's that they sort of give you the key, and it's the key to the Las Vegas Strip. I don't know, rubbish. Yeah, it's outside, dear. You're not giving the key to anything at all. But that's the way it goes. George Ezra's pals have started taking pity and are trying to set him up with a new lass. Apparently he's split from his long-term girlfriend. He's insisted he's happily single, but his loved-up friends aren't so sure. He's so boring, so boring. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but it's I've been riding shotgun. And look, Rita Ora putting her feet up after working hard on her new single about female empowerment. The longer you stay away, dear, the happier we all are. Stay away as long as you like. 5:15. Let's get the LBC travel for you this morning. Let's get your work nice and quickly while we can. Joanne Webb. There you go. This is the... it's not that one, actually. So I'm trying to find out. Somebody will remember. There's a woman who was executed during the war, and she was shot at dawn. But there's quite a number, actually. And her statue is literally down by Trafalgar Square. No, it's not her. And... I can't remember, actually, what her name is. It'll come to me in a moment. Because I can picture her. I can see her in my mind. And I'm just trying to read the words on the thing. I just remember it said shot at dawn. So, yeah, somebody will know who it is. Because she's very famous for being shot at dawn. And, obviously. So, if you can remember what that one is, do help me out, please. Steve, I have a mini fridge full of Diet Coke and a bottle of water next to my bed. I refuse to drink a warm drink. I'll get through water like there's no tomorrow. Very good for you. Very good. And Dave and Sue, we live next door to somebody who's got a cockerel, so we get woken up at 4:20. We've beaten him to it today, though, as we got up before him to drive to Cromer for the day by the sea. Ooh, Cromer. I haven't been to Cromer for years. I did go, actually, a long, long time ago. Cromer. It's on the coast. Norfolk. Yeah, it's nice. It's very nice. Big beach. Very big beach. It's got a pier and everything else. I'd love to own a pier. Can you imagine? Yeah, you can buy piers. They come up for sale every so often. I'd have a big fun fair at the end of it, and there'd be candy floss and hot dogs and loads of things like that. It's a lovely beach. Big. And so you could move there. I don't know what the property prices are like. I suppose the nearer the beach you are, the more expensive things become, I'm afraid. Dean says, just arrived at Luton Airport, going to Romania to visit my dear mother for a few days. I shall be listening to you every morning via the Global app. So you make us smile every day. Well, I'd be smiling even more, actually, if I could find out the name of this woman. Edith Cavell, thank you. Edith Cavell. I knew somebody would get it. She was a nurse, and she was shot for spying. And she saved the lives of soldiers without discrimination. She helped all sorts of people. And despite international pressure for mercy, she was shot by a German firing squad, and her execution received worldwide condemnation. The night before her execution, she says, patriotism is not enough. I must have no hatred or bitterness towards anyone. The words were later inscribed on her memorial near Trafalgar Square. And she was 49. She was already a pioneer of modern nursing in Belgium, and 49 at the time of her execution. I remember that they had to ask the firing squad, do you mind executing a woman? And that was the way it went. But she gets her thing. There was a great story. I think they brought her back by train. I think her body was brought back to this country, and I think the train is in there you go, the Cavell van, and they converted this railway carriage so they could bring her body back to this country. And it's at Bodiam railway station. She lay in state at the pier overnight before departing from Dover Harbour Station for London's Victoria. Becoming known as the Cavell van, the van is kept as a memorial on the Kenton East Sussex Railway, usually open to view at the railway station, although during 2015 it was placed on display outside the Forum in Norwich. And from Victoria, the body was processed to Westminster Abbey for a state funeral. And there's always flowers. They always put flowers on her memorial on the anniversary of her death. But that's how it was. It was like, I remember reading ages ago, in Westminster Abbey, you've got the tomb of the unknown warrior. And this is supposed to be the person who represents all of those who lost their lives in the wars. And his identity was kept secret. They went over there. They had a choice of 3 bodies, but they wanted to make sure that nobody would ever know who the unknown warrior was. It was just that he was representative of all those people who lost their lives. But Edith Cavell, everybody knows it. Dave is a first-timer, and everybody knew the answers. Thank you very much indeed. Sometimes I can't remember. I could see her image on this huge statue and the flowers that people leave there on the anniversary of her death, because it's supposedly supposed to be quick firing squad. I mean, to be honest with you, I think by that time he'd have lost the will to live anyway. But this story about the 2 Brits who've been sentenced to death, 2 brave Brits fighting for Ukraine. This is Aidan Aslin of Newark and Sean Pinner of Bedfordshire, convicted of being mercenaries despite living in Ukraine and serving in its armed forces for several years. Russian media said the pair captured in Mariupol will be shot. I mean, there's going to be an international diplomatic incident here going on if they shoot them, because this trial was a sham. It's not recognised officially by anybody at all. And there's also a Moroccan. This is Saudin Brahim, was also convicted and sentenced to death. There's no legitimacy in this at all. They were prisoners of war and the conviction was a sham, you know. But that's the corruption that there is in Russia. And I think they're going to use them as a bargaining tool, you know. Unless what's going to happen, I've got no idea. I mean, they looked, you know, as if they weren't sure whether or not. I don't know what the history of the death penalty is in Russia. Either way, though, you know, this is just wrong. But there again, we know that Putin is a murdering so-and-so, kills women and children. He doesn't care, not remotely bothered by it. Flying to Vancouver, says Linda in Chingford, tomorrow for boarding an Alaskan cruise on Sunday. It's 17 degrees in Alaska. Have you ever been? No, I love a cruise. Love a cruise. How nice. How very nice. An Alaskan cruise. That'll be great. You know, you'd be, oh, how lovely. Very jealous of that one. You're very popular in Scarborough, Steve, thanks to digital radio. Tuned in a few months ago, unable to switch off. Although Scarborough's up north, we're North Yorkshire, so they don't really have an odd by gum West Yorkshire accent. Quite civilised, really. What, like sort of electricity and carpets and flat caps and whippets? By God, lad, I tell you. Chris and Sue from Scarborough, they like that. I've never been. I've never been. But I do like a seaside resort. I'm very big into seaside resorts. Yes, even when I lived in Yorkshire, we didn't. The nearest one we had was Withensea, which is where I went to school up there. And that was sort of like a little seaside resort. But, I mean, to me, it looked big. Everything looked big to me when I was little. It was lovely. Steve, Dame Anna Neagle played Edith Cavell in the film Maisie, says Cliff. Yes, I think you are absolutely right. Dame Anna Neagle. Wow, goodness me. There's a name from the past. A lot of people are going, who the dickens is that? She was a big star. Big star. And it's the film is actually Nurse Edith Cavell. 1939 with Anna Neagle. The film was nominated for the Best Original Score at the 1939 Oscars. And if ever you'd seen Anna Neagle, she looked almost identical to her. And it's a true story, broadly true, celebrated for helping out all these different people and then execute. That's what they did, I'm afraid, in those days. It was a war situation. It was very, very, very sad. Maisie, thank you very much indeed for that one. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. They're still running with this story that we did the other day about Catherine Ryan confronting a TV colleague and accusing him of being a sexual predator. See, I think we should find out who this is. I seriously think. It's almost like saying, oh, by the way, living next door to you is a paedophile, but we're not going to tell you who they are. Or even really where they live. They might not live next door to you. You know, I think if somebody is a sexual predator and she's already called them out in front of people, you know, she was speaking on Sarah Pascoe's programme, and Sarah revealed she'd reported a male star to the TV channel after a viewer rang and claimed she'd been raped by him. She said you feel a sense of responsibility. Because it's like all these people who say something and they go, because I'm not going to tell you who it is. And you think, why not? Why would you not want to do that? Why would you not want to do it? 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Walsh says locked into the spike after watching Sopranos last season, finally. Do you know I've never seen Sopranos? I never saw it. Is it good? I don't think it's my sort of thing. I mean, I've just ordered a load of films from Amazon. It's Mafia, is it? Oh, I've seen Mafia films before. I saw something called Predator the other day. Well, I was watching a bit of it, but I don't like being frightened in films. And this, have you ever seen it? It's got all sorts of people in it. And apparently the Predator is this plant, which they're not expecting it to be a plant. And it sort of comes and grabs them and then just basically eats people. Well, I turned off after the second person was murdered and eaten by a plant. I think it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, I seem to think. Was it? God, I'm good, I tell you. When I'm good, I'm good. When I'm bad, I'm rubbish. Absolute rubbish. But I just don't like these films that are filmed in half dark, you know, and then they sort of go, I wonder what that is. And you go, and the music goes, dun-dum, dun-dum. And you think, no. I mean, I thought Jaws was rubbish. There's a woman who bursts into tears every time she hears that. She's in the paper today. Obviously a wuss of the highest order. I mean, she burst into tears because she... Dun-dum, dun-dum. I mean, I didn't think that was remotely frightening at all. Jaws, I just kept thinking, that's a piece of plastic, isn't it, floating around? They do it when you do the studio tour. All of a sudden, you're going on the thing. First of all, you start off on this little, like a little open coach thing, like a sort of an elongated golf buggy. And you go down into a station, you're on the golf buggy, and all of a sudden, the water cascades down the stairs and all the rest of it. Then you go outside, there's all this water, and then a tree falls over. And as you're driving away from it, the tree sort of goes up again and the water rescinds and everything else. And then you go over a little bridge, and all of a sudden the railway sort of drops down, and then this plastic thing comes up. I mean, it just looked rubbish. I used to work in a discotheque. We had little clips of films to play, and people would stand there watching it going, wow, because apparently it was sort of ahead of its time. But it was just a plastic shark with somebody in it. You know, they didn't even use real footage. It was all very embarrassing, but people still watch it. Did they do Jaws 2? I can't remember. Were they? And 3? And 4? No. Jaws 4? I mean, honestly, how many times can you sort of drag out somebody's on a little fishing vessel and a shark attacks them? Jaws the Revenge. Jaws the Revenge. I mean, honestly, the budget was only 23 million, which when you think nowadays the budgets for films are run into hundreds of millions of pounds, 23 million was basically cheap. You could have got one of those things down at the seaside and just blown it up, and so that would have been equally as scary. Not for me, I hasten to add. But no, I didn't quite get Jaws at all. I didn't, I understood what it was, don't get me wrong. I was just sort of not really scared by it. Friday the 13th I was scared by. That was very scary. That was very scary. I didn't like that at all. And then they brought out Friday the 13th Part 2, Friday the 13th Part 3. It was sort of, I think it was a mask. Was it a mask? All I remember is at one point there's some kids on a bed together and a sword comes right up through the bed and pierces them both together. And then there's another bit where somebody's running through a wood. You get a lot of that. Mind you, I'm like that. You're doing the stairs. And then all of a sudden they're pinned up against a tree. And you think, oh, my God, what's going to happen to them now? And then you just see a knife and the person goes and slashes their throat. And then at the very end of the film, just when you think it's all calm and they're on a boat on the lake where they think it's the safest thing, this thing comes out of the lake to attack them. Yeah, spoiler alert, mind you, if you haven't seen it by now, it's your own problem. And I'm not here to try and decide these things for you. But as I say, very scary little film, you know.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Nice to have your company. It's 25 minutes. No, 24 minutes to 6. Which is just about as good as it's going to get. Charlie Mullins got his column in the Daily Star today, talking about the exception to the rule and people who are working from home and stuff like that. And hands up, he says, who thinks FIFA's plan to bring in robot linesmen at this summer's Football World Cup in Qatar is a good idea? I don't think we should be going anywhere near Qatar on their dreadful human rights. Ghastly. And there's a picture, somebody's written in saying, any chance of a picture of Emma Louise Jones? I've got no idea who she is, but I think she's wearing somebody else's hair. And somebody's saying that they've watched Tipping Point, but they're convinced it's rigged. If the dropping area is level, the counters would not roll to the right or left, and the distance... No, it's the way it works on the actual machines. You don't need to rig it. Seriously, I mean, otherwise you might as well say all the people on the chase and know the answer. Somebody could whisper in their ear the answer, you know. But they why would they need to do it? There's no point. But I think somebody, you know, and then poor old Stuart and Jeff, who are obviously sort of sad, lonely people, say it would be interesting to read other texters' opinions. No, we're not stupid enough like you to sort of believe in such rubbish. Honestly, these people, honestly, what planet do they come from? An old planet. A very old planet. I saw a recently aired TV programme, Steve, on Romania. Can't remember the channel. Was amazed at its massive mountain ranges and abundant wildlife. Oh, it's lovely. Romania is very nice. They have wolves, big cats living in the mountains. You think you were somewhere like Colorado, says Tina. No, it's lovely. Very nice. Just so people don't think of it as a holiday destination, but more and more people are discovering it, which is good news. There's also a drunk theatre troupe who are going to perform Romeo and Juliet in the West End. I can't tell you what it is, but it's another word for drunk when you're faced. Theatre. They've been performing side-splitting drunken renditions of the Bard's play since 2010. So each night before the show, the actors are given 4 hours to drink as much as they can get their hands on. And it's basically slurred soliloquies, sozzled star-crossed lovers. It's going to be at the Leicester Square Theatre between July the 6th and September the 10th. Of course, I played the West End Theatre, the Leicester Square Theatre, which is very nice indeed. So they're going to do it drunk. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really quite see the benefit of that. I mean, it sounds interesting. So they've got 4 hours to drink, and then they just go... I mean, how can you remember what you're supposed to be doing? I don't know. I mean, perhaps they don't, actually. But here it is. It's the smallest fully grown bovine, set to be crowned the world's smallest cow. Queen is the size of a border collie dog, waiting to see if Guinness World Records rules. She is truly outstanding in her field. Apparently she's up for sale. She's very cute. She's very, very cute. I should imagine she's got an awful lot of power. An awful lot of power. Also, boxer Amir Khan has faced some tough foes in his time. Oh, now he's just a bit drippy, isn't he? Can't keep hang on to his watch, you know. And so now you've got Doomsday. There's a host of celebrities, although you might have to disagree with host of celebrities, who are joining this game show called Apocalypse Wow. The lineup include, wait for this one, Tinchy Strider, Real Housewives Tanya Bardsley. I mean, they don't get any more dull. Ibiza Weekend's David Potts. I mean, dear God, what he contributes to stuff you could write on a grain of sand. Comics Luke Kempner. Never heard of them. And it's going to be hosted by somebody, new host from Radio 1 DJ, Ariel Free. But I'm wondering, how can you call these people celebrities? Most of them are not celebrities at all. One's a boxer, doesn't make you a celebrity. And that's for David Potts, who contributes nothing to any programme he's ever been on, least of all Ibiza Weekend, where, you know, if somebody said it's the only gay in the village, that's him. He's already been on the karaoke programme and proved he couldn't sing or do anything on that either. A little bit of an embarrassment. And the BBC guessing game show is back tonight. This Is My House, with Harry Hill, who we like, and Richard Madeley, Judy Love, and somebody called Harriet Kemsley, whoever she is. No idea. You have to. We struggle with some of these people. We struggle. I've never seen it. Is it good? Is it interesting? Oh, you quite like it. Okay. But apparently Richard Madeley is quite good. So what it is. Fans will know the show features 4 individuals who all claim the property featured on camera is theirs. Now, this was done years ago. This is based on a very, very old programme which Steve Jones used to host. And it was the pyramid game, part of it. And you would have a panel. There'd be sort of him. No, not him. Anyway, you'd have these people there, and you'd have 4 people in front of you. And the first one would say, "Hello, my name is Steve Allen. I'm a radio presenter." And the second one would say, "Hello, I'm Steve Allen. I'm a radio presenter." And they would each say that they were Steve Allen, a radio presenter. And the panel had to work out. It's the same sort of thing. It's exactly the same sort of thing. Exactly the same. So people tell fibs, because you have to guess. And this one, it's the house. You know, whose house is it? It's my house. You know, and so they tell fibs. I mean, one, there's a collection of creepy old dolls. And, you know, apparently comedian and fellow guesser Harriet Kemsley. Why have I never heard of this people? I mean, do their agents get, "Oh, please take her, for God's sake. She hasn't worked in ages. Try and find her a job." So they put her on this programme. So, oh, she's an actress as well now, is she? Oh, good Lord. We love it. Oh, sorry, a comedian. She's not an actress. We've changed our mind, actually. Although I think being a comedian is being an actress. And that's for some of the men as well. You know, because they're basically coming on doing, you know, they don't get on the bus and go, "There was this vicar walking down the road," you know, and a nun said, you know, they don't do that. Danny Dyer is going to make a surprise appearance on Channel 4's celebrations marking 50 years of Pride in the UK. That'll be exciting. I wonder if he can keep his mouth shut and not swear all the time. He's going to star alongside, well, the producer will be delighted, Boy George, Ollie Alexander and Steps. Steps are now an official gay band, you know, even though they've only got H. And it's going to be Joe Lycett's big Pride party. God, I'm turning off already, actually. Still can't get used to the fact that Tanya Bardsley, I mean, she's just basically somebody who gets their boobs out. That's all she's famous for. That's not a skill. That's called, you know, I do it every night. When I get into bed, put on my Winnie the Pooh pyjamas. You know, it doesn't make me a celebrity. But David Potts, God, I was wondering where he would pitch up again. Must have a very good agent. They managed to find him 2 jobs in a year, which isn't bad, is it, really? Other stories which... Oh, I'm throwing the papers on the floor now. The picture of Duke of Cambridge having his picture taken, this time with a Lithuanian tourist called Laura, who he sold the big issue to in London. Like, she knows who he is. I'm sorry, can we have a picture taken, William? Would you like a picture taken? I don't quite get it. I really don't get it as well. An Indian company and a US private equity firm have made a bid for Boots, the chemist. 5.5 billion. 5.5 billion. I prefer using independent chemists because they serve the local community. So I use an independent chemist, and I think loads of other people do. I don't tend to like going into sort of big chains or anything. It's not my sort of thing at all. Definitely not. What else we got today? Do you know 1.9, nearly 2 million children now need free school meals? We used to make them sit on other tables at my school. If you were what they call free meals, you sat separately from all the other kids at school. This was all that time ago. You know, well, I don't know, because they had free school meals, yeah. And also, if you were bringing your own food in, like some kids turned up with a Tupperware box and the sandwiches, they also sat on a separate table. So, I don't know why. Packed lunches, yeah. Parents did pack lunches for them, because they obviously didn't want them eating, you know, what we were eating. Although, to be honest with you, I can't remember what we had. I really cannot remember. I only remember puddings. I don't remember the first bit. I mean, puddings was sort of fairly easy. It was either pink custard, white custard, or brown custard. you know, sort of chocolate and things like that. And it was steamed puddings, treacle puddings. I hated treacle pudding, hated it with a passion. I couldn't get on with it. And so you just look with envy at the kids who brought in cheese and pickle sandwiches and a pork pie and sometimes a packet of crisps and then a chocolate biscuit. You know, I thought they were doing really well. But we used to have mashed potato. It's made in a huge machine. Huge machine. I've never seen something the size of it. It's absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. But if you never remember what it was, I remember at prep school, because every day we used to have haddock, smoked haddock. God, I grew to loathe haddock. And yet, strangely enough, as a fish now, if I'm having fish and chips, and I haven't had it for ages, I'll have haddock, which is quite nice. And what do we get? Sunday was our best time because we got a bread roll, a crusty bread roll. We thought we're only little, we're only 9 years old, but we thought that was the bee's knees, you know, to have butter and a bread roll and coffee. During the week, it was tea. Difficult, isn't it, really? What else we got? Fitness trackers and digital coaches to tackle diabetes. Amount of people. Who was it the other day was in the paper? And they were saying, somebody had said to them, listen, you're going to become diabetic. And they went on a crash diet. I forget who it was. There's a picture. It might have been somebody out of Towie, I think. And they went on this crash diet so that they could avoid being diabetic. Because you don't necessarily want to be diabetic, you know, it's not the most pleasant of things. It'd be lovely to be able to eat what you want to eat, but you can't. You have to sort of just try and be a little bit good about it. So cut back on the, you know, if you love curries and fried food and stuff like that, it's going to be disaster for you as a diabetic. Absolutely disaster. What else we got here? What else we got? Whipping out William Hogarth's portrait of 10-year-old Horace Walpole. Apparently, they had to raise £25,000. It's on display again at Strawberry Hill. They did the whole house up, and I went to visit it, and it's very lovely. Just almost on the road going down to Teddington, and also heading into Kingston. What are they going to do about smoking? They don't know what they're going to do about this yet. Whether it's going to be 21, and they're going to stop you smoking in pub gardens, and also, well, how can they do that? You're out in the open air. How are they going to manage that? How are they going to police? As if the police, you know, imagine the police sitting there, can't you? They think the legal age somebody can buy cigarettes should rise by a year every year. I mean, you know, I don't want to be sanctimonious about it because I gave up smoking. I'm not, you know, if somebody wants to smoke, that's their business. But I thought smoking outside is fine, but it could be outlawed in outdoor beer gardens as part of this new plan to help Britons kick the habit. That won't help them kick the habit. That really won't. Yeah, it'll stress people out. There's a woman, she's at the airport in one of those EasyJet programs. She's 70-something, she's drunk. And she just wants an effing cigarette. That's all she wants. It's so addictive. You know, here is a cigarette. And of course, they're not going to let her fly because she's a danger. Absolutely. Steve, off to see the Jurassic World Dominion this morning. But judging by the reviews, it's not going to be any good. Oh, I'll have different reviews to you then. The reviews are sensational, Sarah. You know, what's the last film you saw at the cinema? Oh, God, I can't remember. Donkey's years ago. I don't know, it was about 12 or something. I don't go to the cinema. I just buy the DVDs. Hence having thousands of DVDs. And Rachel says, I loved your sound effects. I'm very good at sound effects, actually. And Philip says, if you want a bad shark film, watch Sharknado. It's a Jaws meets a hurricane tsunami disaster movie. It's so bad, it comes full circle to being good because it's so funny. Not meant to be, of course. Give it a try. Absolutely not. Predator's actually an alien, not a plant. Yeah, the reason I thought it was a plant is because it's invisible, isn't it? Predator can make itself invisible. So I only saw these, you know, fronds and everything else all over the place. But a very good film, but the follow-up were rubbish. Sharknado, there you go, with some well-known people in it. And it's got John Hurd, Tara Reid, Ian Ziering. You're right, it does look rubbish. Absolute rubbish. So we shan't be bothering with that one. Harry Hill is at Wilton's Music Hall for the next week, says Martin. He's very good, Harry Hill. Very, very good. You should get the opportunity. If you get the opportunity, go see him. Go see him. He's very, very good. Very, very good indeed. What else we got? This ridiculous dress that Jennifer Lopez wasn't really wearing. I mean, what is it that people... I mean, it's like anything that Lewis Hamilton wears. It just looks like a complete plank. You know, it's a peculiar outfit. Bangkok have legalised cannabis to give the economy a boost. Oh, God, hope that never happens here. And Moscow said it was ready to broker a peace treaty between Azerbaijan and Armenia as part of its attempt to reassert global influence after its invasion of Ukraine. There you go. It's, I don't think they really know what they're doing over there, do they? I mean, gradually all the businesses are pulling out, the hotel chains are closing. There's going to be nothing left there. Nothing left very shortly, and yet, you know, they go, oh, isn't it great, you know, we're doing this and doing that. You might be, but you'll end up with nothing at all. Oh, Legally Blonde is playing at the Regent's Park Open Air Theatre. If you've never been, go to Regent's Park. It's very good. Very good. You can get drinks and food and burgers, and then you sit there, and then the lights dim, and it's brilliant. It's a good day out. Very good day. In the park. It is actually, it's an open air theatre. It's an open air theatre, and it's very, they do all sorts of really, really cracking productions. 5:45. Let's get the cracking travel, shall we, with Joanne Webb. Morning. Friday, June the 10th, and bad news for Prince Andrew. Yes, now you remember that Prince Andrew has a ski chalet, which cost him 18 million. Well, no, it was less than 18 million. And they seemed to borrow money from all over the place. It was all a little bit peculiar, and he went out there with his ex-wife and the kids and all the rest of it. And in an effort to sort of pay off the woman he doesn't know, they were going to sell the chalet. Sell the ski chalet. But it's been frozen. The deal has been frozen by the Swiss authorities. Sources in Verbier, where he and Sarah Ferguson, although where she came up with the money from, I've got no idea, own this 7-bedroom property, say the chalet has been placed under sequestration due to a debt of 1.6 million on it. According to Le Temps, a Swiss newspaper, Andrew and Fergie entered into a business arrangement with an unnamed couple in the resort, and the reported £1.6 million debt prompted the sequestration of the property, named Henora. In February, it emerged that Andrew had found a buyer for the chalet and aimed to use the proceeds to help pay off his accuser. He didn't accept any liability when he made the settlement, but the sequestration means the sale of the chalet, which has an indoor pool and sauna, looks in peril. Geneva law professor Nicolas Gendin told Le Temps, a sale is in principle impossible, except with the agreement of the creditor. Because you remember, they have to sort of pay some money off, so that they've got this chalet, this skip, but they can't use it because it's been frozen. So basically, he's got nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. He was going out there. Well, it's a bit difficult to say who owns it, because once he pays the 1.6 million, then presumably he'll sort of get it back. But until he coughs up that money, I mean, he can't go to his mummy again, can he, and ask for money? I mean, God knows, she must have helped him out all over the place at the moment. He's just really unlucky, isn't he? You know, I mean, it can't be much fun having a chalet in Verbier. Because what people normally do in Verbier is people rent them out. So you rent the place out and you go there, and so people will pay serious money. You know, if you've got an £18 million chalet, then you could probably rent that out for £50,000-60,000 a week, if not more, because it's got the unusual thing, which is having an indoor pool. Not all of them have indoor pools. Some have plunge pools. Some, you know, many of them don't have that, but people will pay a fortune to go out there. It's like when Wimbledon starts, people rent their drives out so that people can park on their drives. They make a fortune out of it. Hope they all declare it to the tax man. But anyway, so Andrew and the entire dreary family can't go there at the moment, so it's a bit of a waste of time. Now, whether they were renting it out before, I've got no idea. But you can't do anything because it's been basically sequestered, which is interesting. Who would win, says Jim, in a fight between RoboCop and the Terminator? I've never seen the Terminator. Is that Arnold Schwarzenegger? I'll be back. Is that one? Yeah. I've seen RoboCop, which I think is quite good. Oh, I knew I just ordered something. I just ordered a film with Spider-Man in it, because I quite fancied the idea of sort of, you know, I like that. I'll never watch it. I went through a phase the other day. I was on the train home and I started not downloading, but sort of looking at Amazon and going, I'll get that film. And then I bought another film, and then I bought another. Before I knew where I was, I'd done about 100 quid on movies. So they're all going to start arriving over the next week, which is very exciting. I've just got this obsession with it. I can't help it. They should basically ban me from trains, because it just doesn't help me in any way, shape or form. Steve from beautiful Minorca says, Jenny, enjoying listening to downloads of your show and in conversation every afternoon with a glass or three of sangria. I quite like sangria, actually. I quite like it. It's basically just sort of everything shoved into one bowl, isn't it? And you just sort of enjoy yourself with it. It doesn't take much. I'm going out for lunch tomorrow. And I'm trying to avoid the naked bike ride. I really don't want to be seen as somebody saying, oh, Steve only came up to London so he could see the naked bike ride. Listen, I could get on my bike and ride naked round the car park, but I choose not to. I mean, I don't know how Corey's going to get there. I've got no idea. Is he cycling? Probably, yeah. Hope he's not going to do it nude again. Like, very embarrassing last time, seriously. People shouting out things. Steve, I've just gone past Crawley Sainsbury's petrol. It's gone up 8p in 2 days, but it's only 178 a litre. But still a rip-off. They're trying to get it to £2 by the summer, says Kevin. It'll be £2 well before the summer. Well before the summer. Oh, actually, my other plants are arriving. Hopefully next week. I bought these giant plugs, so I can then really get down to it, because everything at the moment is starting to blossom. All my plants are coming out. Oh, all of them. Everything. I'll take some pictures, actually, because I've got green fingers. I've got no idea what it is, and probably it'll rub off or something. Well, yeah, I need to go to the doctor. You've got those green fingers again, Steve. Watching the programme on Costa last night, I would definitely qualify for membership, Steve, but the nearest store to us is miles away and seems like a complete chaos. I'd need a drink after shopping there, so I'll stick to M&S and Waitrose, more relaxing. Oh, Lloyd, no, it's very relaxing. I mean, they're so big, these places, but the good thing is that they're all the same. So when you go in there, you know where everything is because it's the same. It's usually busy. Yes, I mean, at certain times, you know, Christmas and Easter, well, actually basically all the time. So I go there early. And, you know, there might be 6-7 people in front of me in the queue. I get inside, I can whiz around with my trolley and buy the things I want. I went there the other day and spent £72. You know, it's very easy to spend money in there because you will see loads of things you want. Because all the sweets, if you've got parties coming up for kids, you can buy sweets, but they do meat, washing machines, fridge, freezers. They do everything. Clothing, loads of clothing, socks, shoes, peanuts, wines. The booze department is huge. Fruit, water, everything. It's just like a giant sort of warehouse. What's my oddest impulse buy? I don't really have them, actually. I bought a couple of pillows, but they're bamboo pillows. They say I think what it is, it's bamboo flax. They sort of strip them and then they make pillows out of them. So I bought a few of those. I've staggered out before. But generally speaking, I buy the flying saucers. You know the flying saucers, which are the rice paper with, sherbet in the middle. Because my brother's wife loves them, and I had a box spare in the car. I bought them brand new the day before. And so he was talking about the fact Marion likes these things, and I said, you know, I've got a whole one in the thing. And he said, no. I said, well, you can have it. And so we gave it to her. She was beside herself with excitement. Beside herself. It was very, very good indeed. So I was very, very happy. So the only thing that Sue Barker's doing, she's not, I thought when they said she was retiring, I thought she was giving up and going and sitting on her allotment or something like that. It only turns out she's giving up Wimbledon, which she's done for 30 years. So you're still going to get her on all the other little bits and pieces. The Yorkshire shepherdess, Amanda Owen, has split from her husband. She's 47, he's 67, and they have Ravenseat Farm. And Amanda said last year, just like any marriage, we have our stresses and strains coupled with the complexities of what we do on the farm and bringing up 9 children. They have 9 children. And so they will work on the farm and co-parent together. I think she's got somebody else. I don't know why. I was watching her the other day on the programme, and they go off to market and they do all their bits and pieces. And I think that because the moment you appear on the television, you then get a certain degree of notoriety. I prefer to call it notoriety because they actually do run a farm. It's not made up. It's not, you know, enhanced or anything else. They're out there, come rain, come shine. The kids have got to do their bit as well. Excuse me. Unlike Love Island, where they basically turn up and get your boobs out. And that apparently makes you a celebrity in this day and age. But so they did it, I think, on her odd trips to market. Now that she's become famous, I think she's caught the eye of a few people. You know what these farmers are like? Farmer wants a wife. Farmer wants a wife. E-I-A-D-O, the farmer wants a wife. I reckon that's what it is. That'll be the chat up line. Hello there. How are you? Yeah, they like that. The farmers get very lonely. Because basically you're up at the crack of dawn, you're out there, you're on the field. You don't have a time to put proper clothes on. And if you've got lambing, you've got to sleep with the lambs for that night, you know, because you've got to be there in case they have complications. So they move little caravans in and everything else. Oh, God, everybody goes, oh, isn't that nice? Just go around and collect the eggs. You know, no. You get calves that have got to be pulled out of animal bodies and things. Oh, God, it's ghastly. Sheep dipping, then the snow comes down. You can't go, I'm not going out in that. Or it's raining, I'll take an umbrella. You know, that's not going to happen. You have to put up with the cold and the early mornings and the late nights and all the problems of animals dying and being attacked and all sorts of things. I mean, it really is. It's not the kind of life you'd ever want. So I think, because the old man in the thing, a husband, father of their 9 children, I think there's some younger people going, you're a bit hot, aren't you? That's what I reckon. I mean, I could be proven wrong, but I think it's unlikely. How can you ease misery at the forecourt? Don't go there. It's as simple as that. You want to ease the misery. You know what the price of petrol is. You know how much they're ripping you off. You know how much the government are ripping you off on it. And that's why they're doing nothing. Because they make nearly 50% tax on petrol. Most of that petrol price is tax for the government. So, you know, when they come up with all this old baloney about, oh, yes, we'll see if we can do it, they have no interest in doing that. No interest at all. Steve, I hope the naked bike riders will not be travelling home on the train. Oh, I don't know. I don't like to think about that. I don't want them sitting on seats. Imagine somebody sitting opposite you, stark naked. Oh, I have to get my camera out. Pretend I'm talking to somebody. Yeah, take pictures. I think not. A woman who drove off after hitting a bike rider told police, I hate cyclists. Janice McVicker, as you can well imagine, is a drunk. A very bad drunk. So at least she's been banned from driving. So that's the good news of the day, isn't it?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 6:03, nearly 6:04 on Friday, June the 10th. Anything happening this weekend, apart from the naked bike ride? Must be other things happening. I suppose we'll all be sort of scouting around, because I've stupidly got to put petrol in this weekend. Well, actually, I don't have to put petrol in, but I will put some in, because it gets to that bit where it always frightens me, because it comes up on the dashboard, and it goes ping, 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 and it puts up a picture of a petrol pump, like I wasn't aware of what a petrol pump was. And so it'll be more expensive next week. In fact, it's just going up on a minute-by-minute basis. The producer, Joe, very kindly was saying, oh, it's good. It's a shame you haven't got a Costco, which has got a filling station. I said, I can't use their petrol. They don't have my petrol. You know, I've got to have that one that's number 5, which is just ridiculous, because you've got to put the right stuff into the right car. That's how it works. There's a 10, a 5, and then there's the... unleaded and then super unleaded and all these other kind of bits and pieces. Whatever it is, it's very, very expensive, and 50% of it is tax. 50% is tax. Wednesday's Loose Women asked whether there should be a version of Love Island with older contestants, because somebody wanted to see people with sort of old bodies, as opposed to sort of, the model types. We want to see normal people, out there. And, I mean, to be honest with you, really, I don't know who wants to actually watch middle-aged couples pouring each other and snogging each other's faces, Unfortunately, it was, in unrelated news, Matt Hancock was also on Wednesday's show. I rest my case. Another one here. Over at ITV's Cooking with the Stars, although, as I say, you have to really push it to find out who these stars are. And what amazes me is these people actually seriously believe they're stars. Judy Jew says, I didn't make it past the first round last year. Ian Highland says, neither did many of the viewers, Judy. Anyone would think ITV's only brought it back for a second series because M&S is paying for it. That's what they do now, isn't it? That's what they do. And who said, if I get it wrong, it'll mean I'll have a boob poking out in a place it's not meant to? Is it A, Love Island contestant discussing her complicated new bikini, or the Great British Sewing Bee's Jill discussing her bra design for Lingerie Week? The answer is B. B, the Great British Sewing Bee. As, of course, if a Love Island contestant would be that worried about their boobs poking out. I mean, come on. That's how you get more people, isn't it? Watching. It's very exciting. Advice middle-aged women would give to their younger selves. Because they always do that. People always ask you, when you get to a certain age, people say, have you got any regrets? What would you have done anything differently? And I always remember thinking, I don't think I would. I think I probably would have saved more money. I've had every opportunity to save money. So the advice to my younger self would probably be not unsimilar to the advice middle-aged women would give to their younger selves. For example, never stop reading. I like reading. I'm very good at that. Always wear sun lotion. I don't read very often, actually. I don't really. Be financially independent. Yes, absolutely. Make time to travel and see the world. Yep. Don't be a slave to the scales, because I used to have scales in the bathroom, and you get out of the shower and you stand on it, you go, oh, God. It's very depressing, isn't it, really? Never stay in a job you hate. Now, we talked about this the other day. Jonathan Shalit, the professor, sort of came back. He's the man who's got practically everybody on British television. I don't know how he finds these people, but he seems to get them. And they all seem to be in work. And he said he loves his job. Because I said the other day, I love my job. I can't think of, anything nicer. If you don't like a job, for goodness sake, get out of it. Go and find something you enjoy doing. It might not be something that pays as much money as you were hoping, but at least you'll be a lot happier. Stay in touch with old friends. Yes, I'm reasonably good at that. They tend to contact me, which is a lot easier. Appreciate the small things in life. Back to Peter Andre again. It's one of those that you cannot resist it, can you really? Learn to love yourself. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no problem with that one at all. Stop comparing yourself to others. I've never done that, actually. I've never done, when people say, oh, do you want to be more like so-and-so? Never in my life. Yeah. The amount of people who say, oh, you must be jealous of so. I've never been jealous of anybody. Never been jealous of anybody. Stop striving for perfection. Yeah, I don't think you strive for perfection. I think what you do is you do it to the best of your ability. And then people go, oh, that's really good. We know it must be working. I've seen the figures. And number one is make time for the things you enjoy. And that's true. Always make time for the things, people say, I always sort of say, somebody says, oh, can you do this? If I don't want to do it, I don't do it. It's as simple as that. Years ago, I'd have gone, yeah, I'll do that. So I spent most of my time going to showbiz parties and sort of quaffing copious amounts of alcohol and all the rest of it. And then after a while, I thought, God, this is boring. It was the same people you were seeing at all the parties. And it would either be a book launch, a record launch, first night at theatre, last night at theatre, different award ceremonies. And it was sort of okay. And I think a lot of people come into the business because they go, oh, I went to this party and there were all sorts of famous people there. And you go, yeah, but it is just a party with people. It's not any different to anything else. Priscilla Presley apparently has told how she helped coach Tom Hanks for his role in the new movie about her late husband, Elvis. Because Tom Hanks plays Colonel Tom Parker in Baz Luhrmann's biopic. Priscilla said of his performance, I thought he was really, really good. I had talks with Tom at his home. We discussed the Colonel. There was a good side to the Colonel. Every Sunday he'd call his friends up to see how they were doing, but he put his business hat on. That's when he was tough. He was not a bad guy, just money motivated. And Priscilla also praised Austin Butler's portrayal of Elvis. She said it's outstanding. He was Elvis. And she'd know, blimey, if you can get that seal of approval for somebody say, he was Elvis. I can't wait to see. I did do Priscilla, yeah. I thought she was lovely. I thought she was quite lovely. But I wanted to ask the question which everybody else wanted to ask. What was it like sleeping with Elvis Presley? It was the daughter, wasn't it? I know. I got so carried away with the whole thing. But no, I can't wait to see the film. I've ordered a couple of things, actually, which seem to be out on DVD fairly quickly. So, still nice, and still exciting. The two Brits held in Albania as spies. This is different. They were stopped at the airport. They had sophisticated radios in their luggage. Why? I have no idea. They told the officials they were IT engineers who were carrying the amateur gear to indulge their hobby whilst on holiday, because you do get radio hams. A friend of mine was a radio ham, and it's not the same as CB radio. You're literally talking to people around the world, and they give you their call sign and everything else. One suspect was registered as using a ham radio in the Tirana region on online profiles, which also say he specialises in electronic warfare. A source said it's highly unusual to be carrying this sort of equipment, and even stranger for somebody to be stopped and accused of being a covert agent. The two Britons were held and then allowed to return to the UK. However, they remain under investigation. The electronic kit by Kenwood, I thought they just made food mixers. I had no idea. They make a range of cutting-edge communication devices, was sent to the Albanian Criminal Laboratory for further examination. So it's an ongoing investigation, and they're continuing to examine the machines which were seized. Blimey. It's all going on, isn't it, in the world at the moment. All very exciting. And so Lenny Henry's got a drama out on the 1981 Handsworth riots. And he's done so well. You know, from when you consider him, you know, as a comedian, for all those years on the television, you know, being very, very successful. And then he went off and he played Shakespeare. And I remember thinking, the same as everybody else, they all went, oh, he won't be able to manage that. He got the best reviews he's ever had in his life, I think. Absolutely amazing. Amazing. Steve, isn't technology wonderful? Says Sharon in Stanmore. So is. We were just talking about it. She says, I always take you with me on my travels, but this morning I'm sitting on the deck of a cruise ship off the coast of Corfu, having breakfast whilst listening to you. Love it. How nice. Me and breakfast. Have you got toast? Egg on toast? Anything like that? I quite like egg on toast, actually. It's very exotic. Sausages, egg on toast, bacon. I don't care. Steve, I live close to two Costco's, Stevenage and Watford, both with petrol pumps, and currently 168 a litre at the moment, says Gran. Yeah, that'll just be the, the normal bog standard. Deb says, Steve, there's an outdoor reggae festival with David Rodigan and others at Kenwood House, Hampstead Heath on Sunday. You must try to attend. The weather's meant to be good, says Debbie. Oh, I love reggae. I love reggae. Unfortunately, it's petrol, isn't it? I've done a documentary on Kenwood House. I did it years and years ago. It's very near because I went to Kenwood House after we'd been up the Bishop's Avenue. Have you been to the Bishop's Avenue? Oh, if you live out of London, it's one of the most expensive roads in London. All the houses are mansions. You've never seen anything like it. It's just literally big house after big house after big house. John from Derby says, just filled my work van at Donington Services, gone up 7p overnight, 2.05 a litre. It's a service station. They're always going to charge you extra. I don't know why. They've got no right to. Kevin Luton says, Steve, would you ever have a 100% electric car? No, I'm not really interested in electric cars at all. I know that because Ian Dale wasn't very happy with his. And he says, you always worry if you're going to run out of charge. That's what he said. It didn't go as far as he thought it was going to, which was a bit of a shame. Pete says, Costco do sell super unleaded that will go in the Bentley. Yeah, I like this 5, the number 5 thing. I don't know why, actually. And Steve says, Mark in Bletchley. I run a 28-year-old motorcycle, and I have to use E5 petrol, where it runs like a bag of spanners on that other E10. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how you sort of, I don't want to ruin the engine. I want to make sure it's still there, thank you. And Steve, listen or watch the Tony Hancock half-hour called The Radio Ham. Yes, I know it very well. I know all of Hancock's comedies. My favourite being, of course, The Blood Donor, but The Radio Ham was very good. My favourite telly episode, I love him, his genius never gets old. He was very jealous, wasn't he? He was very jealous of other performers that he worked with. He was another person who, and it happens for comedians, I don't know why, they turn into depressives. I don't know why. The amount of comedians that we've had before who sort of said, actually, nobody knows how you say. And I suppose if you're making people laugh all the time, there's got to be a side of you that eventually goes, why is it? I mean, I remember Michael Barrymore saying it when he was on stage. He said, why is my private life not as successful as my professional life? You know, there's a huge, that's why I think all these performers, the Eltons, the Rolling Stones, you know, the Rod Stewarts, they go out performing. That's their high. That's their high. When they come back from touring, what do? They've got nothing to do. What, do we go shopping now or something like that? I'm used to going on stage, the adrenaline rush, the amount of people, the thousands and thousands of people. And you don't get that when you're sitting at home. Sidcup Julie says, I feel bad. She said, I haven't listened to you this week, only on catch-up. Oh, dear, I should feel bad. I should think so, too. Send a £5 note and a letter of apology. Let's get the latest news headlines. Simon Conway. Morning. I don't know why they're making such a big deal about Sue Barker bowing out as if she's going off to a retirement home in the Pyrenees or something. It's only because she's stopping doing Wimbledon. That's all it is. I mean, does she do anything else? I don't know. I mean, I would have thought that probably is paid an arm and a leg, I should imagine, for that. She did Question of Sport, then they chat. I don't like Question of Sport now. I only liked it when she did it. They've got Paddy McGuinness on it. It's taken it to a different level. Low. Very low. It's not quite the same. She was very good at that. She had the right feel for the programme. We're still waiting to find out who's actually going to take over from Anne Robinson, on Countdown, because we don't know. I mean, they've got Colin Murray on it, but I mean, not really. They need a bigger name. It's the bigger name that they need. Boris Johnson has vowed to complete Margaret Thatcher's unfinished right to buy housing revolution. Well, that's a winner, isn't it? Not. Can you believe it? The Prime Minister announced that 2.5 million housing association tenants will be allowed to purchase their homes, provided you've got about 16,000 quid in savings. Well, ha, 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 ha. Where's that coming from? Did I not hear on LBC over the years that, in fact, most people don't even have 100 quid in savings? You imagine going to somebody, would you like to buy your assisted housing? Have you got £16,000? I mean, how are they going to pay to maintain it? I can remember the disaster we had in London, and this is probably reflected all over the country, when they were selling off council flats. And people were going, fantastic, we can buy our council flat, and you got a discount on it. And they moved in to their council flat that they'd now purchased, and then they started getting bills in. Because the people who were council tenants didn't have to pay for light bulbs and fixtures and fittings and decorating. But if you bought your property, they sent you bills. People were getting bills of 13, 15, 20,000 quid. And they were going, well, what's that for? They go, well, you bought the property, haven't you? You've got to pay for the upkeep, like all the people who are in the private sector. You have to pay a service charge. And these people in flats, which they thought, we got them cheap, we got a discount, we're going to do very well. They were going, they've just asked for 13,000 quid. And they go, where are we supposed to get that from? They go, what's your problem? Should have checked. Because if you're in a big tower block in London and light bulbs need changing, you're going to pay for it. I'm doing it for you for free. Blimey, if only it was. Lovely. Due to the cost of fuel these days, Steve, we've cancelled our trip to the coast this weekend and saved some money by booking a month in the Maldives and flying over in a private jet. Fantastic. Well, that'll go very well. Yes. In fact, you're not Harry and Moggan, are you? Or something? Because they like private jets. Steve, if I'd given up smoking 10 years earlier, I'd now be 50 grand better off. That was the argument for giving up smoking. Think of the money you can save. That's what they used to say all the time. I remember, and they say, but it didn't used to be that pricey. I mean, nowadays, packet of fags, cheap fags, tenner. Something like, I don't know where people get the money from. £13.50 average. How much is a packet of Dunhill International? About 18 quid or something. I don't know how people afford to smoke. I mean, say about 13, 14, whatever it is, it's an absolute fortune. But they used to say, think of the money you'll save when you give up smoking. And it never happened. You never ended up with this, the only money I save is the change in my pocket every day. There you go. Dunhill International, £14.30 a pack. And it doesn't even have the pretty red thing. Instead, you've got a picture on the front of somebody dying, and smoking causes strokes and disability. Well, that's really going to encourage you to smoke Dunhill International. I wonder if sales have dropped off, because of the price of cigarettes and the fact that, I liked the red and gold on the front of the Dunhill pack. It said something about me. It said I could afford to smoke Dunhill International, but certainly not at £14.30. That would be ridiculous. Connie says, what an actor Robin Williams was. You have to watch Man of the Year, in which he plays Tom Dobbs, who's running for President of the United States. You'll not regret it. Please, please, please promise me you'll watch it. I haven't, and I don't have it. I mean, I shall investigate it, Connie. I will find out. But I like the idea of sort of still trying to find out how much money you could save if you gave up smoking. It's like, if I gave up sort of drinking Prosecco, how much would I save? And the answer is nothing. Could you find something else to spend the money on? Because when I first started working, I remember thinking, so I was earning £6 a week. It was a long time ago. And I thought, if I earned £10 a week, I could live really, really well. And then when you earn £10 a week, you think, if I earned, and it jumped up to £20 a week, and I remember that, but of course you don't. You don't change anything at all, because you just sort of move up the scale. And it ends up costing you more to buy things. So I remember thinking, if I earned £100 a week, wow, I could live fantastically. Well, I never did. Because you always found something to spend it on. So you'd go out and you'd buy, fish and chips, or you'd have a Chinese takeaway, or you'd go and do shopping and buy steak and everything else. Believe it or not, in 1962, over 70% of British men and 40% of British women smoked. And as recently as 1974, 45% of the British population smoked. Now, it's about 14%. 14% of people smoke. So the tobacco industry must have seen its profits plummet. But it's the fact that they have to keep everything locked up, don't they? In a shop, you have to try and guess what your brand of cigarettes are. And you go, third shelf, second along. Rothmans? No, wrong again. Never mind. OK, we'll find something else. That's if you haven't got to get. They open the cupboard. They go, quick. Shut it. And the reason that they do that is to stop young people going in there, seeing cigarettes and buying them. Well, they just get their friends to go in and buy them. That's what they do. You see the kids outside the shop. I've lost track of the amount of time kids have said, could you buy me a packet of cigarettes? I said, I can't. I said, I absolutely can't. Not because I don't want to. It's because I really don't want to. So I don't. So here we go. So Sue Barker, what else she does, I've got no idea. So she's done the Olympic Sports Personality of the Year. She's done Ascot as well. But she wants to spend more time gardening and enjoying Wimbledon as a spectator. But, she's been well paid for this. It's not like it's a charity. She's done very, very well, thank you. My boy had to wee in a bag in an airport queue. These were people who've gone to the airport queuing, and this young boy was forced to wee in a plastic bag. We've all done that. Well, not plastic bags. No, not plastic bags. Bottles. I remember sitting... Where was I once? Oh, that's right. There was a traffic jam on the M3. And we saw the air ambulance fly in and fly out, and we didn't move, and it was about an hour and a half we sat there, and I was absolutely bursting. To the point of, when you got to go, you got to go. It's as simple as that. And luckily, I had a bottle with me in the car, and so I thought, well, listen, you have to position yourself. It's not easy to try and do this in the car, because you're sitting down, and there's people wandering about all over the place, and what I'd completely forgotten about was next to me was a lorry. So he's a bit higher than my car. So I had to sort of, manoeuvre myself in a different position. But the relief, I can't begin to tell you. When I had problems in that department some months ago, it was a case of you'd be driving down the motorway and you think, I've got to go. I've got to pull in on the hard shoulder. I've never pulled in on the hard shoulder before. But the bottle, I threw it home, threw it out. But I now carry a bottle in the car just in case for these emergencies, which is much easier. Pat says, my partner spends $400 a month on cigarettes. I don't know. How much do you spend, Joe, a month? Have you ever worked it out? You don't. You haven't worked it out. How much do you smoke a day? What do you smoke a day? 20? About 20 a day. So you're doing a pack a day. So that's 7 days a week. So you're looking at... So just suppose it's £13 a packet. 7 10 to 7. Oh, you're doing about £100 a week, isn't it? £94. So that's about £400. Yeah, he's doing the same, which is just doing 20 a day. Which actually is. I was doing 60 a day. I was up there with him. I tell you, I was up there. I win in that one. Yeah, 60 a day I did. That was after I'd given up, and then I started again. And I remember thinking, goodness sake, 60 a day. So I would bring in a packet in my pocket and then 2 packets of 40 in my bag, just in case I ran out, because that would be the worst nightmare, trying to find a tobacconist that had your brand of cigarette, because they didn't always have every single brand of cigarettes. But, yeah, I didn't even like to imagine how much that cost, but I got them duty-free, so that was okay. Steve, I just wanted to tell you that myself and Bella, my colleague at Holland & Barrett at Cheapside, St Paul's, listen to you every day. We like Holland & Barrett. And Cheapside sounds great, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound fantastic? It sounds very old-fashioned, I live in Cheapside, or I work in Cheapside, which is good. Stop Russian fishing boats. They've got to be banned from fishing between the Faroe Islands and Britain, the government. What, they're still fishing there? Really? Well, they've got to stop that straight away. The Faroe Islands government last month banned Russian vessels from entering its ports, but the ruling doesn't apply to fishing boats. What? They're coming and nicking our fish as well? Good God in heaven. Allowing Russian vessels access to an area worth around 16 million in the midst of the horrors we're seeing in Ukraine is simply wrong. Well, do something about it then. What's the government doing? Nothing at all. They're not doing anything. They're not going to get the people to Rwanda. They're not going to stop Putin's plot to starve the world. They can't stop the fishing in the Faroe Islands. They can't just stop anything, can they, really? I don't know what they do. They just sort of sit there. which is ridiculous. Harvey says taxi drivers swear by Lenore bottles. Thank you. If you seriously think I'm going to start carrying a Lenore bottle in the car, because apparently it's a bigger opening. Yeah, all right. Well, I make a big deal about it. Honestly. People, honestly. Boris says we will win the court battle and fly the migrants to Rwanda. No, you won't. I'll put £1 on it with myself, and guarantee that you think you're going to fill a plane up and send them over there. I bet you don't. Bet you don't. And I'm not even in the government, and even I can predict it. So petrol prices will surge even higher, so I better put some petrol in today. So where should you fill up to cut your fuel costs? Supermarkets. About 4p a litre cheaper than the average prices. How should you drive? Accelerate gently and avoid excessive speed and braking. What about hills? Accelerate a little before you reach them, then ease off as you drive up. I mean, seriously, have you heard such nonsense? What about the roof box? A lot of people have got roof boxes, haven't they, on their cars you keep things in, like your grandmother. Only use when needed, as they create wind resistance, which increases fuel consumption. Do air conditioning and heating use fuel? Yes, so keep them turned off. No, I use air conditioning on a daily basis. I should have to turn it off and open the window, but I don't really want to, actually. What should be in the car? Reduce excess weight. Well, I'm not getting out. It's as simple as that. Remove surplus items from the boot. Yeah, right. I don't think so. Do tyres matter? Under or overinflated tyres cut fuel economy. And should you combine journeys? Warm engines are more efficient than cold ones, so making one round trip is better for fuel use. Over in the Highlands, how much are they paying? £2.13 a litre in the Highlands. You're being ripped off. You really are. Let's get those news headlines. Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Do you know, I was just looking at some images on the television of these three guys who've been sentenced to death in this kangaroo court, and they smiled, and I wasn't sure whether or not they were hearing through a translator. But I remember thinking, perhaps they don't think it's going to happen. I mean, dear God, something's going to go, isn't it, really? Definitely. Sean in Fulham says, just got back from that cruise of Alaska. Fantastic. Everybody going to Alaska today. It seems to be the place to go to. And Michael from Shoot, I think it is, says, how did you give up smoking? Patches. Patches. I bought patches and then became addicted to patches. And then I found myself smoking with the patches on, because it was the only thing. But we then discovered the trick to it was not having that first cigarette in the morning. When I woke up, I would have a cup of coffee, because your taste goes and everything else, and you would have the cigarette with it. And once you've had that first cigarette, you then have your second cigarette, your third cigarette. In fact, it'd be quite normal to have 10 cigarettes before I'd even left the house. It was as simple as that. So the trick was prolonging having the cigarette and coming to work to avoid me and the producer Mandy going outside to have our cigarettes, because we used to run. We had 3 minutes on the news bulletin. We'd be lighting up as we're running through the office to get to the roof terrace. It was that desperate. It was that desperate. No, not here. No. This has always been non-smoking, but we were all smoking in our buildings, always, except in sort of the Bramley Road days where we had to run onto the roof terrace. But luckily it was on our floors. We didn't have to go downstairs, but we could literally do it fairly quickly. You know, in sort of 2.5 minutes, as long as we got back in time and play all the bits and pieces in that we needed to play in. But no, it's not easy to give up smoking. The one trick to it is, Michael, you've got to want to stop smoking. If you don't want to stop smoking, you won't stop smoking. It's no good going, oh, I'll just finish off this packet, then I'll stop, because that doesn't work. That really doesn't work. Because if you want to stop smoking, throw them away. Throw them away now. You can't do it. You cannot do it. You go, I'll just have one more cigarette. No, It means you don't really want to give up smoking. But as I say, I never encourage people to stop smoking because I smoked for years, since I was 14, 15. And Eddie says, not the first time you've been caught short. I remember a story about you being on the bus having to get off, and it involved hiding behind wheelie bins. Yeah, now I got off the train in Richmond once when I was having a lot of problems in that department, and the toilet was closed at Richmond Station. It was locked. I remember thinking, oh my God. And because I had no control over anything, I needed to go. It was a dreadful time. And so I went out of Richmond Station. There were some wheelie bins. So I literally had to go behind the wheelie bins. And as I looked up, I suddenly realised I was being overlooked by the police station. The police station at Richmond, because they'd moved it. I mean, honestly, I ask you, waving, hello, Steve, hello. Don't want to do anything like that again. Terrible, isn't it? But that's the way sort of things go if you've had it. Michael has made it. 7 a.m. Stansted. He's actually on the plane, so it looks like it could take off on time, which is brilliant. So good luck. Have a nice time in Oslo. Oslo's great. I don't seem to remember the food being particularly good in Oslo. I don't remember. So how was getting through the airport, Michael? Was it busy? Did you have to queue? Anything? Charlie Girling says, so how did you finally quit? I finally quit because I got angina. And angina is where you've got blocked arteries, and because that was years of really not sort of caring much about smoking or eating, takeaway food and kebabs and fish and chips and Chinese takeaway and Indian takeaways and everything else. And so I was walking down the Strand with John Warrington, and we were going to Heaven, I think. And all of a sudden I went, oh, I've got to stop, because I was getting pains in my chest. And he said, you all right? And I was going, yeah, I kind of feel winded. So I stopped. After a few minutes, it was fine. And what it is, it's the blood trying to force itself through your furred up arteries. And so we sort of did it. And it happened a couple more times. And I remember thinking, oh, God, no, definitely don't want this. Thank you very much indeed. So that's when they do, well, they don't necessarily defer you. They sort of, you have to go to the hospital. Yeah. What you do, you go to the hospital, they put you on a machine where you're connected up so they can see, well, it hurts. Because the moment you start exerting energy, the blood tries to force itself through your arteries, and so I had stents put in, and that was a relief. All of a sudden the colour comes back to your face, you can do everything, it's fantastic. So I've now got 8 stents in. So but they didn't say stop smoking. They ask you how many you smoke, and of course you have to fib. You can never tell them the truth, can you? I do 60 a day, because they can tell how bad your smoking is by looking at your arteries. And so they did. But the last time I had it tested was years ago. And I said, I don't want to go on the walking machine again. I really found it too painful. So they gave me an injection, and they could see through that what was going on. So it was good, actually. Very good. Very good indeed. And I think they're fantastic. Steve, I filled up at Chelsea with diesel, and it was £2.50. There is a very, very expensive garage in Chelsea. And is it on the Embankment? It's phenomenally expensive. Even when petrol wasn't expensive, they were charging way over the top. But I suppose the argument could be, if you could afford to live in Chelsea, you're not going to be worrying about the price of petrol anytime soon. Steve, I worked in a newsagent when I was 14 in 1977, and 20 cigarettes then were 27p a pack. So 13.5p for 10. We also used to sell pipes, pipe cleaners. Oh, pipe cleaners I loved, which was a little furry thing, and you could twist it into shapes. I love those. And pipe tobacco and huge cigars, which I love the smell of, says Sue. I hated the fact that my parents smoked indoors, and you couldn't see across the room. I really hated going to school every day smelling like an ashtray. I had somebody who used to do my washing and ironing. In fact, over the years, I haven't washed or ironed anything for, about 30 years now, because I've got people who do it. There's a dry cleaners in Twickenham who do all my washing and ironing. Before that, it was various other people. And unfortunately, one of the women would do the washing and ironing, and I would go round and collect it, but she smoked heavily. And so she would take your clothes out of the washing machine while they were damp and hang them up. And of course, she was smoking, and so the clothes would come back stinking of cigarettes. It was the only reason she stopped doing it one day is because the neighbour threatened to report her to the Inland Revenue because she was taking in washing from everybody. But no, so I had to stop, actually. Marion says, I smoke 60 a day. I gave up 10 years ago when my daughter was pregnant and I knew I wouldn't be allowed to smoke around the baby. At the time I was spending 120 quid weekly. I used e-cigs and still do. Stopping smoking changed my life. I wish I'd done it years ago. The one thing you notice straight away when you stop smoking, after about, a couple of months, you can taste food. Before you couldn't taste food. Well, I mean, you could taste it, but it didn't really sort of taste of anything, actually. Eileen says, I've just had a shaken udder banana milkshake, cold from the fridge, yummy and delicious. I did. I had one the other day. In fact, I actually drank one as I was going round shopping in Waitrose. I mean, I wasn't going to cheat them or anything. I will always pay for that. I'm very, very honest. I'm almost too honest, I think. Almost too honest. So, yes, I had one walking around. Apparently, Yvonne says you're not allowed to even smoke outside in Australia, not where others are like outdoor restaurants, bars, etc. Only a place a smoker can puff away is in their own home. Wow. And Jill says, I remember when you gave up cigarettes, you were doing your afternoon show. Yes, I mean, I found it very difficult at the time, but as I say, the trick to giving up smoking, without preaching to anybody, is to say you've got to want to stop smoking. If you don't want to stop smoking and you enjoy smoking, carry on smoking. But I promise you, at the end, you will get emphysema, and you will get, you are prone to picking up diseases and illnesses. You will sort of become a bit lethargic. I mean, I'm not saying it, it's the miracle of all miracles, but it's very, very addictive. Marilyn says, I stopped smoking because every time I wanted a cigarette, I'd have a cup of coffee. Yeah, you couldn't do tea and a cigarette. It had to be coffee. It had to be something strong because your taste is affected. So that's what it was. So I used to get through loads of coffee. And also sort of with alcohol, which was fatal, absolutely fatal. I mean, because you would associate alcohol, cigarette. I remember going to Joe Allen's. And you used to be able to smoke in there, like all restaurants. But it was smoking down one wall and then not down the other wall. And I miss it for about a second. It's so funny. I sort of think, I could just go a cigarette now. And then the next minute I've forgotten about it. But I remember sitting in Joe Allen's thinking, after they stopped smoking, it was because you would finish your first course and you light up a cigarette. So you carry on chatting. So, and then the main course would arrive, I'll put it out. She'd have to put the cigarette out. And there was a woman. The Americans were very funny about smoking, even years ago. And my table was smoking, but her table was a non-smoking. So, of course, I light up, like that. And she had the maitre d', she went, excuse me, can we move to another table? He's smoking. And I went, yeah, it's permitted on this table, but, of course, smoke drifts. I mean, to be honest, I didn't feel any sympathy for her whatsoever. But nowadays, I remember a friend of mine, Graham, he used to hate it if we walked out of Twickenham railway station and somebody was smoking in front, the smoke was coming back. Really bizarre. Really bizarre. Short break, 6:45. Let's get the news headlines for you this morning on LBC with Simon Conway. Morning. Smoking is fine, Steve, says Johnny, but not in public. It stinks, and I hate it when people drop their cigarette butts. Oh, they're all over the place. They're all over the place. It's not really a lot you can do about it because the council, I think, should provide huge ashtrays. And most people just stub them out on the top of the waste bins, don't they, and things like that. But if they put more things out there, then people could sort of put them away. No, it's chewing gum that's the messy thing. Chewing gum, I mean, I didn't realise until some years ago, I was a bit slow in that department, that all these sort of round little splodgy things on the ground were chewing gum. That's why you'll see, they'll probably do it in your area too, they do it here in Leicester Square. They bring out their jet washes and they jet wash the pavement because people just spit chewing gum out, apart from all the other bits and pieces, which is a bit bad, isn't it? So she's getting loads of coverage. The Yorkshire shepherdess and her husband who separate. We knew this was going to happen. The trouble is they've got 9 children. 9. Now, most of them appear to have disappeared from home. They've got 2,000 acres, and they first appeared with Ade Edmondson, I think, in 2011. But when they started the Yorkshire Farm, that was 2018. Mrs. Owen is a former model. It's all falling into place now. This is all falling into place. And she's had a brush with social services over her parenting, so there's a book in the offing. There's got to be a book here. So I'm seeing all sorts of bits and pieces. And she says, she was at the Hay Festival of Literature and Arts. She's a shepherdess, and already she's playing the celebrity circuit. So you could see the way this is heading. She said they haven't got harnesses on or hard hats, the kids. She said, but I believe there are some lessons to be learnt that don't necessarily result in instant death, but you actually learn by your own parameters. Because all the kids seem fairly well balanced. They're very, au fait with everything, and they all pull their own weight. And I have a feeling that there's something inside her This is Amanda Owen that's making her basically go, I don't need to be here. I can be somewhere else. But we've got the 9 kids. But I think she's going to go for another career. If she's a former model and she's already used to the posing bit, there's going to be a book and there's going to be another series of her by herself, I bet you. Or maybe her and the kids or something like that. I've just got this feeling. You can kind of see it. You know, the agents will be falling over themselves because it's interesting. She's glam. She's had 9 children. It's fantastic. So here it is, the wreck of the HMS Calamity. Well, it's not really. It's HMS Gloucester, spotted by amateur shipwreck hunters. I mean, how you just find these things, I've got no idea. But this one, it ran aground 28 miles off Great Yarmouth following a dispute about navigating the Norfolk sandbanks at 5:30 in the morning. You can imagine what it was like. And these ships, the tonnage, 755 tons, it carried 60 guns. You've only got to look at the size of it. These things are solid metal. I don't know what else you can describe them as. And like the Mary Rose, when you go to see the Mary Rose in her new home in the museum with all the artefacts, and you look at the guns, which are beautiful, they weigh a ton. You couldn't pick these things up if your life depended on it. And this ship carried 60 of them. It only cost £5,473 to build. It'd be lovely. The museum in Portsmouth, you've got to go to that museum. It is fantastic. It really is, because it's beautifully lit and you can see half the ship. You can walk, not round it because it's behind glass and everything else, and they had to dry it out over the years. And you see half a ship and you see the guns, you see everything that they had. The actual stuff that they dredged up from the sea is phenomenal. It is absolutely the best. You look at half a ship. The other half was the bit that washed away. This was all in the mud. So when they brought it up, they had to keep pumping stuff into it. I mean, I think it's just absolutely fantastic. I thought it was one of the most amazing things I'd seen, really. And I've seen some pretty good things in my time. But Henry VIII's Mary Rose and all the stuff that comes up, the guns and the clothing and everything, even the bowls of food that they were eating, they've got there. They've got everything. The crossbows, they've got, the longbows, they've got, I mean, everything. There's so much stuff there, you can't take it all in. But go see it. That would be a good day out. That would be I mean, to be honest with you, I'd take the train. It's got to be cheaper than putting petrol in the car, hasn't it? Steve, another quick week. At this rate, it'll soon be Christmas, says Kim. Do you know, it is going so fast. It is going so fast. I quite like the idea that we are Christmas around the corner. But at the moment, we're sort of expecting a bit of sunshine because we want the plants to grow in the garden. And there's only 198 days to go to Christmas. And then a bell rings. Then an angel gets its wings. And that's nice. That's how it works. So, I mean, we're already planning Christmas in January next year, which is the amazing thing. So hope you'll come with us on the journey. Steve, do you remember being able to buy 10 cigarettes from machines? Yes, absolutely, Susie. I was a young teen in Twickers. I can remember being able to buy 1 cigarette. There'd be a machine, and you put a penny in, and you could get a cigarette out. Or they had another machine, beech nut chewing gum. Beech nut chewing gum. You put a penny in, and you turned the dial at the side, and out came a thing like that. They had these machines on the platforms at the stations, not the cigarette ones, but they had Payne's Poppets and stuff like that. It was very nice. BBC Radio Shropshire getting a bit excited now. What machines do you remember? Yeah, the worst thing is people coming up to you going, excuse me, have you got a spare cigarette? And you go, I used to say, no, there's 20. I bought 20 and there's 20 in the pack. So obviously not a spare one. Otherwise they'd be 21. And also at the price they are at the moment, people cadging cigarettes. So round here, because we've got a lot of people sleeping rough in doorways, especially along the Strand, they go round and pick up all the cigarettes that have been dropped by the tourists. They literally, I've seen that on a daily basis. I see that. Mainly because they're so blooming expensive. Anna says, I stopped smoking 35 years ago, seeing my dad suffer with emphysema. My friend at college used to bring in Sobrani cocktail cigarettes. Woo, very posh. I remember those, all different colours. All different colours. And Steve says, Stiggy, the container driver, I stopped smoking 12 years ago. I still now dream that I have been smoking and wake up really disappointed in myself. I have to be honest with you, once you've given up smoking, you kind of have to stick with it. Because I don't want to sort of preach to the convert. You all know about it because you've read all the interviews in the papers and been told about it. But you will die of it eventually. It's just the way it's going to go. It's, so if you can give up, great and well done, but it's not easy. So I know. Emma says, I'm always listening to you and you make me smile. I love your show. Bertie is a Cocker Spaniel. Bertie, how can you have a Cocker Spaniel called Bertie? Ours was called Jasper. And he was a Cocker Spaniel. We bought him as a little puppy, actually. And he was cute, but then he went round the bend, as a lot of them do, actually. They become a bit highly strung. And our one, unfortunately, as you know, stuck his head in a wasp's nest, which didn't help. And his little face puffed up and everything else. And it was after that he started going a bit sort of yappy and everything else and snapping. And so I came home from school one day and he'd gone. I don't know where he went to be honest with you. I can't remember. But I just know it became a little bit too much. A little bit too much for everybody. So after Catherine Ryan revealed she confronted a sexual predator she worked with, a fellow female comic says it's no joke. The male-dominated liberal comedy circuit is full of creeps and misogynists. This is Jackie Clune writing in the Mail today. Who are these people then? Who are these? I mean, who is this person? That's what I want to know. That Catherine Ryan confronted and said you're a female predator. I want to know who that person is. I just don't understand why you can drop a hint. It's like this person who's going into Towie. He claims he's slept with loads of straight footballers, but he's not going to tell you who they are. I couldn't quite work out why he bothered telling us anything in the first place. If you're that desperate for publicity, the papers, of course, will be hounding you. Because eventually, you're going to have a few drinks and you're going to be having loosened tongue, I suspect. That's it for this week. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to June the 13th. Already we're racing through. It's all very exciting. Very, very exciting. Nice weekend and the heat wave's on the way, and most of us are not looking forward to that. I realise that there's lots of you who love the heat wave and you can't wait to get it. My next door neighbour, she loves it. She cannot get enough of it. Lynn is away on holes at the moment, and she also loves the sunshine. Me, I have to hibernate. It just doesn't work. Although actually, I didn't water the plants yesterday. I must start watering on a regular basis because I've now got so many pots. And of course, what happens is if it's a terracotta pot, it heats up and it dries them out inside a little bit quicker than usual. So we shall have to sort that out a little bit later on. Grant Shapp says they will tackle the strikes with agency staff, because you can imagine, can't you? Is that the agency? How many train drivers do you have on your books? I don't think so. And Andrew's asked for royal status back. Ha 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 ha. Don't be so ridiculous. Here he is, the Prince of Delusion. They don't want you back. They don't like you. Nobody likes you. Get it through your thick head. Nobody likes you at all. He thinks that he was going to take part in the Garter ceremony today. Apparently Prince Charles and William, so the papers tell us, have had a word with Her Majesty and said, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because he's not fit for purpose. He's a deeply, deeply unpleasant person. I think he thought, because he's so arrogant and so immature at the same time, that once he did the interview with Emily Maitlis, that would make him sort of, a superstar again, and he'd be sort of Randy Andy, but without anybody to go out with. And then once he paid the 12 million to a woman he'd never met, in itself slightly murky, it was a case of, we'll leave it a couple of weeks, now just come back into it again. And they're going, are you really that stupid? Are you really? He thinks he's going to go back to being Colonel-in-Chief of one of the foot. They don't want him. He's the last person they want. Get out. We don't want tarnishing. Thank you very much indeed. So he's asked for his royal status back, thinking it's temporary. It's permanent, mate. It's permanent. They don't want you back. You're not a nice person. I don't care who you are, whether you think you're a member of the royal family. It's like Harry. He opted to come out of the royal family. It's not up to us to say, oh, do come back, Harry, we need you, because we don't. He's only a second-row royal, so it's not the most exciting. The Queen is now the second longest reigning monarch in history, which is quite some achievement. I reckon that the moment Charles gets that throne, when the Queen eventually passes on, I hope it's not for a long time yet, they'll have Andrew banished. He will have everything taken away from him. They don't need him. He's dragging the royal family down. I mean, really is that arrogant. He thinks you can just sort of get away with it. Well, you can't. You absolutely can't. What have we got? McDonald's. That all the McDonald's closed down in Russia. Well, the Russians have decided to open them up again. They're not called McDonald's. They're not allowed to use any of the McFlurry names or anything like that. Otherwise, they'll be in big trouble. So they've opened some burger bars in Moscow. Because the Russians are going, I'm sorry, I thought we were supposed to be winning the war. How come we're losing all our shops? Nobody wants to trade with us. Nobody likes us. They don't even like Putin. Who's got a mistress? He's got children with his mistress. Dirty man. Dirty man, honestly. And also a girl in China. She meets this bloke. He's over there during the pandemic, and they start a bit of a relationship, you know. And then, of course, because of the pandemic, nobody could travel. It went on for quite a while. Anyway, he then leaves China to come back here. So she decides to track him down, which is lovely, isn't it? So you see a happy ending? The hell you do. Turns out he's married with children. He doesn't want anything more to do with her. She was just the one-night stand that stayed a little bit longer. Another dirty little man. We'll be naming names on this programme. And then the killer elephant treks 100 kilometres out of some park. There's a woman getting water out of a well in a village. She doesn't know this elephant. They've never met. They've never been on any dates or anything like that. Anyway, he attacks her because I don't know if you've ever seen elephants when they attack. They're fairly, I mean, even cows can kill people just by leaning up against them. And so it kills her. And they'll go, boo, boo, terrible, terrible elephant and all the rest of it. I don't know what triggered it. I've got no idea. And anyway, they're then having the funeral. She's on a funeral pyre. And the elephant comes back, picks her up and throws her to the ground. She's, halfway through the stage of being, but there's obviously some grudge going on, isn't there? I mean, that really is very, very odd. But I remember seeing an advert on the television years ago, and it used an elephant. And it was an elephant, and somebody had done something to it, like they'd withheld a bun. They'd held the bun out, then they'd taken the bun away from this elephant in this sort of little scenario. And then there's a parade, and this elephant's in the parade, and it sees the person who withheld the bun from it. It's only a made-up thing, and it basically sprays them with water, which I thought was quite good. I mean, elephants, they say, never forget. Well, they've got nothing else to do in their life, have they? But this one was trampled to death before the beast returned to drag her away from a funeral pyre and maul her corpse. Her name was Maya. I mean, 124 miles away, it had escaped from the Dalma Wildlife Sanctuary in Jharkhand. And it returned as they were carrying out the last rites, forced to finish the ceremony after the elephant wandered off. It's amazing. Apparently, it comes after an elephant went on a rampage at a wedding after it got spooked by fireworks. Shock footage showed the massive elephant flipping cars and trashing the venue after it got startled by the noise. Don't mess with elephants. Don't mess with them. They're not. They don't like it when you actually see them going mad. With fireworks and stuff like. I mean, luckily nobody was injured, but you don't argue with elephants. They're very big. As we say, they never forget, do they? Does Love Island have the X Factor? No, it's a pile of old rubbish. It really is. And, of course, it gets worse for Michael Owen and his boring family. Honestly, good old Michael Owen. I tell you, the history of you's popping up all over the place, isn't it, Michael? Honestly, with the gambling and all the other things and let's just call it an incident over a telephone. And, as I say, we wonder why we're bored witless. I mean, I seriously thought there was only one person on Love Island. I thought it was Gemma Owen. I didn't realise there were other people on there as well, but apparently there's a deaf girl, which is lovely, isn't it? But it's a case of, it was all Gemma, because she's obviously the needy one. What do you do, love? I'm a dressage rider. No, you're not. You're a failure. You're a failure. You might have loads of horses, dear, but you've hardly won anything at all in 7 years. So obviously not the best thing. Not the best thing. Boy George wants to do a Las Vegas residency. I see no reason. And I'm going to tell you the story later on, because you've seen them everywhere. The American sweet shops. They're all over London. You can't move for them. They're everywhere. Selling these sweets. Well, I tell you, you can't be making enough money selling little packets of sweets. I've never seen anybody in these shops. The American sweet shops on Oxford Street are under investigation over alleged tax scam. And I've never seen so many of them open up. They're all over the place. So I'm going to tell you the story now, actually. 30 on London's landmark high street, including the one iconic HMV flagship site, are being investigated over concerns that they failed to pay £7.9 million in business rates. Councillors criticise building owners for turning a blind eye as to who is subletting their properties. It's led to a rash of these candy stores popping up in London. The shops avoid paying full business rates by subletting the property from an intermediary firm rather than the freeholder or long leaseholder. The council said it was taking enforcement. They're all over the place. And every time you see one of them round the corner on the Strand, it's a sweet shop, but they also do vaping stuff inside there. But, I mean, you can't make enough money. The shops do not appear to be commercially viable, the council says. We think the properties are used to avoid business rate bills. And apparently some of the stores are reported to be charging customers up to 45 quid for packets of sweets. Rip off. Don't go anywhere near them. Don't go anywhere near them. I can only warn you now. There's something that is not quite right. You see here, they've said there's been an expansion. They sell vaping oils, foreign exchanges. The council said they had received complaints about the shops not displaying prices, with items costing more than expected, as well as selling out-of-date food and counterfeit goods. Avoid them. Let's get them closed down very quickly. Don't touch them with a barge pole. You never know who's running it. You never know you're going to be ripped off. It's like whenever I see the people, I only ever see them at the stations, selling sweets. They've got a big counter full of sweets, and they say, oh, it's £1.50 per 10 grams, or whatever it happens to be. Well, you need to pay with a credit card, because these places rip you off. They put the prices up, but unfortunately the sweets that you're buying are all heavy. They're not light sweets. They only sell heavy sweets to mark it up even more. I've seen people with a little bag of sweets and they go, £26. And you go, what? You're having some joke or something? Oh, don't ever bother. Seriously, just go to a sweetie shop. Go to a sweetie shop. It's much better, isn't it, really? Greetings, says Noreen from a very hot Florida. We're having a whale of a time. Seen Peter 9 times. This is Peter Noon. He's incredible. A couple of coincidences. We were sitting between shows with my tote bag, and a lady came over. She told me her and her husband listen to you every day. They live in Florida. Their names are Debbie and Paul. And then Peter was chatting online on Facebook, and a lady messaged him. Someone had told the presenter on LBC they were coming to see Peter. I commented it was me. The chances of that. I mean, only 200 to 300 people were watching the chat. Last day here Monday, then on to Utah for more shows. So she doesn't stop. Really doesn't stop. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, has just got back from a date over in Buffalo. Buffalo, what's MN? Minnesota? Is it Minnesota? I don't know. A picturesque evening, Mexican food at a restaurant, followed by sitting by Buffalo Lake and listening to the community band play the Stars and Stripes Forever. She's super sweet and is the granddaughter of a legendary Minnesota TV anchor from WCCO News. More dates to come. A good evening indeed, says Jake. Ooh, look at you. Look at you getting out there, doing all this stuff. I love the WCCO News, where news comes first. You can imagine it, can't you? Laura, I hope you're well, actually, Jake. I'm sure you are now. Laura says, I hope you're well. I love listening to you on Catch Up as I do my rounds as a community nurse. You brighten my day, and I've just discovered the delights of Ronnie Pickering after you so kindly let us know about his ridiculous antics. Loved the Ian Dale podcast, doing hearing all about your life. Yeah. What's your name? Ronnie Pickering. Who? Ronnie Pickering. Have you seen him? What a pathetic waste of space, honestly. Foul-mouthed, rude, offensive. Apparently he thinks he's big, just in his head, I should imagine. Poor little Ronnie Pickering. I just love him. He drives a real woman's car. It's a little girly car he drives. And he's got somebody in the passenger seat. And he's going, yeah, I'll grow up. You grow up. He starts threatening him. What's your name? Ronnie Pickering. Nobody knows who Ronnie Pickering is, apart from the deluded Ronnie Pickering. And somebody, and he's got somebody sitting there. It could be the wife. I love that Croydon facelift. It's such a good look, isn't it, where they tie the hair back? Ronnie Pickering. We had so much fun with him, honestly. Bless his heart. Apparently still alive. Difficult to tell, is it, really, looking? Here in the Pennines, says Jane, it's cloudy and a cool 9 degrees. It's all right. It's all right. I can do cool. I can do cool. Very nice. Steve, I listen to your show nightly from my home in New York and love it. You have a wonderful sense of humour and a keen sense of observation. I was a guest on your show back in the 90s. I hosted a show on CNBC called Real Personal. It was a nightly chat show about sex. Oh. I remember I was on with a chap who owned an Indian restaurant. He brought in chicken with banana sauce for us. Really. It was awful, but we were good sports. Oh. I don't remember that at all. I really don't remember that. Definitely. But there you go. Barbara in Derbyshire said it was a Rolo advert and the horrid boy teased the elephant by not giving him the Rolo. He recognised the lad when he was an adult and whacked him with his trunk. It was such a good advert, wasn't it? Well, this one was a little bit more little bit more sort of, he killed this woman and then followed them to the funeral service where she was put on a pyre. He waited outside and then went in and threw her up in the air and trampled on her. She must have done something, mustn't she? I mean, I can't believe it.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to, oh gosh, is it really only Monday? I know already. And it's going to be hot, and it's going to be very hot. And it's going to be as hot as Hawaii, which is lovely, actually. I saw some pineapples the other day on sale in Paul Cooper's shop, and I looked at them as I went past on the bus, and I thought, do you know, I haven't had pineapple for ages. And I suddenly realised I can't have pineapple. It's another one of those fruits that's denied me, which is a shame. But those American sweet shops, really, be very careful. Be very careful. If there's no prices on anything, don't even bother. And also, some of the people running them look slightly, left of centre. But, why would you have a sweet shop with vaping inside it as well? That's very odd. Very, very strange. So, but I remember reading that the other day and thinking, well, I wonder why I've seen an influx. We got them in Kingston. They're all of a sudden they're all over the place selling these, sweets at vastly inflated prices. What did you think of the naked cyclists in London yesterday? I've seen naked people before, Paul. Seems a bit unhygienic. And they were using the rented bikes to sit on with no clothing, no pants. I mean, really dreadful. Really dreadful. I mean, I just think they're exhibitionists. They've got nothing to do with sort of protesters. They just go out there because they want to take their clothes off, And I wouldn't mind, but some of them were absolutely ancient. They really were. And, of course, all the pictures have to be carefully sort of doctored so you don't see people's bits and pieces, because unless you be offended by a willy, and yet there they are out on the streets of London. And you think to yourself, it's a bit sad, really, isn't it? I mean, 9 people, thousands of them stripped off, put sun cream on. I mean, that would be a little bit bad, wouldn't it, really? And so we're all out there, but lest you be offended by a naked bike ride, which the mayor has given credibility to by saying, treat them all properly. They've had to cover up their willies in case you're offended by willies or boobies or other bits and pieces. And you look at them and you think, my God, why is it always the ugly ones want to take their clothes off? What is it about things like that? Can you see me now? One's got written on his back. Somebody else has sort of painted all his bits. They've all got painted out. Perhaps they haven't got willies. Perhaps these are naked bike riders with no willies. Some were wearing body paint and trainers and little else, or just trainers and a hat. And then some of them were basically fully clothed, and they were the worrying ones, And there's a woman on the top of a bus going to Russell Square. Is it a woman or a man? Woman. Yeah, they're filming it. Perv. And here's a woman, she's wearing her knickers. Which kind of, and a man with the hairiest back. I thought he was wearing a rug. I had no idea. It looked like Christina Onassis. But no, we didn't think anything of the naked cyclist. I'd said to Corey, when he said, could I wear shorts? And I said, well, if you must, you must. I said, you're very lucky you're not on my programme at the moment. I said, because I don't have people wearing shorts. But I bet you anything, because this week is going to be so hot. It's going to be a case of loads of people will be in this building wearing shorts. And it'll be those pale, spindly little legs. There are certain people this bit they just shouldn't be wearing, just shorts. I wouldn't. Rooney still awaiting the verdict in Dubai. That's where the Rooney family have gone. Rebecca Vardy we don't really care about because she's a nasty little bully, as was demonstrated on YouTube. You can see her on there bullying somebody. And I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. She really is revolting, really. Duncan James dresses up in drag. Oh, quelle surprise on that one. That's a funny one, isn't it? Idris Elba could be in the running to play James Bond, but my producer says he's too old. I said, you're never too old. Never too old. There's nothing like them 49. That's not very old. 49. Well, we could probably do loads of films. Don't you think so? Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. You're such an ageist person, honestly. Thank goodness I'm not following in your footsteps. Steve, living on the coast, says Eileen. I'm normally too busy working to do all the fun things I see the tourists doing. So yesterday, me and my friends went for a speedboat ride, open-top bus ride, drinks on a riverboat, finished off with fish and chips. Terrific day. Oh, I love things like that. I think that's the most fun you can have. I like people watching. I'm a good people watcher. I'm very much a people watcher. So we had yesterday. We went, not yesterday, day before. Yesterday I went out for breakfast, which was lovely in Marylebone High Street. Next week they've got the Marylebone Festival, so there's going to be all sorts of stalls. I'm hoping the donut one's going to be back, because there was a donut place. They were really nice. They were all different flavours in the donut. No, not hot donut. No, just cold, but they were beautiful fillings. Oh, the fillings were like yum, 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 yum. I'm not supposed to have stuff like that, but it's a treat every so often. And it was the Saturday. We went to Joe Allen's, had a nice lunch there. Copious amounts of alcohol, which was even nicer, and I had ribeye steak, and then had a pudding, which was apple and cracked rhubarb pie with ice cream. It was delicious, very nice. No, it came with ice cream. I probably could have had custards, but it was very nice. And they went into Covent Garden and went to this stall, which because I've talked about it before. They make these figures of little old men and women, in different poses, and they're beautifully, beautifully made. They're absolutely. And I've got one at home, and then I bought one for Corey yesterday, which is 2 old women, one tall, thin old woman, and one short, little fat woman. So that was him, and I bought it for him. Because I thought it's a nice thing to do, isn't it? Nice sort of presence. I like doing things like that, actually. Matt says apparently we're looking at 30 degrees this week. You can look at it. I'm not looking at it. I don't want anything to do with that. Absolutely ghastly. Steve, is there a watershed for the radio where you can curse as there is on television? No. Well, I mean, it's accepted that you don't, and the reason you don't is because I think on television, a friend of mine worked for one of the big television companies, and it was his job to count the swear words in songs. You could have so many F words, so many other words, and so many other words, but you have to do a warning, to say this contains, some offensive language. You don't do it on radio because you don't know who's listening, and it might be very young children, so you won't hear anybody swear on radio. So you certainly wouldn't hear the F word or anything. I can't think of any reason why anybody would ever be allowed to put that out on the radio. Somebody would complain about that straight away. And there's probably quite a few banned words, but luckily I'm the paragon of virtue, so I'm the nearest thing to the angel Gabriel, I think. Certainly there wouldn't be any swearing, but no, there isn't necessarily a watershed. I mean, unless you did something in the early hours of the morning, and then you'd have to sort of apologise. In fact, normally, if anybody comes on and swears, the first thing you do, like television, they apologise. They've had to do it on Loose Women a few occasions. I've never accidentally sworn. I said, no, it's just an inbuilt thing. You don't swear. Well, as you know, I hardly ever swear in the office. Yeah, right. Yeah, absolute. That'll be little round spherical objects, won't it? Nobody's going to believe me on that one. So the answer to your question is no, it's an inbuilt thing. But if somebody does swear, like they had Johnny Rotten, silly little imbecile, swearing on television the other day, and he thinks he's being clever. It's the only bit of publicity he gets nowadays. Aged old man, past his sell-by, sort of swearing on television and calling people names. We have a 10-second delay anyway. So what you're listening to at the moment through your radio, and don't ask me to explain it to you, it's far too complicated, you never understand it. What you're hearing, I've already done. I've already done that 10 seconds ago. So if I swear, the producer's got 10 seconds, which is a lifetime. 10 seconds is like now. Okay? You've got to wait, you've got to wait, you've got to wait. See, it's a long time, 10 seconds. You can take something out. That's 10 seconds. That's a long time. So in other words, if I inadvertently swear, which I wouldn't, then the producer just pushes a button and it automatically takes it out, and then the computer plays catch up. So it's very clever. I mean, I think it's very clever, but you tend to find that people on radio don't swear. What would you swear about? I mean, if you're just swearing for the sake of swearing, it's a bit of a pointless exercise. But what the computer does, it adds gaps every time I take a pause in speaking. And then it can sort of do catch up. Years ago, it used to be a bit of tape on a machine. I remember seeing it in our master control, and it went all the way around. And if somebody pushed the button, if sort of a caller had said something that was defamatory or was libelous, then they would push the thing, and this tape machine would then go, and it would go round and hit the heads. It was quite like a funfair ride, really. And I can remember seeing it, thinking that's good. And then it also kept a record of it, so that you would know. So if anybody came back and said, oh, I heard something, because people thought if you spoke very quickly, you could beat the 10-second delay. Well, of course, it's not physically possible, because what you're hearing right now has occurred 10 seconds ago. You're hearing it in delay. Clever, isn't it? Steve, yesterday I went on a corgi hunt. There are 19 around the city for the Jubilee. Hard to find some, but a great time. There's one at the Strand Palace Hotel. they've got one in their foyer. And I don't know why. I suppose, of course, because it's the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, isn't it? And so a number of them arrived. Remember they did the elephants? I bought a couple of the elephants. I like those. There was a shop, yeah, they had painted elephants, which were all over the place in London. And it was a prize, not a prize, but you could have a little competition to find, where they all were. I thought they were great. I love stuff like that. And they made smaller little models of the elephants. So I think they're still packed up in boxes. Mind you, I've got tons of stuff in boxes. I've got no idea what I've got. It's very frightening. So Elaine is in the City of London. How lovely. Isn't that great at the weekend when there's nobody there, apart from just a few tourists? It's lovely. I like stuff like that. The identity of a third man discovered in the Great Train Robbery files. There was always said to be the mastermind behind it. And there were all sorts of rumours as to who the third person could possibly be. But I shall let the papers tell you all about that one. What else we got? Oh, a blind stroke survivor is refused a guide dog because the footpath near her home is blocked by shrubs. Which is, serious. Sometimes you can't make things up. And Shamima Begum, remember her? The nasty little liar. She says she was now sex trafficked by ISIS. Well, I don't think so, dear. Yeah, but she's a bit economical with the truth, is Shamima. She's going into court and she thinks she's going to get the death penalty. Well, this particular court doesn't have the death penalty. So again, more lies, more lies. We don't want to back the British government. Also, her family are trying to find a lawyer. But in fact, the legal team over in the courts over there have said they won't be accepting any British lawyers to go over there. The British government don't want her back. She's had her citizenship revoked. We don't want anything more to do with her. She knew exactly what she was doing. She wasn't groomed, as they say. She knew exactly what she was doing. She really did. Don't ever be fooled by Shamima Begum. Sex trafficked. Yeah, of course, dear. As long as you believe it. There's a shortage of naked butlers. I put the producer's name forward for that one. You just have to wear an apron and you're naked underneath it. And apparently I don't know why there's a shortage of them. I suppose because there are more hen parties. And apparently hen parties want naked butlers. Well, I don't know where else you find them, actually. Gay parties, I would imagine. We're having a naked butler. Whoopee, how exciting is that?
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I trust we find you well. I've got a job for you. Unfortunately, it's only for men. Between 23 and 38, it's the UK naked butler shortage has left the hen parties absolutely fuming. And so the naked butler service, Butlers with Bums, has now launched a nationwide recruitment drive because also willy straws are at a premium, which is a little bit... We didn't know what willy straws were until we saw them. You could buy them... you can buy a packet of 10 willy straws, $2.99, and... They do them in different colours and everything. I'm very excited. I don't know who's ever had things like this, but I'm sure somebody must have. And here you go, 10 willy straws, and that's $4.49. They're much cheaper at the other place, aren't they? And they look better. But anyway, so this particular company are looking for blokes to bear all. Well, I say bear all. You just want to be naked. And naked butler Thomas from Bournemouth said he's never been busier and is booked up till October. So if you're not afraid to flaunt your body, it's no good turning up. There used to be a man years ago on the strip circuit who used to be able to get his willy and all the bits and pieces in an egg cup. I mean, seriously, that was the whole joke about it, really. But apparently bookings for hen do's, says the party organiser Matt Mayvier, are off the charts this summer. Demand is so high, we're seeing a drought of willy straws and penis pinatas. There was such a thing, but there you go. So it's lots of people want to do it. I don't know what it pays. I've got no idea, but I'm assuming if this bloke's booked up, perhaps we should find out how much they get paid for sort of. But because you aren't naked, well, you are naked, but you're wearing basically an apron. So, yes, basically, I don't know why I'm even asking about it. But anyway, the perfect job for a naked cyclist, says Patricia in Whitstable. Dream on, dream on. Steve says that Jane in the Pennines says, I made lemon drizzle cake yesterday. If you were nearer, I would deliver some to you, but it's a long way from the Pennines. Yes. Craig in Ashington says, I'm 44 today. I remember being 43. I know. Well, don't worry, because you will get to that stage where you go, well, I'm 68. I don't remember being 67. Because that's how it will go. You will start forgetting things. Ascot Week this week. Every Duke and Earl and Peer is here. Everyone who should be here is here. What a smashing, positively dashing spectacle of the Ascot opening day. I've never been. No. I'm not, put it this way, I mean, you get some really weirdos. You know, the girls who sort of... years ago, it was Mrs. Schilling, Gertrude Schilling, and she used to have her hats designed by her son, David Schilling, who was a milliner, and it might still be, actually, I don't know. But anyway, they were all huge, these hats. I remember when Dame Edna Everage went to to Ascot, the whole hat was the Sydney Opera House, and you get people who... I mean, mostly they're very badly dressed people. And there we go. Gertrude Schilling wearing a giant hat, and she would go every year. You couldn't miss her, because hers were the biggest hats, the biggest, you know, it was always, she was nobody really. That was it. She was just David's mother. And I didn't know anything about her apart from she was a regular fixture at Ascot. That's what it was. I mean, she had all these hats. And she just went there. And, I mean, how they got her in and out of cars, I'll never know. But, no, she was very, very famous, Gertrude Schilling. Very, very famous. Died years and years ago. But when you look at the outfits, it was really quite... You can find them all online. Of course, she never paid for them. But it was... She was what they call an eccentric. She died in 1999, did she? She was 89. But she kept going up until the end. She liked wearing these huge outfits, which were lovely. They really were. David's still going. Is he really? I wonder whatever happened to all her dresses. You know what they should have done? I mean, mind you, they might have already thought about this. They should put them in a museum. But the trouble is, they're so big... You'd need a huge cabinet. A friend of mine, his friend, went to the V&A Museum the other day, and he said, did you go to the jewellery department? And she went, no. And he said, did you go to the theatre exhibition? No. Did you go to see Michelangelo's David? No. Did you see the Raphael cartoons? No. He said, what did you see? She said, we saw the canteen, and we saw some statues. He said, you can't go to the V&A without actually seeing the Raphael cartoons. They're on loan from Her Majesty. They're enormous. They're like 50 feet by 40 feet. They're huge, the Raphael cartoons. What else we got? Idris Elba we did earlier on, didn't we? The baby-faced teen who caused misery to residents has been banned from a town. And if he causes any more trouble, they'll put him in prison. His mother said, he's a lovely boy, proving you get some really stupid parents nowadays, don't you? You can just imagine what the mother's like if the son's like that, terrifying other people. And it's a picture of him. His name's Caelan. I mean, honestly, give a child a stupid name. He's been banned from Kidderminster for 3 years. Well, who lives in Kidderminster? James O'Brien. Yeah, wouldn't live there. But he's at the centre of an antisocial and threatening behaviour as well as online abuse. And, I mean, he's quite clearly a little simpleton. He doesn't know anything. So he's banned from being in a group of more than 3 people in public. He's forbidden from entering the town until May 2025. I mean, if he breaches the court ban, he could face a hefty fine or even time in prison. Well, not at 14, he won't go to prison. They'd send him to a young person's institute, which actually is the best place. You get these children, the simpletons. He probably drinks and smokes, and he's probably done drugs. Because that's what kids do when they get out of control. There's no reason for a kid being out of control unless you've got parents who really couldn't give a forex about you. And I suspect that's probably the same for them, actually. Graham says, have you been to see My Fair Lady at the Colosseum? Absolutely brilliant. Worth a look. It's on till August. Yes, I haven't seen it. I know the piece very well because I was in the very first amateur production of it, which was allowed under the terms of the film agreement. The very first people who did My Fair Lady were Newbury Operatic Society. They were allowed to do it with the costumes from the film. I was in it. I was just a flunky. I was only a schoolboy. I was only 15, but I just had to wear the powdered wig and stand there. I got the same part in The Merry Widow. I didn't go any further, I'm afraid, in my exhaustive career. We didn't have to sing anything, and the Ascot Gavotte, we just had to pass drinks around. But we had all the costumes coming down from Angels, all in the big wicker trunks and everything. It was fantastic. And they were the first amateur operatic society to be allowed to do it under licence. It's great, isn't it? Newbury Operatic Societies, and it was just wonderful. The Ascot Gavotte, where the curtains open, and that's where they do every duke and earl and peer is here. Even as a child, I was in show business. Even as a child, if you cut me in half, showbiz running all the way through me. Yeah, glitter. Seriously, it's like sometimes I say to people, "Is you're only hanging around with me that a bit of the glitter on me is going to rub off on you, and it's going to make you more show busy." So I know the part, I know all the songs, I can tell you everything. I know. I loved Freddie Eynsford Hill. I have often walked down the street before. That was right. I could have done that. Oh, what was it? The last line, I think. He says, "Eliza, where are my slippers?" Da 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 da. Oh, it was great. I loved it. We thought it was fabulous. We got makeup on, these powdered white wigs, and which were very itchy. They were horsehair, I think. They were terribly itchy, and we just all looked terribly smart. Had to bring our own shoes, but apart from that, you got all the clothes, knickerbockers and everything else in sort of red velvet, I think they were, or blue velvet, and it was. They did lots and lots of productions, and they're still going, as far as I know. We used to rehearse after school. You'd go home, then I'd cycle back into town to do the rehearsals, and then we got to hear the rehearsals with the orchestra. It was brilliant. Seriously, anybody who's ever done Drams, it's great. Why did people wear powdered wigs? Well, in the old days, people didn't shower. And so they were very unclean. And so what they would have these wigs, which were full of lice and all sorts of things, and they would put perfume and powder, like talcum powder, in there. And of course, I mean, lots of people used to put makeup on, but it was lead, and it would eat into their skin, so their skins became pock-ridden. It was dreadful, absolutely dreadful. Baldness swept the land, so people started putting wigs on and cover themselves in perfume because people smell. I mean, the story began, like many others, with syphilis. The STD had become the worst epidemic to strike Europe, I think, since the Black Death. I think there was a multitude of syphilis patients who clogged London hospitals. They faced the full brunt of disease, open sores, rashes, blindness, dementia, patchy hair loss, everything. So people wore wigs, and it covered up the stench. In fact, that's what they sing in Miss Saigon, perfume can cover a stench. That's what we learned from the French. And so powdered wigs were in society, but they literally had insects crawling in and out of them. It was ghastly, absolutely ghastly. Not my one. No, our ones were just sort of tied back as if we looked as though we'd wandered out of the revolution in France, which was great. Steve, my mum hosted my auntie's hen party at our house about 10 years ago. I remember finding willy straws and being horrified and extremely amused, says Will. As an 11-year-old, they were strangely detailed, but I'll leave it at that. Yeah, we've seen them. We have seen. That's what the internet provides you with nowadays, should you want to know what a willy straw is, which, to be honest with you, up until a short while ago, I hadn't ever sort of worried about things like that. Now I worry. Steve, I'm a clinically vulnerable person, but went out of my comfort zone to see Bat Out of Hell at the Bradford Alhambra on Friday. Spectacular, says Jane. Like a bat out of hell, keep on with the morning. I loved Meatloaf. I loved him. Steve, I recently discovered your show, now living in Cairns, in tropical North Queensland after leaving the UK. Love your humour and find myself agreeing with literally everything. We're having a look at Cairns. You've got loads of... It's beautiful, isn't it? Loads of palm trees. We must have been separated at birth. I shouldn't think so. It's highly unlikely. Don't start that rumour. But they've got Airbnbs out there. And the beaches look deserted. There's nobody on the beaches at all. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? Look at that. Cairns. What to do in Cairns? Sit on the beach? Drink rum and Coca-Cola or something, I should imagine. It's lovely. I love the way the trees are all leaning towards the ocean. Isn't that an interesting one? They don't stand upright like the willy straws. They're sort of palm tree. I like palm trees. I've never been on a beach with palm trees before. Excuse me. Well, I must have been, I suppose, but I don't. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. When Dale and I went to the south of France, we went to Cannes, and they've got palm trees all the way along the Croisette, but they weren't actually on the beach. Very interesting. The producer has obviously sort of wandered over to the dark side and started getting involved in show business. So he's been finding out all about, for some reason, The Wizard of Oz, and some little facts and figures that you might not know about this film with Judy Garland. The face mask that Ray Bolger wore. His scarecrow costume was so heavy it was made of rubber. It nearly suffocated him on several occasions. Also, the studio executives at MGM treated Judy Garland so terribly. They often referred to her as a fat little pig with pigtails. I mean, the trouble is, Louis B. Mayer had her on a strict diet of black coffee, chicken soup and 80 cigarettes a day, along with diet pills to reduce her appetite, because they had to keep her looking young. The male actors who played the Munchkins would often torment Judy Garland on set, and some allegedly sexually assaulted her by putting their hands under her dress. Margaret Hamilton, who was the Wicked Witch, suffered such severe burns on her face and hand after a stunt went wrong. It looked as though somebody had taken the top off her hand and peeled it like an orange. I mean, seriously dangerous. And the green makeup that was used for the Wicked Witch of the West was so toxic that Margaret Hamilton was put on a strict liquid diet to avoid accidentally getting the paint in her mouth. Because, do you remember when they did Goldfinger? The model in it, Shirley Eaton, I think, was painted gold all over her body, but they had to leave a circle so that her skin could breathe, because otherwise she could have suffocated. I remember reading that some time ago. There's all sorts of facts and figures to do with films, but the producers discovered these wonderful websites, so now he watches it and he goes, oh my lord, what happened with the Wicked Witch of the West? And Buddy Ebsen was originally cast as the Tin Man, but apparently the aluminium dust in his makeup was so toxic, nearly choked him to death, so he was replaced by Jack Haley. Buddy Ebsen. So there you go. You look at all these. I think he was in the he was Jed Clampett, wasn't he? I think in the Beverly Hillbillies. I'm pretty certain. He looks very familiar to me. But all these people, all these marvellous people who went before, and had we not had movies and, celluloid and stuff like that, we wouldn't still be able to see them. That's why I've always recommended to elderly people, if you're looking for a present from an elderly person, get that box set of That's Entertainment. It's 3 DVDs, I think. It's only about $9.99, and it's got all the clips from all the Hollywood movies, introduced by people like Frank Sinatra, like, Bing Crosby and people like that, and not Judy Garland, but Liza Minnelli and people like that. It's really worth getting. That's Entertainment. Very good indeed. Jane from Upshire says, what a wonderful story about My Fair Lady. You turned it into an interesting history lesson. I loved My Fair Lady. I thought it was so good. I just thought at school, I remember them asking, does anybody want to, they're looking for 4 boys, up straight away. Just so that you could go and sort of do it. And the Corn Exchange in Newbury, where it was put on, packed. We sold out because it was so well known, and it was lovely. And they put up everything. They literally created the stage with the curtains and everything else, and it all came in. So at the end of the run, on the very last night, we were taking our makeup off, and they're dismantling the stage while the audience is still filing out. It was very, very interesting. Gary says, first-time listener since I started my own business a month ago. I deliver motorcycles, and going from Leicester to Cornwall this morning. Ooh. High-side motorcycle transport, delivering motorcycles. Honestly, we've had people doing beds, pillows. We get all sorts of things on this programme. We don't differentiate between anybody. You're all very welcome. Delivering motorcycles. The father of my godchildren, he's obsessed with motorcycles. Me, you wouldn't get me on one if you paid me. I've no sense of balance whatsoever. I'd be falling off and, a bit disastrous. I did have a scooter, yes, but it was a Piaggio Hexagon. It was hardly a scooter. It was more like a Rolls Royce, just on 2 wheels. But I had it because we didn't have any parking in the building. When we were in Gray's Inn Road, there was no parking, so I bought this scooter for £3,500, tax deductible, and because it was transport. And they took me into a local cinema car park, and I drove around there. The people who sold it to me in the shop. It was next door to this old cinema, and I went into the car park. 5 minutes going round the car, he went, that's okay. And I was then let loose on the road. Well, I was terrified. Seriously, absolutely terrified. This thing could do 70 miles an hour. No, you didn't have to pass the test. Well, you still do. Why do you think all these people delivering pizzas and Deliveroo, they're all learner drivers? They haven't taken tests. They're on, I mean, to be honest with you, they're completely dangerous. They shouldn't be allowed on the road at all, especially not delivering stuff. But when I came to the Great West Road and I had to turn right, I had to sort of get off the scooter and push it to the other side of the road and then go on. I couldn't turn corners or anything like that. Well, because I was frightened I'd fall off. So I used to get off and push it round the corner and then sort of go on my way. It's a bit like being sort of an ice skater, you know. I couldn't turn round on the ice, so I'd go and hit the wall at the other end, then I'd turn my body round and then propel myself off in the opposite direction. Seemed to work all right for me. You know, don't laugh at me. Steve, how long for? What, the scooter? Oh, not that long, about 6 months. And but what you've got to do, because you've got to add oil to the petrol, you know, sort of, it's got to be a mixture. And if you don't ride the thing, it solidifies. You've got to go and sort it all out. It's a bit of a pain. And then my bike got nicked. And luckily, if only I'd had it insured, but it hadn't been insured. It was on private property and somebody nicked it. Because it was very nice. They took my helmet and my wheel clamp and battery charger and everything else. And it started delivering pizzas in Brentford, because they were thieving little tow rags. And then it started collecting parking tickets. In fact, it collected quite a lot of parking tickets on a daily basis, because they park it every night in a private cul-de-sac, but it didn't have any road fund licence or anything, so it kept getting tickets. Luckily, I'd reported it to the police, so I had a crime number. So I could then write back to Hounslow Council and say, got a crime number, you're not going to get your money. You know, which was much better, actually. Have you got the Costco executive card or standard membership? Says Joe. That is a very silly question. Shirley Eaton's gold paint scene was based on a Swiss model who was entirely covered with gold paint and suffocated. That's why they left her stomach, which is what she was sort of lying on, unpainted, says Eddie. Yes, I knew about that. I knew you had to do it because it could be quite dangerous. And especially as it was sort of like a normal gold paint. I don't think it was a particularly special gold paint, one of those things. So Hilary DeVay has died from Dragon's Den. She'd been ill for some time. We don't know what it was. She'd had a stroke a number of years ago. And she died in Morocco. She has a holiday home over there. And she was only 65. Very young. Very, very young. Plus, celebrities and producers have launched a campaign to stop the government privatising Channel 4. So that'll be exciting. We wanted to see all the people coming out to sort of complain about it. What was I watching the other day on television? I remember thinking, God, this is a pile of rubbish. I can't remember who's hosting it. Whatever it was one of those deadbeat programmes, supposedly for young people. But the people they put on there can barely string two words together. It's very embarrassing. I can't remember what it was called. I can't even tell you what they were doing. At one point, they have to phone somebody up to get the answer to something. I don't know what. I can't even tell you what it was on. I don't know. I just flick round the channels and these things pop up. And they sort of get... And there's a big woman, large woman with lots of hair who appears on a screen. And they go, oh, can you find somebody who would sell, you know, popcorn covered in chocolate or something? And she'll go, I can do that for you. And it's a pile of rubbish. It really is, honestly. Mind you, I knew the last question. A woman was going to get on the Chris Tarrant programme, which millionaire, I can never remember the name of the blasted thing. And it was outside Charing Cross Station, which queen has a statue to herself. And I knew immediately, because it's not an original statue, it's a copy. It's a copy of what it would have been. And they had, was it Queen Mavis, Queen Geraldine, Queen Eleanor, or Queen something? And I knew the answer immediately, because I pass it every day, so I know exactly what it is. Because when I first looked at it, I thought, that's quite old. And it was Queen Eleanor. But she said, I can't even guess it. I don't know. So she didn't bother. And I'm shouting at the television, it's Eleanor, Queen Eleanor, you dozy bat. Queen Eleanor, how can you not know things that way? Of course, she didn't come from London, so I wouldn't expect her to know these sort of things. But no, I knew the answer. She could have won, I think, £120,000 or something. Yeah. It's good, though, isn't it? I mean, I like it when I know the answer to questions, because I know most of them. But wouldn't have the faintest interest in going there and sort of actually because apparently, you know, it becomes a little bit sort of difficult, and a lot of people freeze under the studio lights, you know, where they sort of go and they go, do you know the answer to this one? Something that you normally would know every time, and then all of a sudden, you know, mind goes completely blank. You know, you don't get nervous though. No, not at all. No. I'm supposed to. They always say if you're not nervous, if you go on stage and do something, you're not really doing it properly. Because you always worried, don't you? You know, whenever we do a show, you always sort of hope we're going to sell the tickets out, which is always quite nice because it all goes to charity. And secondly, hope you don't dry. Well, I've never dried in my life. You know, I can imagine other people coming and going, sorry, how long's the... I told you, a friend of mine who was a well-known television presenter came onto LBC because his work had gone a bit thin on the ground, and so I got him a job. And he lasted about a week. And he said, what do you talk about all the time? I said, I've got no idea. That's what you're asking me for. I wouldn't know anything like that. I said, I just open my mouth and something's regurgitated and it's either entertaining or it's not entertaining. I said, and that's the way it works. He said, I couldn't think of anything to talk about. I said, well, then you talk about not having anything to talk about, which means that you're then talking about something. Makes it, I mean, it's not difficult, really, not difficult at all. Not unless you're me, in which case I can make it appear very difficult. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Monday, June the 13th. And in the back of my mind, I suddenly realised I did have a hospital appointment today. And they've moved it, I think, to the 28th or something like that, honestly. So next month's going to be very interesting. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I trust you had a good weekend. It's Ascot week, which means people will be dressing up. Some people... ghastly clothes. In fact, actually, I used to see Brucey there every year. On the television, they would always see Bruce, and he'd always, tip his top hat, because he always looked very elegant. With his wife, they would go there. And all sorts of people. We were talking about Gertrude Schilling, who was a stalwart of Ascot. And to get into the royal enclosure, there was all sorts of criteria. You weren't allowed in unless you had this, or you had that, or you didn't have this. And I remember thinking it was sort of quite a nice thing to do to go to Ascot. But I have been, LBC has had horse racing events over the years. And I never quite, I was always a bit disappointed in the horses because they looked like My Little Ponies. They were very fragile, little spindly legs. On the television, they look quite big. But I promise you, whenever you actually go and see it, it's a bit disappointing because you look at these horses and you think to yourself, and these little jockeys and all the rest of it. But it's an industry, isn't it, really? Definitely. The Dorchester Hotel are flogging off everything, having a complete refit. And so you can go and buy all sorts of bits and pieces. I used to go to I went there for tea a couple of times, actually. That was the first place I discovered that you didn't just have to eat the sandwiches they gave you. You could order more. So I would order more. Yeah, we'll have a complete thing again. All the sandwiches. I used to love the sandwiches there. I thought they were very good. Boy George wants to do this Las Vegas residency. I mean, he's got a good back catalogue. I don't know whether or not they've actually talked to him about it. Yeah, well, Culture Club. We're not too sure who's actually in Culture Club. I don't know whether John Moss, George's ex-boyfriend, was going to still be in it or he wasn't going to be in it. Because you tend to forget I mean, nowadays, Bananarama are in their 60s. I mean, I remember going to see them. Well, I didn't go to see them. I was up at the Des O'Connor show when it was filmed at Teddington Studios when it was in existence. It's not in existence now. It's blocks of flats. Everywhere's blocks of flats. Can't move in London for blocks of flats. I don't know how these people afford it, but anyway. And we went to see Bernard. Well, we didn't. We were going to see Des O'Connor because there was another guest up there, and Bananarama were on, and they mimed. They didn't. I don't think they've ever sung live in their life. I certainly, not that I was aware of. They might have done. But they're on are they on at Kenwood House? Well, they must be singing live, mustn't they? You can't mime a show. That would be ridiculous. I mean, I don't know how many hits they had. How many hits have they got? So up and coming show. See, there's only two in Bananarama now. Seems a bit pointless. It was, 3 I thought was cutting it a bit fine. And they're doing, they're all over the place. So the 17th of this month, Kenwood House, Hampstead Heath. And then they're doing Kew Gardens. Then they're doing Ardingly in West Sussex, the South of England Showground, then the Forever Young Festival, and blimey, they're all over the place, aren't they? Lafayette in London, that's their album launch. Royal Estate at Sandringham on the 27th of the 8th. 3rd of the 9th, Let's Rock Kent, if only. 4th of the 9th, the Godiva Festival in Coventry. Means they have to take all their clothes off, does it, or something like that? That's what Lady Godiva did. She rode naked on a horse, poor horse, honestly. How it suffered. But no, there's only 2 of them. How much are tickets? Can you find me tickets for? Let's go to Kew. Let's go to Kew. How many tickets? Is it seated, or are you sitting your bottom on the ground? They're supported by Gabrielle and Rebecca Ferguson. Good Lord, which is very nice. They're going to have to be multi-tracked, aren't they? Here we go. Doors open 5 o'clock. And general admission adult is £54.13. But if you want the reserved enclosure adult, it's £79 10 pence. But if you want the orangery barbecue, it's £175. £170 for a barbecue? I thought the whole idea of barbecue was it was cheap. Oh, wait a minute. The event's performance date has changed. The old date was Saturday the 10th of July at 6 o'clock. The show will now take place on Saturday 9th of July. Well, it can't have been Saturday the 10th if Saturday is also the 9th, can it? So they must have got that wrong somewhere. But so Kenwood House this week. I'm going to see my godchildren this week on Saturday, which is very nice. I mean, mind you, it won't, but mind you, the air conditioning in my car is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's like sitting in a fridge. Absolutely sitting in a fridge, and that pleases me. Although somebody said, oh, it drinks petrol. I went, oh, yeah, well, kind of the price you have to pay. I did fill it up the other day, so I've now worked out how much it costs to fill my tank up. 160 quid. If I want to fill up the tank from empty, but I never let it run empty. Never let it run empty. Adrian says, could you kindly wish my dad, Eamon, a happy birthday this morning? I've forgotten if he's 79 or 80. Well, that would be useful, wouldn't it, to try and find out. Adrian, he's also a true follower of the Steve Allen Show. Well, he's a man of impeccable taste. Fancy not knowing if your old man, 79 or 80. Mind you, I couldn't remember anything. My brother had to tell me when, members of my family died. Seriously, I can't remember. My mum would have been in her 90s now, but she died at 62, so that was about 30 years ago. It's frightening when you look at the time, isn't it? And Dad was a bit before that. Tara says, will we learn soon what we will buy this year, raising money for Make Some Noise? It's changed twice. Actually. Kenwood House Cafe is defo recommended, says Lawrence. Or it could be Lawrence, it's just a misspelling, I suppose. But I've never been there. I've been to Kenwood House. Have I been to the cafe? I can't remember if I went to the cafe or not. I might not have done. But there's something nice about it. I think the food at the museums in London is exemplary. Seriously good. Very, very good. Although, my advice is if you're going to check where the drinks are and where the food is. Because if you've ordered hot food, you don't want to stand there waiting while somebody does a latte or something like that. Or a mocha. Yeah, like in Pret, you order your hot food. And I think they've given up making bacon sandwiches in Twickenham. I'm pretty certain. Because I don't think there's the hot machine in there. It's all sandwiches at the moment. Very disappointing, I'm afraid. So I shall take my business elsewhere. I shall have to go to... Well, I keep checking in there if they've got the bacon sandwiches back. I might have to go to Marks and Spencer's, but they've still got the bus. They're the slowest road workers in living Christendom here outside Twickenham Station. So they've closed the bus stop, and it says bus stop, closed. You have to walk all the way down the hill. It's a right pain. It really is. I feel very sorry for people. Don't you hate it, says Mark, when couples hold hands together in the street and block the whole pavement? No, I kick them. I carry a stick with me. Get out of the way. Very short-tempered on the streets. And, Steve, I did a 10-mile walk yesterday morning, and you know what kept me entertained? You talking to Ian Dale. Lovely to hear how you both talk fondly of staff who used to work with you. I have to say that, otherwise it's a court case. I have to tell them, Sarah. People say, so what was it like working with Thomas and Corey? Well, I put up with it, And Chris, my producer as well, who's the super fit guy, cycles everywhere. And he now produces Nick Abbott, and he also produces Tom Swarbrick. So most of the people on this programme, in fact, actually all the people on this programme have moved on to bigger and better things. No, not necessarily better. No, not necessarily. No, or bigger. No, you're right, actually. Although strange. Oh, no, I can't tell you. It's confidential. Confidential. People. But no, I mean, because you do. And I said to Ian, and he was with me on it as well, that when you work with people for a long while, they get right on your nerves. I mean, seriously, God, you come in and there they are. Hello, being all blooming cheerful and bonhomie everywhere. Oh, so what did you get up to at the weekend? Why don't you just go and ride your bike somewhere else? Off the end of Blackpool Pier would be a very popular venue, I suspect. But you have to, and so they go. And also you have to start making things up, because otherwise you feel like you're not doing anything. I got one of the newsreaders out there on the news thing today. I was talking about we went out for lunch with Corey, which we do about every month or something like that. And Dom says, you've not invited me out for lunch. I thought, honestly, nothing worse than people being forward, is there? You know, it's a case of, oh, yeah. I said, you can come out for lunch. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think he's got the clothes. But, you know, we might have to sort of make an exception, take him to a charity shop or something so we can find something he can wear that looks decent. You know, because if you're taking somebody out to somewhere nice, you know, you want people to look their best. I don't want people to look at me with pity in their eyes. Yeah, Corey wore shorts, and he did check with me. Actually, the funny thing is, I was coming in on the train, and I thought to myself, gee, I bet he's going to check with me. Can I wear shorts? Because he knows how anti-shorts I am. And then he comes in and he says to me, look at my legs. Well, to be honest with you, it was like an episode of the Antiques Roadshow that had gone wrong. It was a case of Arthur Negus would have had a field day. It was really odd, very odd. Tom Cruise, says a pal, never accepts responsibility for his mistakes. He's just finished with his girlfriend. They've been going out. It was sort of on, off, a bit like Prince Andrew, and he's just off. And in fact, front page of The Sun today, he's been banned from appearing in public at the Order of the Garter after Charles and William lobbied the Queen. He hoped his appearance with the royal family would be a springboard back to public life. We don't want you. Get the message. Let's make it sink in. The senior royals feared a backlash. I can absolutely imagine. He'll only be allowed at private aspects of the Windsor ceremony. We don't want to see him walking down the hill, thank you very much. We really don't. We really don't. And he also, I think, the Queen has ordered Prince Andrew to stay out of sight at Windsor Castle for his own good. Well, finally, she's seen sense. I know she's supposed to be, you know, he's supposed to be her favourite son and all the rest of it. Unfortunately, his copybook is so blotted that we don't want him anywhere near the place. Absolutely. He's called the disgraced Duke now. And Angela Levin, who's a royal biographer, says he's slippery and should be ashamed of himself. I love the way that he's got so much arrogance that he seriously thinks that we're all going to go, oh, come on back in, Andrew, hanging around with that convicted paedophile, you know, and giving 12 million to a woman you've never met before. You must think we fell out of trees or something. But I mean, you know, and then, oh, yes, I'll go and talk to the FBI. He never did anything like that at all. There was just lie after lie after lie. William is going to mark turning 40 by moving his family to Windsor. How many blooming houses do they need? As somebody said the other day, you know, whilst we like certain members of the royal family, they don't have to worry like you or I. A bill comes in. I was listening to somebody talking must have been Nick Abbott yesterday, last night, and he was saying that he expects his electricity bill to be £3,000. I thought, what? 3,000 quid? Unbelievable. But that's the way it's going to go. But of course, the royal family don't need to worry about that. They're so out of touch with us. They don't need to worry about, oh, the plumber's going to be late today. Can somebody stay in and... They don't need to worry about that. You know, the electricity bill's coming in, the gas bill, yeah, and... You know, they don't have to take the morning off work. They don't have to bother going, oh, should we go and do some shopping today? Should we go to Lidl? You know, of course not. They don't do anything like that. Should we mow the grass? No. There's people who do it for you. But Andrew, definitely not a pleasant person. So the answer is no. No. And he also wanted to get back into his military Grenadier Guards uniform. No. Get the message. Please get the message. Nobody likes you. Okay? Simple as that. Apart from the ex-wife.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It's interesting. Andrew, I've given up with the Prince thing, thank you very much indeed, has also been pushing for his daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie, to be made working royals so they can be financially secure and be gifted a royal home, because he hasn't got any money, has he? I mean, to be honest with you, I thought they'd already turned them down. It's a case of no thank you very much indeed. And... I watched the interview back again the other day with Emily Maitlis, and to be honest with you, he was so delusional on it. I mean, he really was. It was lie after lie after lie. But, yeah, he did, because I was arguing with a friend of mine who said, oh, no, the 12 million went to charity. I said, no, it didn't. There was 12 million that went to her, and then he made a donation to charity rather than go to court. When the Queen stripped him of his titles, the palace said he will continue not to undertake any public duties and have been reduced to a private citizen. He's got nothing to do. I don't think he's ever sort of done anything, really, of any note. Well, apart from the usual. And it just brought shame on the royal family, which is a great embarrassment. Prince Charles and Boris Johnson are likely to meet in Rwanda to discuss the migrants' row. I mean, this is looking a bit precarious, isn't it? Because they've got 30-odd people to go on this plane. So apart from the fact this is costing us millions, millions. 30 people, and all of them, I'm reliably informed, have got lawyers to say that they won't be flying back on this plane anytime soon to Rwanda. So what's the point of having them? This plane's been sitting there for God knows how long. You can't just order a plane up. You know, they don't have them sort of, yes, we'll bring one out now. Otherwise they'll be doing it at the airports. And who's paying for it? We are. Because it's got to be filled with fuel, and it's going to fly to Rwanda with, at the moment, nobody. Cat-kicking West Ham star, I wish he'd go on the plane, Kurt Zuma, faces hard labour such as clearing rubbish. This is the... apparently he's known for this East London club where the song is I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles. I've just bought 2 bubble machines, which reminds... It's a tenuous link. They were advertising. I get these little sort of adverts that pop up on my telephone and they go, oh, and I bought quite a few things actually to make me look younger. It's just basically a piece of cling film. And these bubble machines, you dip the actual thing into some bubble mixture and it fires off millions of bubbles. I've never seen so many bubbles. So I bought 2. I'm so excited. I love bubble machine. No, there's too many to bring in here. Really, but they do look very nice, actually. But anyway, this £30 million defender, as I prefer to call him, this buffoon, this animal hater, this disgusting piece of work, he'd do their time in public, and they were warned chores could include shoveling, litter picking, ground maintenance, painting or tackling graffiti. Oh, easy peasy then, isn't it, really? He's worth £30 million. Why should he care? Not really bothered. But apparently, yesterday it emerged criminals had done 300,000 hours of community service. But apparently, so when he was kicking his cat around, he's been given 180 hours. What a ghastly person you are. What a revolting piece of work. Oh, good. Somebody else has got some coverage for Love Island, the deaf girl. The deaf girl. Her dad is very proud of his Tasha. She lip reads fellas like a book. Well, that's fine. He looks fairly sensible. Otherwise, Michael Owen and his dreary daughter seem to be dominating the press again. And Gemma Owen admitted she still fancies her ex. I mean, she is only 19. She went out with him when apparently she was 17. They went out for quite a while. But she said, oh, God, that's my ex-boyfriend. Of course, he's not really interested in her now. That's going to make you look a bit silly, isn't it? But most of the people are saying, just get her out. Get her out. Makes it easier. Denise Van Outen says she's been badgered by strangers telling her to get back with her partner despite his sexing shame. Why would she want to be with Eddie Boxall ever again? I mean, you couldn't trust him as far as you could throw him, Denise. He admitted messaging other women. She said she couldn't even go to the post office without somebody telling her what to do. Tell them to stick it up. Do one. Why do you want to stay with somebody who cheats? That would be just sad and ridiculous. Sad and ridiculous. But there you go. EastEnders actress Jessie Wallace getting into the party spirit. She likes a bit of spirit. And this was the British Soap Awards. I didn't see them, so I don't even know who won. I've got no idea. Have they released... were they best soap? Oh, we don't know. I'm sort of waiting for that. I love the way they put a picture of Christine McGuinness in the papers and call her a model. When was the last time you modelled anything, dear? You're not exactly on anybody's books for modelling, are you? I haven't seen anything. Robbie Williams is heading out on his first tour across the UK to celebrate 25 years of doing nothing. Nothing at all. He's just been sitting there and being irritating, as he always was. He gave a half-time performance at Soccer Aid. He will hit the road in October in support of his new album, XXV, which will feature many of his greatest hits re-recorded with an orchestra. Riveting. So, in other words, no effort whatsoever involved. Best soap at the Soap Awards last night. Is it Emmerdale? Is it? Oh, thank goodness for that. That's lovely. Wouldn't go and live in that village, I tell you. It's full of all sorts of murderers and things like that. But it's far more entertaining than all the other ones. It's taken them years and years to get to that stage. And the reason that EastEnders didn't get it is nobody's watching it. How can you give an award to somebody that's not being watched? Coronation Street is, too many children. And Emmerdale is great. Although somebody said that, it's not been the same since Amos Brearley left. Somebody, I can't remember who said it. Somebody in their column was talking about Amos Brearley and Mr. Wilkes, who I thought were a happily married gay couple. They just happened to run a bar together. And nice characters in it. Older characters. Not kids. You don't want kids, because all they're interested in is won't be famous. They've just kicked somebody out of EastEnders. They've decided they're going to kill a character off. And she's apparently gone into complete meltdown, even though I didn't know who she was, which doesn't really help, does it? Was it Lola? Yeah, her name was Lola. She was a showgirl. But they've decided to kick her out. But because you've got to keep it fresh. That's the one thing which you've got to do with soaps. You can keep it as real as you can, and sometimes it's not that real. I mean, honestly, you really wouldn't want to live in Walford, would you? I mean, it really is ghastly. It was so much better years ago. But Corrie and Emmerdale still do very well. Emmerdale's, it's taken them a while to get there, but they're doing it. Tall blokes get the girls, while shorter guys struggle to win over women, even if they're rich and famous, a book claims. Oh, right. Apparently, a 5'6" chap earning $190,000 a year is considerably less desirable than a 6-foot man on 50 grand. What a load of old rubbish. What a stupid thing to write. And Jeremy Clarkson is seething after being banned from selling crayfish in his farm shop. He, the 62-year-old, wants to fund work on a lake by catching and flogging crustaceans in a glorified prawn cocktail. But he explains the problem is the crayfish I have are American. They're labelled an invasive species. Right. I've seen a place on America, and I think they went out. It was some bloke touring across America, and they've got all these lakes there, and they have crayfish. And what they do is they harvest them. They're in these lakes with all these plants, and they harvest all these crayfish, and they take them back and they bag them up and sell them all the way around America, live crayfish. Or they actually cook. I've never eaten crayfish. Or they sort of, harvest them and they cook them. There you go, look. Hundreds of them. Hundreds and thousands of them. And then they tip them into this machine, which sorts them out, and then it basically cooks them. So they're going for a hot bath. And I couldn't eat them. I just don't like the look of things like that at all. It's not very appetizing, but they're very popular. America, apparently they like stuff like that. Scampi looks like that, does it? Oh, I don't like that. Definitely not doing that. Pete Doherty is apparently, he's tubby, he says now, because he's given up drugs and he's eating cheese. And as we all know, cheese is really, really fattening, really fattening. There's something special, he says. The cheese in this area, the brie, the camembert, and the milk is so creamy, I drink it by the pint. So the butter and the bread and all of that, that's why you're putting on the weight, I can tell you. Cheese is better than heroin. Was he a heroin addict? Well, it doesn't help, does it? I mean, to be honest with you, But all these people, they get involved. And he's written a book, but he didn't write it. It's written by somebody else. He said he's not even read his own biography. Of course, he wouldn't, actually. What else? 1 million more blood donors are needed over the next 5 years. I'm not sure if... Apparently, they've fallen from 808,000 to 750,000. It's not much of a fall. Not much of a fall. I don't think it's much of a fall. And they need African and black Caribbean donors, urgently needed, One of Britain's most notorious paedophiles has been freed from jail. Former teacher Charles Napier spent just 6.5 years behind bars. He's the former treasurer of the infamous Paedophile Information Exchange, PI, which was very, very big in the 70s and 80s. He was jailed for 13 years. He plied victims with alcohol, gave them cigarettes, and would taunt those who didn't comply with his sick requests. So they're releasing him. The most serious sexual offenders are no longer eligible for release halfway through their sentence, thanks to reform. But I'm not really sure, actually. So he's out. As long as somebody has to tell you where he is, that would make it a lot easier. Britain is facing a shortage of tree surgeons. There you go. There's a job for you. You could be a tree surgeon. That'd be good, wouldn't it? And Andy Carroll hugs and kisses his wife, Mucky Billy, after they look to make up after his 3-in-a-bed stag do snap. Yeah, they have to do these pictures. Apparently somebody's paying for them. Bit dreary, isn't it? Steve, at the age of 58, I've been struggling for 10 years, but I've just got a job working from home for 30k. I can afford to pay my bills comfortably now from my bed. Have a good day, says Gemma. That's a good idea, isn't it? You get a job. I mean, put it this way, at the moment, we're overwhelmed with jobs. In fact, we haven't got enough people to fill all the vacancies that we've got. Try the airports. If you live near an airport, you can go up there and get a job doing all sorts of bits and pieces. Yeah, I live near the airport. I was wondering, actually, whether or not I could ever manage 2 jobs, and I don't think so. No, I couldn't. I definitely couldn't. I'm way past that kind of thing. And what else we got? There's something about a drunk celebrity. They're more honest and usually a hell of a lot funnier. Chris and Rosie Ramsey. Have you seen this piece of rubbish on the television? Chris and Rosie honestly. God's truth. They had the I'm a Celeb winner Giovanna Fletcher, who suggested the comedy couple join her and McFly Happy Tom in a jungle trial involving a bottle of grappa. Riveting. They can't find guests for this programme for love nor money. It really is. It's pitiful. Absolutely pitiful. It's like, many more cooking programmes. I mean, do we have to really have this many cooking programmes on the television? I mean, they really are. They're scraping the barrel, honestly. All weekend cooking programmes. Please, God, spare me.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6. It's Monday morning, it's June the 13th, and this week's going to be heatwave. Heatwave. Nobody's going to enjoy it, even though people say, oh, I love it. It's great, provided you're sitting at home and you're on holiday and you can sit in the garden. But if you're having to come into London or wherever you go into work, on the trains or on the buses, they never seem to have any air conditioning, do they? I don't know why. Although I'm led to believe that apparently the new Elizabeth line is fully air conditioned. It's got aircon, which is, I never understood why they couldn't do it. They must be able to do it. Surely it can't be that complicated unless it's the cost of it. But very interesting that we're all going to swelter on the trains because, you just need to. Years ago, you could open the window on the Underground. You could actually open the window to get some air in. A little breath of fresh air was always quite nice, actually. Everywhere you go, it's drag queens at the moment. Drag queens. That's just here. Seriously, I've never known. Apparently, drag queen Bimini repped Britain in Union Jack pants and a Princess Diana t-shirt at the Download Festival. I've never heard of all these drag queens. And they're just bloke who wants to put on women's clothing and makeup. I mean, they're not working drag queens, are they? I mean, where are they working? Where are they working? What have we got here? We've got a Doctor Who baddie who needs to be told to hop it, an evil creature that looks like a cuddly white rabbit. I don't know anything about Doctor Who. I know nothing about the characters in it. I don't know where the storyline is. I've got no idea. And the organisers of an air show have apologised for traffic chaos that meant fans missed the event as they were gridlocked for hours. Many of the 22,000 ticket holders were caught up in huge queues for the Teesside Air Show, with one saying, despite it normally taking 15 minutes to drive to the site, she'd been stuck for hours. Well, that would really annoy you, wouldn't it? Really annoy you. And also, with the cost of petrol, I paid £2 and a penny the other day. What am I like with traffic? I'm not particularly bothered, actually. I just put the air conditioning on, wind up my music, Dancing Queen, only 17. I sing along to it all. I've got my sort of 70s and 80s pop albums out there, all the hits and more. I'm quite happy. It doesn't bother me sitting in a traffic jam. No, you can't do anything about it. You can't get there any quicker. You can't get off the motorway. You're kind of stuck in it. But yesterday we did hit a bit of traffic in Pall Mall, and I did flip the car round. Not intentionally, not sort of like a Jordan kind of moment. I just sort of turned the car around a roundabout. We went up Oxford Street, which was fine, actually. Although they're digging that up. Everywhere you go at the moment, they're digging up. You know why? Council spending your money. That's what they do. They can't wait. A runner has won a man versus horse race for only the third time since it began in 1980. He took home £3,500 after beating the first horse by more than 2 minutes on a 22.5-mile course. Well, how is that possible? I mean, how does somebody run faster than a horse? I don't see that. I don't understand that at all. Former Dragon's Den star Hilary Devey has died at a home in Morocco. People seem to like her, actually. She'd suffered a long illness, has previously said she was lonely because she was constantly let down by men. She amassed a fortune, they think between 50 and 80 million, which is good. So, and it's interesting, actually. She found out second husband Hussein, dad to her son Mevlit, was already married and had 5 children. That's that story I read to you earlier on, wasn't it? Of the man in China gets off with this girl. They settle down together because they're stuck with each other after COVID. So they get sort of a couple of years. And then he just leaves. He doesn't say anything. He just leaves. And so she decides that, he is the one for her. You're the one that I want. Ooh. honey. The one that I want. Anyway, she comes over here to trace him. Only turns out he's got a wife and children. I mean, what a piece of scumbag. I mean, that is about as low as it gets, isn't it, really? What else we got? Coronation Street star Colson Smith might be known to millions of soap fans as Craig Tinker. I've never even heard of him. I'm looking at a picture of him. He plays a copper on the show, was shopping in Asda when he recently got mistaken for a supermarket checkout worker. And that is the basis. Yeah, I've never even heard of him. He plays Craig Tinker. He said, the cashier said, I remember your leaving party. We miss you on the tills. She completely misplaced it. I'm sorry, I don't even know who he is. What? And he plays a policeman. Well, how often do you get coppers on the show in Coronation Street? Not that often, do you, really? A little bit worrying, isn't it? Racing revellers set to blow how much they reckon on a right royal booze up at sun-drenched Ascot this week? 10 million. Oh, it'll be far more than that. People are not going to bother paying all their bills, I tell you. But what they're going to do is hold the Lecky companies and the gas companies and the water companies to ransom. And they're going to say, I mean, I luckily paid my water bill for the whole year. I was in a fortunate position and paid it, so I haven't got to worry about that. Gas, minimal. And Lecky, so I can't wait to see how the Lecky bill's going to go. But I wouldn't even be thinking about gambling and sort of, wasting your money. It's people are going to be in for a hell of a shock. I was talking to Courtney the other day, and he's got a combined gas and electric bill coming in. He's got no idea what it's going to be, but he's not looking forward to it. With Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7, guess who's going to be on? An exclusive interview with Boris Johnson. He'll obviously be talking about the cost of living, and I'm hoping Rwanda. That's a bit of a hot potato at the moment, isn't it? Rwanda. Robbie Williams is loving sequins at his Soccer Aid charity. They had some really big star pundits, somebody called Maya Jama and Alex Scott. Who's she? What's she do? Football presenter. Right, that was the best that they could manage. And Robbie Williams wearing sequins all over his denim. Honestly, some of these stories here. But it did raise 15 million quid, which is good. Ice cream. Oh, there's an ice cream story. Apparently Walls are celebrating 100 years this month. They made their first ice cream in Acton, in London. Look at that, which is good. And they used to have all their tricycles, which used to have Stop Me and Buy One, which, of course, prompted some wag to put on the condom packets, Buy Me and Stop One, which always worked quite well. But apparently the first king was Charles II, the first Brit to eat the cold treat at a banquet. Guests drooled. Amazing, actually. Before electric freezers, ice was collected from rivers and ponds in winter, stored in ice houses. Even Kenwood House has got one. And soft-serve ice cream arrived in the 1930s via machines, which held liquid at a low temperature, froze it and added air as it squirted out. Margaret Thatcher is said to have worked on a recipe while at the chemist J. Lyons and Co. And apparently during the war years, ice cream was rationed. Wow, interesting, isn't it? I always wanted one of those bicycles. They had them in Walter bring out a special ice lolly for the 100th anniversary. That'll be nice, won't it? What does it look like? Oh, by Jove. What's that supposed to be? A rocket? It's blueberry, strawberry and blackcurrant lolly. I like a lolly. I do like a lolly. They last a bit longer then, don't they? The rocket was first made for the 1966 moon landing, but it certainly wasn't in these colours. It was sort of yellow and green, I think, or something. Yellow and blue. I don't know, I can't remember what colours the original rockets were. But I love the way they go, limited edition. We're halfway through the blooming year. What's the point? Why don't you just sort of scrap it? Because if you're going to do that McDonald's trick, which is we're bringing this out but only for a little while, so I have to rush in there and buy it, I do my best. Yeah, or get sent one, if I'm lucky. But Walls ice cream vans had strict rules when it came to their chimes. They were not allowed to be played when passing a hospital or an open school or after 7 p.m. I've never seen an ice cream van out after 7 p.m, have you? Never. But apparently before crunchy cones, ice cream was sold in wax paper or, as they were called, a penny lick. It was a penny lick. Yeah, there you go. There were glass bowls belonging to the cellar and eventually banned for spreading tuberculosis. I don't remember, my grandmother used to tell about the Hokey Pokey man who used to come round, Okey Pokey, Okey Pokey, and you take your bowl out and he would have his ice cream in the front of his cart and he would give you a spoonful of ice cream. Hokey Pokey man. Yeah, Italian. Hokey Pokey man. Yeah. Italian Hokey Pokey man. Very, very popular. I love the way the producer didn't believe a word I say. He has to check everything, you know. So he'll be looking at as Britain. There we go. Wait a minute. There he is. Pure Ices. Okey pokey. That's a motorcycle. That's very nice. The Hokey Pokey Men. Funny, isn't it? I wonder why it's called Hokey Pokey. I can't work out actually. But people love an ice cream. And there's a place in Richmond, and I'm not sure if it's open at the moment, and they do each little bit of ice cream like a petal, and they put them on. It takes forever and a day. I mean, seriously, just get the ice cream, get it out, slap it in the thing, or failing that, you know, you used to go, icy, icy. That's what they used to do. And the Hokey Pokey meant this was the Italian cry of occhi poco, or oh, how cheap. Individually, Hokey Pokey men created their own phrases. I mean, there was a guy, I think, called... was it Alex Martino, who retired from a village, known for calling out icy, icy, which was followed by his heavily accented ditty, very, very good for you ice cream. Tell you, mama, it's full of butter, cream and eggs. He was a wag, wasn't he? He was a wag, I tell you. Here he is again. Icy, icy. But that's what people did. You took out your bowl, they filled it up with the ice cream, and I do like an ice cream. It is a bit like Oliver Twist. Please, sir, I want some more. More? I thought it was great. It was all good stuff. But there might even be people listening who remember the Hokey Pokey men, which is interesting. So here we go. Some Strictly dancer has got married to some Strictly bloke. I don't know who these people are, actually. No idea. And what was the other one I liked? Lots of pictures of... Oh, the celebrities and producers launching a campaign to stop the government from privatising Channel 4. Apparently people said, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Absolutely, I've always subscribed to that. Gemma Owen has been left reeling after discovering her ex-boyfriend appeared to have the hots for her mum. Yeah, he's not interested in you, love. Sorry about that. Bye. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. What else we got? I was watching Glastonbury. I don't know if it was this year. Have we had Glastonbury? I don't know. No, we haven't. A couple of weeks' time. And I was watching George Ezra singing, I'll be riding shotgun. And the crowd was singing along to it. It was really good. It was really nice. I liked it. He was at the Summertime Ball. I know. Everybody was at the Summertime Ball. Except me. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not going to complain, because I'm way too old for that kind of thing. I don't even know what time it finished. Is it about 9? Way too late for me, honestly. I'm tucked up in my bed under the duvet.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Back in the day of Coronation Street, says Patricia in Whitstable, which is in Kent. Eddie Yates and Stan Ogden overheard Albert Tatlock telling Annie Walker that he'd found a Roman coin when digging his allotment. Stan and Eddie immediately offered to dig his allotment for him as Albert was getting older. Albert was delighted. Albert later confided in Annie he'd not found any Roman coins. He just wanted to get his allotment dug over. I've heard of that before, actually. That's based on an old joke, Patricia. You know, if you want to get your garden dug over, tell the police you think there was some suspicious activity, and they'll come and dig it over for you. Greetings from Zante, says Gillian Grease. Been here a week, 2 days late, thanks to EasyJet. I've been listening to you in arrears, but today I'm putting on my sun cream, listening to you. Happy Monday. So, yeah, do please put... This week you're going to need to put sun cream on. Children, babies, kids, hats, you know, the usual sort of stuff. Steve, I'm dreading the oncoming heat wave. Thankfully, I have a couple of fans. You, of course, have hundreds of thousands. Well, it is true, you bard. Steve, I was pleased to hear you say the same as me. Rod Stewart was awful. I'll tell you what I thought was very good. I thought Queen were very good with Adam Lambert. And I like Jason Donovan singing, I close my eyes, drew back the curtain, and all the kids went, ah. And everybody sang along. You know why? Because everybody knows the words. It was good fun, actually. Why do some rockers just not know? They can't, Patsy. These people, they only know the business. That's why they're still touring. Rod is still selling. If he wasn't selling tickets, he probably would sit at home and just deteriorate. But it's definitely time... You know, that Rod stopped, but he still sells out, actually. Also, Diana Ross, what was that about? Patsy thought she was miming. Oh, was she? The producer thinks she was... No, seriously? You thought she was talking to the crowd and singing it? Well, how's that possible? Wow. I am well, Patsy, thank you. Oh, I'm a bit disappointed by that. I'm very disappointed. I don't think anybody should mime at all, actually. My whole programme's mimed. Here. I do it mimed. It's all rehearsed. cultivated, and then we mime it. Paul says, yes, the Elizabeth line is full of air conditioning, but the size of them allows it. London buses built after 2020 and the new Lecky ones have AC too. I love it. Sel says, according to Google, your net worth in 2021 was $1 million to $5 million. No need for a second job. Well, it was a little bit of a low estimate on that one. I did write to them and tell them you've underestimated. I mean, come on. I don't mind somebody sort of, knocking me back a few million, but for goodness sake, I've been working for 43 years. Stella says, all this talk of ice cream, I want to have a 99 now. Yeah, I just like soft ice cream when they sort of pull the handle down. It was good. Some viewers watching Diana Ross on BBC One singled out a moment in which she blew kisses at the crowd, but her vocals appeared to continue. Yes, you can't. I mean, you reach out and touch somebody's hand. I'm in the middle of a chain reaction. Oh, it doesn't work, does it? It doesn't work. Ridiculous. Steve, do you remember the fizzy drinks man? Says John. I remember the Corona man coming round. He used to have a lorry. The Corona, and he would sell Corona to you. So that's all he sold was Corona. Yes, not the virus. No. Yes. So anybody the virus? It's going special offer today. £2 a bottle. Yeah, he would sell Corona, and you'd have all the different colours. In the days when there weren't that many fizzy drinks around, to be honest with you. But no, the Corona man was very popular. He didn't have a slogan, I don't think, not like the Hokey Pokey man, which wasn't as exciting. Nursery children in Russia are being forced to perform an Uncle Vlad song pledging allegiance to President Putin. Otherwise, he'll kill you. It's as simple as that, because he kills women and children, as we all know. Apparently, the lyrics to the rock song included the chorus, "If the chief commander calls us to the last battle, Uncle Vova, we are with you." And apparently, the word Vova is short for Vladimir in Russia. Well, they just call him Vlad, like we do. It's far too complicated, isn't it? So, if the chief commander calls us to the last battle, Uncle Vova, we are with you. These are nursery children. Give them the guns. Give them the guns. There you go. There's the Corona man. Look at those different things. Cherryade, Orangeade, Limeade. Ooh, that was really. I tell you, that was considered a bit of a treat. We used to get it, and my favourite was cream soda. Cream soda was delicious because you could put a dollop of ice cream in it. And that was really good. Don't you like those? I've shown you those ones on YouTube where it's a man who's got bottles in an Indian street market and they go round and round and round and then he bangs it and it turns into ice in the bottle. The whole bottle turns into ice. He literally is just going round and round and round. He takes it, flips off the lid, bangs the bottle and out comes ice. How clever is that? That's brilliant. I haven't drunk Corona. In fact, a friend of mine was telling me the other day, he said, you don't drink fizzy drinks, do you, Steve? And I said, well, I can't. I'm not supposed to. And I've never really enjoyed a fizzy drink. I used to have, Pepsi and Coke and stuff like that. And there you go. Oh, is that it? Is that it? No. It's definitely bottles. It's the bottle one. They go round in a machine. They go backwards, forwards, but I've never seen anything like it. And it seems to be Coca-Cola or 7-Up or all these other things. Street market fizzy drinks, you'll find it under. There you go, look, they just go round. Look, he takes off the lid, and then he's going to bang that bottle. Sorry, you have to play along at home if you're listening in stereo. Look, and it turns into ice. Isn't that cool? And apparently they're very popular in street. Why can't we have those here? I tell you that, you would pay for that, wouldn't you? A fizzy drink, look, it just turns into ice. I want that machine, but it's not particularly clever. Look, see, it's still liquid in the bottle, and then he sort of tops you up. And they're very popular. I think we need to go to India. I think we need to go to India now, just to have one of these machines. I'm surprised nobody's ever got them in the markets here, because you would buy it because it's so unusual. And then you've got a whole drink full of ice. Ice cold. Oh, is it? Well, they do them in India as well. I think the machines travel. Thailand, he says. You can get them anywhere. They're very popular, okay? Very popular. What else we got? A dentist has been accused of fat-shaming after it banned anybody over 20 stone from sitting on their chairs. Well, that's going to happen, isn't it, with the hairdressers? And yet still people are getting their hair cut. I got my hair cut the other day. Very attractive, I think. Yeah. She said to me, how would you like it? I said, well, I was thinking highlights. And so she said, well, I could do you some extensions. I said, what have you heard? And so I remember thinking, I quite like the idea, actually. And Lawrence says, very disappointed not to see Cliff. What was going on with Elton and that faux Texan accent? Well, he was pre-recorded. Cliff was only on the bus. We wanted Cliff to sing. We definitely wanted him to sing. Steve, if you have a fan at home and want to keep cool this week, try freezing a bottle of water, then place it in front of the fan. Well, in fact, you can buy a machine. It's a little cool air thing, and you put in chilled water, and it blows it through. I've got one of those, actually. Steve, speaking of top acts, Tom Jones is on at the Royal Hospital, Chelsea, this Wednesday. Barbecue and vino from 6 p.m. Should be good evening. A modest renditioning of Delilah, says Chris in Chelsea. That's an unusual venue, isn't it? Never heard of that before. I saw the hand, she loved no more. Yeah. What's new, pussycat? The old hometown looks the same as I stepped down from the train. Who did he appear with, actually? He appeared with Art of Noise or something like that. I love the idea. Somebody's put up the Jubilee Nightmare, thank you, Phil, and it's a picture of Rod Stewart singing, and little Louis's got his fingers screaming the place down. Don't sing anymore. Steve, read the Jubilee performance. The best, hands down, was Andrea Bocelli, says Mikey in Kettering. Yeah, I mean, put it this way, you can't beat class. You can't beat class. You know, he sings, he's great. Sue says, I loved Lucozade and cream soda with ice cream, which was very delicious. I can't have any of that. It's sort of it's an avenue of pleasure denied me, but it doesn't really matter, actually. You know, you get over these sort of things, don't you? A friend of mine said he's desperate to stay away from diabetes. He's been told he's borderline. He said, but I'm determined to do it on diet. So he's cut out all sorts of bits and pieces. I don't want to be diabetic. He's sort of seen the way you've turned out. Which I thought was quite charming, really. A little bit nice, wasn't it? Yeah, you know, your friends are. And life really does begin at 40. They say here, childhood could last until your 5th decade because more and more people are relying on their parents. Oh, it's interesting, apparently. Chimps spend 1 or 2 years in adolescence, then have babies a couple of years later. These are the most socially complicated animals we know. So there you go. So life begins at 40. Do you remember that Ronnie Corbett series called Sorry on the television, where he was a grown man, but his mother treated him as if he was a 5-year-old. You know, we mustn't do that. But it was very good. But I mean, I don't know whether or not 40. So I can't remember what year I grew up, if ever. I don't know what growing up means. Somebody said to me once, why don't you act your age? I said, listen, if I acted my age, you'd be talking to a pile of dust. I don't know why people always worry about things like that. Was there an age, my producer wants to know, that you were dreading? 30. I remember thinking 30 was really old. I remember thinking, I got to sort of 25, 26, and I remember thinking, blimey, at 30, that's like pushing the boat out. And then strangely, it whizzes through. You get to 40, and then I can remember saying to people, you know, I'm 40, and they go, wow, you don't look 40. Yeah, now they don't say anything at all. You say to them, I'm 68, and they go, right. You know, and you think, I feel quite depressed. I wish they'd never asked me in the first place. Because I used to think I look quite good at my age. But then twice in recent years, somebody said, you're an old man. I felt very depressed by that. An old man. How can I be old? I don't know who they were, but they're still in hospital. Anyway, other stories in the papers. Mafia victims' bodies are still being uncovered as lakes dry up due to global warming. And police are probing the murder of a man found stuffed inside a barrel. Because that's what they did. They put them in a barrel, poured in cement, and then threw them in the lakes. And they drowned. There's one here who's been shot in the head and dropped into water. That would have been 45 years ago. 45 years ago. A bit worrying, isn't it, really? Oh, and David Beckham's got a new photograph out. Morning, nice to have your company. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Monday. Nothing worse is you turn on the radio and there's somebody being all cheerful and you're thinking, I really don't want to go to work today. I really don't. I can't be bothered. But of course it's going to be nice weather. And so people, generally speaking, when it's nice weather, take days off. You know, they phone up the boss and go, oh, hello, I'm not feeling very well at all, actually. And the boss goes, OK, do you want to take a day off today? Yeah, that'd be good. Have I ever pulled a sickie? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Never in a million years. I mean, unless I've been genuinely ill. Oh, God, no, I wouldn't dream of pulling a sickie. I couldn't. Why would you want to? Why would you want to? I can't see any advantage of that at all. Oh, God, no. I mean, I come hell, even if I'm ill. I've been in before. I definitely, yeah. I like this, you know the Radfords? The family Radford? This is I think they've got something like, how many children have they got? 22 children between them. And they're not on benefits. They work. I think they've got a bakery, and they've got a very successful YouTube channel. I mean, it's actually quite nice to see a family that all look so good together. The mother just seems to produce children like they're going out of fashion. It's like a lucky bag. And they've got a lot of mouths to feed. And what they've basically done is they've said, listen, you're catering for 22 children. What sort of food are you buying? And so she's run through everything, that they go, and how much they spend. And it's quite clever, actually, because she goes out and she has to buy everything in bulk. Because, they're all growing up, the children, but they look really good. I quite like them on the television. Oh, and I was right about I mentioned at the beginning of the programme, the shepherdess who split from the husband. She got her first gig. She wants to be a celebrity. Absolutely. You must have to be very careful with money if you've got so many mouths to feed. Well, the good news is they're not on benefits. They literally are self-sufficient. And they bought a big, sort of camper van kind of thing to sort of get around, which is good. And what else I noticed on the television the other day? Oh, they've got, on the German version of I'm a Celebrity, they've got bushmeat on the German version. I've lost the will to live. And put it this way, if ever there was a non-story, this would be it. Catherine Tilsley is gutted after missing out on her dream role as a TV detective. She said, I was in talks about a new series, but it didn't go anywhere. And that's the basis of the story. She basically went for an audition. They went, we want somebody else. Simple as that. And that's the basis of the story. She failed in her quest to get a part. She was in Coronation Street some years ago, but not at the moment. Not at the moment. Some people always think they can go back to things, can't they? But it doesn't quite work like that. Dame Deborah is still living while she's dying. And she went off to Glyndebourne the other day. People love going to Glyndebourne. There's a nice picture of her. And she went with her husband, who's very dapper. And she says she was there 5 years ago. And she loved it. Her Bowel Babe Fund for Cancer Research has raised £6.7 million so far. So they went, and Glyndebourne, looked after her really well. She said doing all this in a wheelchair is certainly a new challenge, as I can well imagine. What else we got here? The Rwanda flights will break people's smuggling gang. No, they won't. There was another dinghy came over the other day. What do you mean they're stopping it? What, because they might get... No, they're not. You're not going to get anybody on these Rwanda flights anyway. As indeed you can check, because Boris Johnson is on with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning. And that's from 7, talking about Rwanda, no doubt. It's got to be, because he's going to be there at the same time as Prince Charles. And, of course, Charles has come in for criticism for interfering. But Charles has always said, listen, if I feel strongly about something, I say it. And we can't understand. Yesterday, more men arrived on a dinghy all the way. They don't want to go to Rwanda. They want to come here. So they still risk their lives. So far, since the start of the year, 10,000 have arrived. 10,000. They're not going to stop it. In fact, it's increasing more, because that's, last year, I think, 4,495 people. This year, 10,000 so far. And the government seem to think that they're going to get people on this plane. The 30 that they've got have all got lawyers. And they're saying, well, they're not going. They're not going to Rwanda. We will take out court injunction. And they're not going to go anywhere. So what are they going to do? Have a plane that seats 300... and they're going to send 30 people over in it? Don't be so silly. Of course they're not. Of course they're not. What a waste of money. Mind you, do you see Roman Abramovich? He's not the daftest of people. He's already gifted his yacht and a load of his money to his children. Just before we were going to seize it. He managed to gift it away. How lucky. How lucky. Why doesn't he go and live in Russia? Well, if he'd like to be there. Prince Andrew pushing to be reinstated as Colonel of the Grenadier Guards. They don't want him. Thank you very much indeed. They didn't want him, and it was his most coveted title, and he wants it back. Now, you're not getting this message, are you, Andy? Little Andy? You're not learning this, are you, at all? The Queen is reported to have held family meetings at Windsor to establish what role he could fulfil. Nothing. We don't want him anywhere near anything at all. It said that one option was for him to rebuild his life in Scotland. Oh, my godfathers. I pity Scotland. You'll have to suffer with him. But they say he's going to attend the Garter Day service at Windsor. I'm told not. I'm told not. If he does, my God, all hell will break loose. Worst thing they've ever done. They've made a big mistake on that one. They don't want him anywhere near the royal family. Definitely not. What was the other one? Oh, this elephant which trampled this woman to death. I wonder why this particular woman... And then went back to her funeral. I mean, I don't know. Do people give off, pheromones or something? That means that they... I mean, I find it really the oddest thing ever. Apparently, the family were paying their last respects, and this elephant came in, pulled her body off from the top of the funeral pyre. The same woman who'd already been killed by the thing, and then it came back, and it trampled her body, threw her around, and savaged her corpse before leaving the scene. I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all, unless... I mean, I don't know, actually. It returned as they were carrying out the last rites. So it obviously knew what was going on. And then there was the other elephant, which went on the rampage at the wedding after it got a bit frightened by firecrackers, because they have these crackers which basically are just bangers and everything else. And I think what they've done is they've sort of... But that one didn't actually... I don't think we killed anybody. I think it just trashed the place. Ghastly, isn't it, really? Very, very difficult. Hundreds enjoying the beach at Weymouth. Something about British seasides, isn't there? But nowadays you go to the beach and they've got windbreaks and this, and they bury their rubbish in the sand because they're too bone idle to actually sort of take it away and put it in a bin. And they reckon that we're going to get 90 degrees, 32 degrees centigrade. 90... Oh, God, sounds vile. I might have to go and sit in the car and just put the air conditioning on, watching the petrol being drunk. So you get me tank top out. The funny thing is, we all think, don't we, when it gets hot, you have an ice cream or an ice lolly. That doesn't help, because that just instantly lowers your temperature and then it bounces back up again very quickly. The thing you should do is drink tea. You don't find in Saudi Arabia people are there licking Zooms and lollies and things like that. Tunisia, middle of the desert, people aren't licking ice lollies, they're having cups of tea. Cups of tea is much better for you. Much better in sort of cooling down the blood. So, I know it sounds ludicrous, because you all want, don't you? You want an ice-cold bottle of water and stuff like that. But drinking tea really does cool you down. I promise you, it's a known fact. The University of Ottawa looked at the effect of drinking hot drinks on body temperature. They said that a hot drink can cool you down, but only in dry conditions. So if you drink a hot drink, it results in a lower amount of heat stored inside your body, providing the additional sweat that's produced when you drink the hot drink can evaporating. So, and nobody wants to sweat. You don't want to stand next to anybody on the train who started dripping. It's very unnecessary. I always have to move away from them. It's not very nice. And especially when they shake their head like that as if it's a dog coming out of a river and you get drenched. It's absolutely ghastly. But, we live and learn, don't we? One of the columnists today talking about, after the excitement of the Platinum Jubilee, which made this country feel amazing again, let's hope the politicians don't let us down. And a little more needs to be said about some of the dopey so-called celebrities like singer and TV personality Stacey Solomon, who, when asked about the Jubilee on Loose Women, said she didn't know what all the fuss was about and wasn't really sure why everybody was so keen on the royal family. This columnist says she really needs to be given some kind of education when she spouts such ill-informed nonsense. I hate to think what the future is going to be like when most of those people that we see and hear from become famous for being on some kind of reality show. In Stacey's case, X Factor and I'm a Celebrity. Perhaps it'll be quite entertaining. Or is it turning life into just one big reality show? Yeah, that's why they didn't use her on Loose Women. A very good decision by the producer not to use her at all. Because what's the point of having somebody sitting there basically dissing something that the rest of the country loved? Simple as that, Simple as that. Steve, says Chris, yes, he played here 3 years ago. I was a little surprised if you think about it. It's where the Flower Show is held. Lovely grounds and historic building. Great success. This is Tom Jones we're talking about. So he's doing it at the home of the Chelsea pensioners. I don't know whether the Chelsea pensioners will go. I should imagine they probably will, because he'll be doing all the, the green grass of home, just help yourself, and that one, burning down the house, What's New Pussycat, Delilah, which is good, and presumably an X-Bomb. It'll be the same as when they do the concerts at Hampton Court Palace. Michael Ball's done them there and everything else, and you do them in the courtyard, and it's fantastic. Really is fantastic. A good old building like that being brought to life, and Kew Gardens they do it in. We used to have them down in Richmond at Marble Hill House until some of the neighbours complained about the noise. Right, misery guts, honestly. Can't cope with all the traffic and all the rest of it. Right, miseries. You know, the sort of people who, what do you mean you're putting a tree up at Christmas? Boo, yeah, horrible. Did you go to Jules Holland? Is he good? Yeah, he's all right. Yeah. You do go to the oddest things, don't you, really? Very bizarre. This producer goes off to see things like that. Ukraine has pleaded for ammunition. And David Beckham's bought a puppy again, so we have to put up with another dreary picture of the Beckhams. I mean, honestly, I'm sure if they broke wind, it would make the papers at exactly the same time. Here's Colleen playing with dolphins. You have to pay extra for this. This is the luxury break in Dubai. So Colleen was sued for libel by Rebecca Vardy. Rebecca Vardy is having to rent her house out to get the money so that she can afford to pay the legal bills. It's all very confusing. But, at least the Rooneys seem to be looking fairly happy. Unlike Rebecca Vardy, who just looks like she looks like basically somebody squashed her face into a pineapple or something. And it's all a bit disappointing. But we're still waiting. Why we have to wait this long for a result, I've got no idea. I wonder if it'll be one of those things that, oh, listen, let's just call it a day, shall we? You both pay your expenses and we'll leave it at that. Make it a lot easier.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. So it's 90 degrees this week, which I think is absolutely terrible. But to be honest with you, it'll save you having to sort of worry about sort of going away on holiday. Although John Warrington, my friend, is off on holiday with his friend Stephen, whose birthday it is today, and they're off to the south of France to the heat. He says it's apparently 35, feels like 39. I might need one of your umbrellas. So, whereabouts? What, they're going? South of France? Well, I don't know, Cannes, Nice. Could be anywhere like that, actually. But they're obviously hoping for the sunshine, whereas here we're going to be drenched in sunshine, which is quite nice, isn't it? So, Stephen, have a nice birthday. Let me have a quick look in Cannes. See, they've got 28 degrees today. Sunny with a gentle breeze. Tuesday, 29. Oh, it's creepy up. By the time you get to Friday, 34 degrees. So double it, 68 and add... goes over the 100, doesn't it, really? 30s, yeah. It's 30s all the way through. But it is Cannes. In fact, Cannes is the only place I've ever been to. We went years and years ago. It's so hot that you can't walk barefoot on the pavements. You really can't. London, there you go. On Friday the 17th, 31 degrees. I think I'm staying in that day. I don't think I'm going to be going out at all. I just don't do heat. It's funny, isn't it? It's very strange. I don't know why. People are always complaining about it and sort of say, oh, you should do heat. And I go, yeah, I can't really. It just doesn't make me feel very good. I used to do it when I was little. I was fine. I was like a little brown berry running up and down the beach in Hong Kong and, in Egypt and everything else. Another little brown berry. And then all of a sudden it sort of changed. And it's also because I was never into the sunbathing thing. I never, you buy the Ombre Solaire, it's got a picture of somebody who is this sort of dark mahogany colour on the front. And I just can't get used to it. And also, you can never do your back, and you don't really want to ask somebody, Sometimes perfect strangers on the bus I go up to and go, couldn't do my back with a bit of, So many a happy time in the police station. Chris says, listener for many years, finally listened to your podcast with Ian Dale. Yes, I mean, I'm told you have to do it in sort of like 2 bursts because it runs 2 hours. It's still available on Global Player, and you get to learn a bit about both of us, I think, actually. Tara says, we've got an ice cream man who comes round here totally unpredictably and timing. And I found it a good old-fashioned thing to go out with our little girl who gets very delighted. Rising prices, though. £1.99 for a 99. Probably more in Twickenham. People assume that the 99 flake must have got its name from the original cost, but that's not the case. It turns out that the ice cream's history stems back to the Italian soft ice cream makers in County Durham in the 1920s, and they decided to incorporate the Cadbury flake in their ice creams in the hope of increasing customers' interest and then boosting the sales. The creation became so popular that they decided to come up with a name for the ice cream. And thanks to an article that appeared in a Cadbury Works paper many years ago, we have a better understanding of how they landed the moniker. The flake, part of its name comes from the fact that it's served with a Cadbury's flake perched inside. As for the 99 bit, it turns out in the days of the monarchy in Italy, the king had as a specially chosen guard consisting of 99 men, and subsequently anything really special or first class was known as 99, and that's how the 99 flake came by its name. It's a bit like the Heinz 57 varieties and things like that, only with a flake. No. But you can buy the flakes. You can buy a box of flakes, Cadbury's flakes, from Iceland. Not the country, the shop. You can go in there and they do the wafers, they do the cones. They sell everything. So if you've got kids, they're much happier with a cone, aren't they? Or failing that lollies, they probably like better. But no, you can get all of this stuff, and they do a box of flakes, which, you can just eat anyway, can't you? Well, I can't, but there we go. Interesting. You remember when Harry... I know, how quickly we forget. Where did you get charged for a cone? Oh, in Twickenham. Yeah, they were charging for the cone. So the ice cream was a certain price, and the cone was extra. I thought, what do you hold your hands out and just put it in my hands or something like that? Never heard of anything so stupid. Harry and Meghan spent how much time with the Queen when they came over for the Jubilee? 15 minutes. That's it. And they travelled to Windsor Castle soon after arriving in the UK. And the meeting was quite formal and lasted just a quarter of an hour. So, the Queen had a very busy weekend, and she banned him and, what is that woman's name, from bringing a photographer to capture the moment, because they just exploit it. And it meant that she'd have a picture taken, which would, give her... well, she's not. Anyway, so the New York Post reported they invited William, Kate and 3 children, but the family did not attend. In fact, Harry didn't spend any private time with William during their brief trip, because some of the papers were saying, they're still in contact every week. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, William's not remotely interested. Steve, Royal Hospital, Chelsea, says Connie in Stockwell, is a fantastic open-air venue. I've been there. The garden's beautiful. The Chelsea pensioners are very friendly and very nice to meet. The only thing you have to worry about is the weather. It's the same all the time, isn't it, really? Same all the time. I do know Chelsea Hospital because I used to drive past it along the embankment every day. So I used to watch them when they were building up the Chelsea Flower Show. And I remember thinking that was quite... Literally, they just take what is an empty field and they just sort of decorate it. And then when they put on, when Tom Jones was last there, they build a stage and then everybody sort of books their... it'll be a sellout because Tom Jones is one of those performers who's got, a huge following. Yeah, and it's all seated. And the Chelsea pensioners can look out of the window and watch the show, which is nice. People like them. If ever you see Chelsea pensioners in Chelsea, and you will see them on a regular basis, they'll walk up and down. They never have to buy a drink. They go into various pubs, and somebody will always stand them a drink. Doesn't matter who it is, they'll always be stood a drink, because that's what we owe. We owe that, for the price of a pint or 2 pints or whatever it happens to be, people always buy them drinks. Sometimes you get a couple of them wandering up and down the street. People take... pictures of them. The place where they live was founded by Charles II, 326 years old. And so they live there. Now they've got women who live there as well. And they go out in their scarlet uniforms. You never see them cash. They only ever go out in their scarlet uniforms. They walk up and down the King's Road, and you might find them sitting on a bus or sitting on a park bench, and people will always buy them drinks. Small wonder there's a huge drink problem going on at the Chelsea Hospital. But that's what people do. And that goes back donkey's years. Absolutely donkey's years. So, and long may it continue. Steve says, Mike, the boyfriend has decreed we shan't be staying on the narrowboat on Friday and Saturday night. 30 degrees outside is 40 degrees at least on the boat, and he'll moan constantly. Travel lodge, ham farm, all room. And I remember it being a farm, grandma and grandpa farmed there in the late 50s. Always remember Billy the Bull, a Hereford bull to a small 4-year-old. Must have looked absolutely enormous, I should imagine. Yeah, I should imagine boats would be very, very, very hot. Very hot. Mind you, I find getting on the buses a bit hot. I never understand why everybody wants to go and sit upstairs on the buses. Never gets me at all. June says, went to the Reggae on the Heath, hosted by David Rodigan. The best part was the Outlook Orchestra, especially their renditioning of Bob Marley's Redemption song. Fantastic. They should have been given more of a slot. Otherwise, a very enjoyable evening, says June. Good. I'm glad you thought that. We like a bit of reggae. So here it is, the Hope Hotel in Rwanda. And the Channel migrants flown in will be put up in a twin bedroom and be catered for in the airy restaurant. Looks lovely. They've got a lovely kitchen ready to offer halal dishes suitable for Muslim guests. They're being paid millions. for this. It's costing a small fortune, so they get 3 chef-prepared meals a day. It's not sort of we're bringing in sandwich today. They've got a chef cooking for them all the time. There's a volleyball court, a gift shop, everything's free, computer suites, and no wonder the locals are calling the Rwanda lodgings awaiting deportees from the UK the Happy Hotel. We'll welcome them with open arms. Come as a guest, leave as a friend. Where have I heard that before? Oh, look, Heather Mills. God, I thought she'd disappeared completely, actually. Apparently she was a keynote speaker at a business convention where they discussed the benefits of being a vegan. I never liked her. Never liked her. I couldn't really be any less interested in Heather Mills as Paul McCartney is now. And here we go. How to reduce high blood pressure. Stimulating the brain with a simple 20-quid device for 30 minutes each day could help reduce high blood pressure. I like the sound of this. It's only 20 quid. I want one of these things. Thank you very much indeed. Anything to bring down blood pressure.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Do you know, every so often the papers throw up a story and you think, are the courts completely mad in this country? Here is a former army major. He was mown down in a hit and run at the end of a 32-hour bike ride, has spoken of his disbelief that the uninsured driver convicted of leaving him for dead walked free. Sandhurst-trained Cathal O'Reilly was 5 miles from completing his marathon trip when unemployed William Jones, 61, smashed into him. The business consultant broke his back, pelvis and leg and is lucky to be alive. He was catapulted 65 feet down the dual carriageway. He spent 6 weeks in hospital, 22 hours of surgery and was in a neck brace for 14 weeks and is learning to walk again. He yesterday criticised the justice system after Jones, who admitted careless driving, failing to stop after the accident, having no insurance, was granted bail by a Crown Court judge days after being sentenced to just 12 weeks in jail. The unemployed motorist. I mean, how do these people... unemployed? Where's the money coming from? Appealed against the sentence, said it was too stiff. And so they let him go free. He spent 4 nights in prison. And that's it. This man spent weeks and weeks in hospital. Mr. O'Reilly said he was staggered that William Jones had been freed. He said, most people I speak to think it was 12 weeks in jail was jaw-droppingly short. I'm staggered a judge could release him on bail. It's ridiculous. Magistrates were told that Jones was drunk when the police arrested him 3 hours after the crash, but they couldn't charge him with the more serious offence of causing more serious injury because he claimed to have downed alcohol at a hotel only after the accident. These people have got answers for everything. They originally heard that Mr. O'Reilly set off from his home in Wandsworth for Anglesey, and he planned to take the ferry to his parents' house in Dublin. He was 5 miles from Holyhead when he was struck by Jones driving at 70 miles an hour on the A55 dual carriageway at around 8 p.m. Jones failed to stop. He told officers he thought he'd hit a bollard. He denied drink driving and instead claimed he downed vodka at the Premier Inn car park shortly after arriving. And of course, it's just... you know, you could see it blatantly, can't you? It's a case of... because that's what they say now. When did you have the drink? After I hit something. You can't prove anything. You can't prove anything. Mr. O'Reilly says, I mean, he's, you know, captain an army rowing team at the Henry Regatta, but there's an appeal thing. I can't believe that somebody like that could actually knock somebody down. They spend all these weeks in hospital, and they go, oh, you don't have to go to prison. That's okay. You get out there and do your drink driving. That's okay. Grant Shapps has got the best answer of the day, I think. He says, we're going to break the rail strikes with agency staff. Of course you are, dear. Of course you are. Like you're going to be getting people on a plane to go to Rwanda. I think. That's tomorrow, isn't it? I believe the Rwanda plane is leaving tomorrow. It'll be leaving just with a drinks trolley. I promise you. It won't be leaving with anybody on it. In fact, it's such a total waste of time. I want to know the cost of this. I wonder if, because Boris is going to be on with Nick this morning at breakfast, I wonder if Boris would have any idea of how much the cost is to process 30 people who aren't going to be getting on the plane because they've all got lawyers, and they said they're not going to be going. So the plane will be fuelled, presumably it's full tank, you know, so you can get your special gifts or something, and presumably there's going to be a crew on it, and there's going to be staff, and there's going to be security to make sure these people get off at the other end and go stay in this hotel. You're not just going to put 30 people. Well, they're not going on the plane anyway. They've already said. You know, and then when Grant Shapps says, don't worry, don't need to worry about the rail strikes, we're going to go to an agency and get staff. This I've got to see, really. Andrew in Barnsley says, what's Hyde Park like as a venue? I'm going to see the Eagles. Got tickets for the Terrace as a treat. Well, they'll be building it, I should imagine, because Hyde Park is it's a park. There's nothing in it, apart from flower beds and stuff like that. But I mean, no, it's big. It's very, very big. It's where we have our Winter Wonderland fair. There's loads of concerts this summer. I don't know actually what the terraces are. I mean, I think it was all sorts of. The Rolling Stones are doing June 25th. Elton John is doing June 24th. The Eagles, so that's June 26th with Robert Plant and quite a few other people. Adele. Oh, I hope she turns up for that one. That'll be nice, isn't it? Is the show ready, love? Yeah, it is. Good. In fact, she's doing 2 dates. She's so popular. The Rolling Stones are back again. Pearl Jam, 2 dates. Duran, special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic, and something called Taba. That's TBA. I know what it is. So, but I don't know what the terraces are. Presumably there are certain areas which they'll build up, but it's very busy. It's a huge place, Hyde Park. It's very near. It's near the hotels on Park Lane. In fact, the best place to do is sort of go to Knightsbridge, and then you're at one part of the park. You have to walk a little bit because it'll all be fenced off. They put sort of things up so people can't sort of watch it, but you can still hear it from outside. Interesting. Oh, look, another one here from Sue. Such a font of knowledge this morning. Love it. Did you ever visit Rossi in Lee End Road, West Ealing? So many of the Rossi ice cream parlours are reopening. Well, I used to go to one in Chiswick, and another one up at Chalk Farm. But I can remember the one in Chiswick closed years ago, but that was the place to go and get your ice cream. I told you a friend of mine's got an ice cream shop in Richmond. He makes ice cream on the premises. They have a gelato machine, and he can make anything. So if you want mango ice cream, they'll make it. At Christmas time, they did Christmas pudding, mince pie flavour ice cream. They just put the ingredients in, put the cream in and everything else, and this machine freezes and does everything. I mean, it's just fantastic. And it's very popular. It must be the only country, though, that doesn't really bother with ice cream in the winter. I go to any other country, and in the winter, in Italy and in Austria and Germany, you can buy ice cream. Over here, it's like I remember going into Boots years ago, and I wanted a pair of sunglasses, and it was the winter, and the woman said, no, we only sell sunglasses in the summer. I said, oh. I thought as I'd been admonished. Yeah, they only sell sunglasses in the summer. Now I think you can buy them all the time. Or failing that, I want, why? Why did I want sunglasses? Because I'm a huge international star. What do you mean, why am I buying sunglasses? Because when I go out the building, people are trying to take my photo. I must have to explain everything to the producer. So here's this poor girl. And she's really lovely, actually. Her name is Rachel Waters. And she struck up a relationship with a guy called Paul McGee. And they found themselves trapped in China in the early stages of the pandemic. But he failed to return from a trip home to the UK. His worried girlfriend sent out a plea for information, only to discover he was in Norwich. So that was lucky, wasn't it? With his wife and children. American volleyball player Rachel had been living with Mr. McGee, who was working in Shenzhen in southeast China, when he became stuck out there as COVID broke out. She's originally from South Carolina, but was working as a brand manager in China. And she posted on the Norwich Community Notice Board, Facebook, hoping members would know about him. She said, my boyfriend, Paul McGee, and I live in Shenzhen. He went home at the beginning of April and was supposed to be back in China by now. However, I've not heard anything from him. If anybody knows, please reach out to me. But anyway, an eagle-eyed friend of Mr. McGee's partner spotted the post and revealed he has a missus and children, and now another girlfriend in China. As the bizarre story came to light, another friend added it was not funny for her in the slightest. Apparently heartbroken, Miss Waters removed her original post. Meanwhile, Mr. McGee, dirty boy, is the one who is keeping a low profile at his home in Brundall near Norwich, where he's understood to be back living with his partner. Does she know that you've been with somebody else for all this time? They've got 3 children. She's called him a cheating, rude word. Miss Waters also wrote, Alexa, play ain't... Anyway, so on. But Miss Waters, who was also a part-time vlogger, uploading hilarious dating fails. However, a friend of Mr. McGee insisted that he and his partner in the UK, Miss Overall, were previously separated and claimed there was no overlap between the... Yeah, that old one. Yeah, we weren't going out together when I was with her. Paul and his partner didn't see each other for 2 years, they told The Sun. He recently returned and they've sort of got it back together again. Yeah, well, I must think we fell out of coconut trees or something. They're so stupid, these people. It's ridiculous. Do you know that surgeries are still offering video or phone consultations? I didn't know that, actually. I always insist on seeing somebody in person. You start talking to somebody at the end of a blooming telephone line or Zoom or something like that. It's not my sort of thing at all. Birthday today, Kim Marsh, the Merseyside actress and singer. Shot to fame as one of the winners of Popstar and became a band member of Hearsay. So she was married for 13 years. She married 2 soap stars, Jack Ryder and Hollyoaks' Jamie Lomas. So she's 46 today. I love the way, because she wasn't really an actress before. She was just a woman with children, but she couldn't tell them she had children because she was going into the group, and then she admitted it because she wasn't first choice. Definitely not. Also, what else do we have? The first Doodlebug raid took place in London's East End in 1944, the V1s. You could always tell where they were going because you'd hear them and then the noise would stop. And that's when you ran for cover as quick as possible, because the moment the whistling stopped, it was coming down. And so people knew where they were. They didn't know exactly where they were, but you had to get out of the way pretty blooming quickly. Pretty quickly. What else we got? June the 13th, 1994. Very quickly. Labour's hopes of avoiding a divisive leadership campaign were dashed last night when Ken Livingstone threw his hat in the ring. The former Greater London Council leader announced he was standing on a platform of tax increases and defence cuts. Whatever happened to Ken Livingstone? Where did he go to?
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Charlie Girling says, I'm seeing Adele and Pearl Jam. You see, now, I know who Adele is, but I've heard of Pearl Jam, and I couldn't tell you any of their songs. This is concerts in Hyde Park. So it's going to be quite a big year this year. It really is. I mean, Pearl Jam have got... I've never heard of any of them. Even Flow, Black, Just Breathe, Last Kiss, Alive, Daughter. Not the most inspiring things, are they, really? Perhaps I'll have to start listening to them, Charlie, and find out whether or not it's it's my sort of music. I still watch George Ezra. Actually, I wonder if Charlie went to the Capitol big shindig the other day. I wonder if she was there, actually. Because George Ezra is doing Finsbury. Is he? What, by himself? Or is he... Oh, he's doing it by himself. Oh, blimey. I quite like that song, Shotgun. And the Sam Fender as well. I like that sort of shotgun thing, only because I like watching crowds singing. It reminds me of Nebworth and Robbie Williams. Although the idea that he's doing a thing to promote his latest album, which isn't his latest album at all, it's just basically some rehashed songs with an orchestra. That's all it is. There's no new material or anything like that at all. The BBC facing renewed claims of ageism and sexism after one of its presenters claimed she was sacked because they didn't want women over 60, which is, of course, absolute rubbish. This is Liz Kershaw. She's been replaced on her show by somebody who's 31. But it's got nothing to do with that. As the BBC have explained, they've said all radio schedules evolve over time, and after 16 episodes of her Legends in Their Own Lunchtime in a year, we want to explore other music stories. Seems perfectly acceptable to me. I don't quite understand. It's got nothing at all to do. They think it's gone as far as it goes. I mean, Annie Nightingale's still on Radio 1, and she's 82. So they can't be. But it's a case of, people, just because the person who's replacing Liz Kershaw is 31, the programme she was employed to do has run its course and they want to try something different. What's the matter with that? It's very easy to come up with sort of excuses, isn't it? And she said that the series was not wanted. No, they thought it had run its course. It ran for a year. It's as simple as that. Unfortunately, there's always going to be somebody disappointed. But I don't think it's ever, if I sort of, retired or something like, God forbid, I don't know, who became sick, and they replaced me with somebody young, we go, it's an ageist thing. And you go, no, obviously it's going to be somebody younger. Whether they could do the job as well, of course, remains to be seen. So here's the Andrew, the delusional one. He really doesn't get it, does he? The more you hear about him, the more you worry about it. At least Harry had the decency to get out the country as quick as possible. Also, farm worker shortage. Apparently there is millions and millions of pounds of unpicked crops out there. I mean, why don't they just sort of open these farms up to the public and say, listen, come and pick all this? Because otherwise it just rots. It just sits there in the ground and just sort of gives up, which is not so good, which is a bit of a shame. Also, this £20 electronic ear clips train the body to decrease blood pressure. I quite like the sound of this thing, actually. I wonder, I must have a word with the doctor, see if we can get hold of one of these things. I'll have a word with Mr. Shah, the chemist. The British woman who joined the Islamic State in Syria may receive the death penalty. No, she won't. They don't have the death penalty there. This is just a load of old codswallop, I'm afraid, from Shamima Begum, who said she revealed she believed the second of her two friends she travelled with has been killed. She has no evidence to suggest any of this. And as I say, she's nothing to do with this country. We don't want her here. She's had her citizenship revoked. Also, parrots. Parrots everywhere. I live near Richmond Park. I've never seen them in London, but I think they must be. We've got like 20,000 that go over every night. I think they're beautiful, but they eat the bark off the trees. And they squawk. I mean, to me, I like them. And they seem very, very sort of adaptable. They think that they escaped some years ago and they were filming the African Queen at Isleworth. But as I say, I've heard so many different stories. But they're lovely. And I think they're going to start spreading out over London because they've adapted to our environment and the weather and everything else quite well. Mr. Neil says, don't even joke about retiring. That's all. Almost like a threat. And also, if you've got koi carp. Now, I know people who have koi carp. They're very nice. I do, yes. They're very expensive. People pay fortunes for them. But what you've got to watch is otters. Because, what? I'm just explaining to people about otters. Apparently, the UK Wild Otter Trust, a charity in North Devon that holds the country's only licence to trap and remove otters, says that if they invade ponds, they will eat koi carp. They're not particularly bothered. They just pick them up and... because, there's one man here, he's lost 1,500 quid's worth of fish because the otters have come in there. We lost them to a heron. We had fish in... we had a pond on the patio. And the heron came down, spread its wings out so it could, all of a sudden there was no reflection, it could see the fish and just basically took the whole lot. We had about 15 or 20, it was terrible. Mind you, keep killer cats indoors at night, they say, to save the wildlife. Cats kill about 27 million birds and 250,000 bats every year. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? I mean, I know that cats go out because a friend of mine, she's got cats and they're constantly bringing bits and pieces back in again. Not unusual to find half a squirrel under the bed. Mind you, I saw another squirrel the other day, desperately trying to cross the road. I wish somebody would tell them it's dangerous out there. They need to watch television a little bit more. And Freddie Mercury's childhood stamp collection is going to be displayed for the first time by the Postal Museum. The Queen's singer inherited his father's passion for philately and is believed to have collected from the ages of 9 to 12. So there you go. All 54 pages of the album will be available online and on public display at the museum in central London. Well, that's lovely. I didn't even know he collected stamps. I just thought an odd thing to do. Mind you, we all did that, didn't we? Didn't everybody do? I mean, nobody's got hobbies anymore now. People used to have hobbies. We used to make... aeroplanes and things like that, plastic models and train sets and everything else. But, the idea that, people do... I did do stamp collecting. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought ultimately boring. ultimately. But although my friend Lynn, she collects stamps. She sort of saves them. Whether she puts them in an album, I've got no idea. Boots to sell their own brand Viagra over the counter. Lovely. Does it make any difference? I mean, do people say... There was an awful lot of brouhaha, wasn't there, about Viagra some years ago? And then all of a sudden, now you can buy it quite openly over the counter. You don't need a prescription, I don't believe. I was offered it some time ago by the doctors. They said, would you like some Viagra? I thought, what have you heard? What a thing to say to you, honestly. And also, parents denied the thyroid drug despite the price cut. So there's a bit of a disparity, because I take a thyroid drug. I can't remember what it's called now, but I've been taking it for ages and ages. Mainly because you can take it if you've got sort of an underactive thyroid, or my thyroid doesn't work at all. I think it's called levothyroxine, but that's what people use. But or not, as the case may be, because it's too expensive. And millions more people have been targeted by fraudsters at the cost of living soars. And they were doing all these things on the phone and all the rest of it, these things. Oh, do you remember the ones you used to get years ago? Or perhaps it was just me. Where you get a phone message, it goes, I'm stuck at the airport. Can you email me some money? I need to get home. And I used to think, who is this? Well, of course, if you replied, that activated the phone number, which charged you quite a bit of money. And so people write back and think, I think you've got the wrong number. No, they had exactly the right number. They were just targeting you. And they would do that. I used to get them all the time. People saying, I'm stuck at the airport. I used to think, well, stay there. I don't want you coming back. Makes it so much easier, doesn't it? Well, that's it for Monday. So this week, hot, very hot. 90 degrees. Mind you, they have been wrong in the past. And Tara says, through my life, I've learnt far more from listening to you than I did through O-levels, A-levels, and my 3 degrees. Oh, nice. See, we're an educational programme. And Debbie says the Reggae Festival at Kenwood was fantastic. Lovely. Morning, welcome to Tuesday. Do you know, I kept thinking it was going to be Wednesday. I don't know why. I've got a parcel arriving today. I love it when they send you a note saying you've got a parcel to be delivered. And I thought, that's good. I like a parcel. And what the heck have I ordered? Can't remember. Well, hanging baskets. So we've got hanging baskets today and all the rest of it. So what have we got? Jagger, Mick, 78, got COVID. So they're going to put 7 people on this huge plane which can hold 300. What a waste of money. And who's paying for it? We are. 7 people. I wouldn't even like to imagine how much the cost of that is. Have you ever heard of a plane taking off with 7 people on it? I mean, how stupid is this? Send them out to a hotel. 7 people in a hotel that can hold 300, 150, whatever it is. Ridiculous. I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. So if you fancy a holiday, turn up at the airport. I'm sure they can fit you in. Although, I heard James O'Brien the other day saying, it's a holiday destination, Rwanda. I thought, not if you're gay, it's not. Unfortunately, their human rights is quite bad. Quite bad. So that's why a lot of people will be complaining about going back there. Well, they don't want to go there. You come all the way across the channel, you paid your 5,000 quid or whatever it happens to be, to go to Rwanda. They don't want to go. So obviously the 7 people who are actually flying obviously couldn't afford to get sort of some sort of legal advice or something. Can't believe. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's going to go down to 2. I think they'll basically be saying, you can't go back there, you're gay. And I think Rwanda, it's illegal to be gay. Is it not? Is it not? I'm pretty certain they've not got great human rights. I mean, why Rwanda? Out of all the places that you could go to, couldn't they go somewhere else that could be quite nice? I just don't understand why Rwanda, out of all the places you'd be thinking of going to, where you don't fit in, you've got nothing in common with all the people there. So there you go. Lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender people living in Rwanda face legal challenges not experienced by non-lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender people. While neither homosexuality nor homosexuality are illegal, homosexuality is considered a taboo topic. In other words, we don't want to talk about it. Not exactly ideal choice of venue, is it then, really? You wouldn't want to be going there. God help them. God help them. Steve, listening back to yesterday's show, couldn't agree more by the American candy stores. We told you about these before, didn't we? Because the Westminster Council said there's too many of them. And they think they're a front and a back and a middle. Because a lot of them don't have prices on things and they make up prices. And they think that they're using it to avoid paying tax. Because all of a sudden there's an influx of why? I've got no idea. But they're all selling exactly the same stuff, which makes me think it's all coming from a central warehouse. There's one down on the Strand. Not only is it a sweetie shop, in my day, a sweetie shop sold sweets. This one does vaping as well. Highly, highly worrying. OK, so just warn you. Anyway, a couple of months ago, I popped into one just round the back of Leicester Square near the Hippodrome to buy a cigarette lighter. The guy in front of me was having a heated discussion. He'd been charged £2.50 for a Bounty bar. £2.50 for a regular, normal-sized Bounty. Couldn't believe it. Very politely told them they were taking the mickey, says Dame. I wouldn't buy anything in there. I really wouldn't. Because they don't put prices on things so they can charge you what they're... It's like the rickshaws in London. If you really want to be ripped off by people who are not insured, don't pay any tax, and probably shouldn't even be here, well then happily get in one. Because if you have an accident, you'll be paying for it for the rest of your life. Simple as that. Anyway. Brian says, you remember back in January? Oh yeah, I remember January like it was yesterday, Brian. There'll be some actors facing the axe in EastEnders. Well, they do it every year. It's not exactly a revelation. They do have a clear-out every year. He says, well, I predicted correctly. A few actors are indeed to go, including Lola being one of... Yeah, the trouble is, see, what you did, you didn't say who the ones were going. Because they do that all the time. All the time. Every year, they will do it twice a year. Because I spoke to the producer. We went to the Trick Awards some years ago, and they were talking about every so often you've got to keep it fresh. So they lose people. I mean, it's a bit embarrassing for the actors... You know, because they sort of go, well, I've got a feature coming out in one of the papers. And also, once they discover, especially in EastEnders, because they've got their own publicity machine working within EastEnders. They've got, in the offices and all the rest of it. Once you leave, you don't have the luxury of having people who are promoting you and saying this storyline's coming. You've got nothing at all. You're basically back on the scrap heap and you're just sort of waiting to see if you can get some sort of publicity. Which is a bit of a pain. So if you'd come up with names, it's like, after Big Ben stopped years and years ago, Uri Geller went, I stopped that. And you think, no, you didn't, you liar. Why are you lying to people? You've got no powers about stopping Big Ben. I mean, if you've been in a soap for years, after a while, they need you because you're integral to the show. But it's like a wheel. You just keep putting people in there. I mean, look at Ken Barlow in Coronation Street. 62 years in a soap. I mean, blimey, I thought I'd done my time at 43 years. But 62 years he's done. Yeah, only a few more years to go, and then I can get that gold watch. Yeah, I think I'll get a gold watch. That'd be quite nice. Carolyn in Kent says, so happy to be listening to a programme. And Jane says, it's currently a cool 8 degrees in the Pennines, but looking at the sky, it'll probably warm up later. Oh, God. I was out 11:30 last night watering the plants. I got the X hose out, X-rated. And I was watering the plants because at the moment, they're going through a sort of a spurt. So what I'll do is I'll fill up the water butt because I don't think we're going to have any rain. And they reckon 90 degrees. 90 degrees. The heat wave starts today. Oh, does it? Oh. Blow, because I've got hanging baskets arriving, 4 of them, which I'm looking forward to, and then I've got to go to a magic shop and go and collect something, and I've got a parcel arriving from what a good day today is. What a good day today is. I love days like that. Tuesday the 14th, 25 degrees. Oh, blow. So double it and add 30, so 50, 60, 70, 80 degrees. Friday is going to be 31 degrees. I'm not going out on Friday. Actually, luckily, the time I finish is actually good because it's not heated up, Although the only thing I haven't got, but the producer said he's got a spare one, is a mask. I've lost my mask. And you think you've got one? Well, Phil, I'm sure they've got them on the reception. I'm pretty certain they've got them on the reception. So I can have one because the COVID cases are rising. And that's the problem. Mick Jagger's got it and a few other people. Oh, is it sealed and everything? Ooh, look at you. Oh, right, thank you. And so COVID cases are rising. More people are catching it now because everybody's gone, we don't need to wear a mask. Yeah, right. As if I'm going to risk things like that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Lloyds Bank have handed £1,000 bonuses to almost all its workers to help with the cost of living. It's going to go a long way, isn't it? £1,000, better than nothing. Who's going to be paying for it? You are. Lloyds customer, change. Because they've got to pay for it somehow. Also, as they said on the television yesterday, is there anybody else on Love Island apart from dreary old Gemma Owen? I mean, are there other people on there? I was just wondering, actually, because that's all the papers seem to be interested in, with her father, who apparently has been into rehab. I mean, dear God in heaven, the whole family's coming down with it. You wait till she gets outside and realises they've already kicked one person out, but you won't know who they were because they never got any publicity. It's all Gemma Owen. Me. God in heaven. The BBC is keeping a bit stum. They've got a new studio, and they don't want to tell you what it cost, mainly because I should imagine it's probably in excess of £500,000. Easily. But they don't want to tell you that because they're too worried Nadine Dorries will hear about it. Harry has found something to do with his boring existence. He's gone back to playing polo again. Not that he was any good at it, but he sort of did it and he fell off the other day, which is sort of... The trouble is, you know, to play polo, you've got to have about 20 ponies, which have all got to be kept. You've got to pay for it. So you're only going to do it if you're rich. Well, Harry's, of course, rich, mainly through the fact that he was in the royal family. If he hadn't been in the royal family, Netflix wouldn't have offered him a dime. Nothing at all. It's only because they go, oh, we can make money out of him. Well, so far, he's come up with absolutely nothing. Nothing at all, but at least he can go and play polo. And, as I say, ultimately boring unless you're actually in it. Steve, I'm on a train from Bondi Junction, says Shane in Sydney. Bondi Junction. Doesn't it sound exciting? I watched a film the other day, actually, with John Wayne in it. And I can't remember what it was about, but it had animals, and it seemed to be set in Africa. And it was very... I don't know any John Wayne films. I really don't, but I thought it was quite good, actually. It's not my sort of thing at all, really. He's sort of, you know, well, get off your horse and drink your milk. And he used to smoke about 100 cigarettes a day. Made my 60 look a bit feeble, didn't it? Excuse me. I love my tea in the morning, and the bigger it is, the better, the bigger the cup. Kylie Minogue's return to Ramsay Street was very emotional. Yeah, I found it a bit bottom-wetting as well. Exactly the same. I don't know why. Kevin Spacey will have to face court in these sex cases. And if you want to buy the best value spot to buy a home in the UK, Margate. I mean, I just thought it was God's waiting room. I had no idea that other people live there. Is it trendy? I mean, I just think living by the coast would be lovely. I mean, I'd love to live by the coast. Frinton I'd like to go and stay in, because that's quite pretty. And I don't think they've resisted having things like Chinese takeaways. They don't want that sort of stuff there at all. And so they've sort of maintained it. Anywhere with a little pier where you can get a cup of tea and a cake, slice of cherry Genoa or something like that, that would suit me fine. I'd be very happy with that. That would really suit me quite a lot, actually. But the one story that just blows me away is the mother, who's having to appeal after the judge has ruled that the doctors can end the life support for her 12-year-old son. He was playing, apparently, a game that children play, and it went horribly wrong. And he's only 12. His name's Archie Battersby. He's not regained consciousness since an accident at his home on the 7th of April. The doctors have concluded that he's brainstem dead, and he should no longer be kept alive. And she said... the judge, that they could lawfully stop treating him. Because the problem that you have with all of these cases, and this isn't the first case you'll ever have, but he's a cute little lad, Archie, and it's a case of if they turn off the life support machine that he's on, can he survive? And the answer is, they say he can't. They say he's brainstem dead. And they think he died some time ago, but the mother, I mean, you can imagine the dilemma. She's been on LBC talking about it. I mean, it just breaks your heart. You know, she says if Archie remains on mechanical ventilation, the likely outcome for him is sudden death, and the prospect of recovery are nil. He has no pleasure in life. His brain damage is irrecoverable. His position is... This is the judge. His position is not going to improve. His mum said she was devastated and said, we intend to appeal and I will not give up on him. She said his heart is still beating, but the trouble is, I think it's artificially. That's the problem. He's gripped my hand, and as a mother, I know he's still in there. Until it's God's way, I won't accept. I know of miracles where people have come back from being brain dead, but this is brainstem dead. And, you know, what an awful decision you have to make. She doesn't want to let go. The family have spent all their time at his bedside. They don't want him to go. They don't want to make that final decision and say, we're going to let him go now, because I know what will happen. I know when they turn off that machine that all of a sudden his life will ebb away, and it will ebb away quite quickly, because he's brainstem dead, which means that he shows no sign of recovery whatsoever. Even though his mum says, I can feel this, his hand and all the rest of it. It's a decision I wouldn't wish on anybody at all. You know, it's a 12-year-old child. He was full of life, full of beans, full of everything, and yet here are people who make a decision based on their expertise. The mums don't have it. They just have a gut feeling, don't they? That's my child. I don't want to let him go. And I can imagine it's just absolutely the most... Or when I heard it yesterday, I thought, my God, you poor woman, poor family having to go through this, because it is the most dreadful thing. You know, you can understand it if it was an older person or something like that, but even then there's cases to argue. But this is a 12-year-old little boy. 12-year-old little boy. You know, she doesn't want to lose him. But I think deep in her heart of hearts, I think she knows that he's not going to come back. I know we hear cases, but the doctors have said he's not going to come back. And the judge has ruled that they don't think he's going to come back. But what a dreadful decision. So she's put it into an appeal system. What happens? I don't know. She can go to an appeal. What happens if she loses the appeal? Do they then turn around and say, well, look, we're going to have to turn him off? Because, you know, once they I always remember at the end of Steel Magnolias, the daughter is in hospital. She's had the baby and all the rest of it, and she's diabetic. And they say, listen, she's not going to survive. And so they basically turn off the life support machine, and the family sit there, and it goes beep, beep, and it gets slower and slower, and then it goes into that beep, and that's it, and that's end of life. But, you know, for a mum with a 12-year-old boy, I appreciate the fact that that was only a film, but based on a true story, because I spoke to that girl's brother who wrote it. So I know that it was true. But then when you look at a 12-year-old boy, and they've put pictures in all the papers, you know, and for many people, they'll be going, you've got to keep him alive. But the trouble is, it's the machine that's keeping him alive. And that's where it's just so absolutely agonising. And we can only send our best wishes to them, because now that the judge has ruled with the doctors that they can end the life support, and she's saying, no way, it's not going to happen. 18 minutes past 4. Just trying my mask on, just to make sure. Apparently, according to Which magazine, this particular mask is the best. And it doesn't have a metal bit in it, which you normally fold over your nose, does it? But thank you very much indeed. So there you go. So out early and on the way to Royal Ascot for the first time since 2019, says Roger, back in time. They've asked people to wear revealing clothing. You know, half of them don't need encouraging, I'm afraid. It's very tacky for some people. And somebody says, have you not had much sleep then? I've had loads of sleep. What are you talking about? I've loads of sleep, me. I never... Oh, because I said I was up 11:30. Oh, right. Well, the alarm goes off at 11 o'clock, which actually suits me fine. Oh, no, I get loads of sleep because I went to bed yesterday at 4 o'clock, which actually by that time I'm quite tired. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 7 hours. How much more sleep do you need? Answer, not much more. But good luck with Royal Ascot. And Steve, Frinton's Greggs have just had a complete refit. Very posh, says Gary, who is in Frinton-on-Sea. Looks lovely, actually. It does look very nice, Frinton. And I think Chris and Steve went there. I'm pretty certain, you know. And it's got beach huts. And I think it's got a little pier as well. A little pier, and it's got bus shelters. And it looks quite nice. It got bus shelters. My sort of place, actually. My sort of place. But I think they've sort of done away with it. They don't want a lot of takeaway places and turning it into something like that. All you want to do is just sit in your beach hut. They've got a nice house for sale there. An Art Deco house from the 1930s. Also, they've got ice cream sellers, rogue ice cream sellers. The biggest rip-off ever ice cream sellers. Seriously, they move into places and they've gone to war because they don't want them on the seafront. They're taking liberties, so they've banned traders from setting up on the quiet seafront. So, which is good actually. Well done to the people there, because they're just ripping people off. That's all it is. You know, we only have one ice cream van, and he's there in the summer, and he's a decorator as well the rest of the year, and then he does ice cream in the summer, and he's been there for ages. We used to get our banana lollies there. My friend Lynn and her friend Joe and Sharon are over on holiday at the moment, and they sent me a lovely picture. They all look very, very nice, very glam, very, very glam. And apparently it's full moon in the next few hours. And when she sent this, but she sent it in to me at 11 minutes past 2. She said, in this cycle, it's a strawberry moon. It's a strawberry moon. She said, we went to bed hours ago, stayed out and still awake at 4 a.m. local time. That's a good question to ask your listeners because defo has an effect on me. She says, hope all good at home. Weather warning for you to go into hiding on Fritz. She knows I hate the temperature. I don't like the temperature. I was talking to Philip Chrysakos earlier on, and we were talking about the heat and all the rest of it. And they all think it's very hot in our newsroom. I think it's quite normal, actually. But the super strawberry moon will peak at 12:51 on Tuesday. So we've already had it. Oh, PM. Oh, right, 12:51 PM. So what it is, so a full moon occurs during daylight hours. It might seem unusual, but that's the exact moment when the sun and moon are on opposite sides of the earth, which can happen any time of the day or night. So it will, the super strawberry moon, will still appear full for a few days in and around June the 14th. So plenty of chances to catch a glimpse of it. And it will appear larger when it's near the horizon. So the best views will be just after moonrise or before moonset. But, I mean, if bad weather clouds your views, don't worry. You can see the full strawberry moon in a live webcast for free, which begins at 4:15 today, and they will show live views of the full moon. I like the idea of calling it a strawberry moon. I just think it sounds quite exciting. Yeah, because I'm sure there used to be a nightclub in town. Chris Jarvis, I'm sure, had a party at Strawberry Moon. I'm pretty certain, unless I've got that wrong, but I'm sure we went to some nightclub off Regent Street called Strawberry Moon. And we went to his party. Is it called that? Oh, it's closed, is it? I tell you what else is closed. Brace yourself for this one. San Lorenzo. Friend, to Hollywood A-listers over the years. The iconic Knightsbridge restaurant, a shut-up shop. Diana used to go there. It was her favourite eatery. They pledged to reopen last September, but it remains empty today. People just can't keep going. So, that's why you have to. We don't want to lose restaurants. We went out the other day, we went to. We just felt like driving a car around, just for the hell of it. And we parked up, and we went up the Burlington Arcade. And so many of the shops are closed in there. So many of them are empty. And I thought, that's Burlington Arcade. And if a restaurant like San Lorenzo, Caprice went ages ago. We used to go to Caprice. San Lorenzo I went to once. And all these places, they struggle. They need your support. They really do. Lindsay in Cornwall says, morning, Steve. Been to Rwanda a couple of times. Gorilla trekking. Amazing, but so expensive. Now, no chance of ever doing it again on a pension. Absolutely. Tim says, our 12-year-old was hit by a car and airlifted to the Royal London Hospital. He was in a coma for 5 weeks, but we were so lucky they managed to save his life. The staff there are, in my eyes, superheroes. I know, but for every child they save, there's a child that they lose. And Archie's mum is going to be on with Nick later this morning. I urge you to listen to it because it's a decision you wouldn't want to make yourself. You really wouldn't. What was the other one we have? Lenny Henry claims black people and Asian people don't attend Glastonbury. I've never even thought about it. Never even thought about that. I don't know whether or not that's accurate. I mean, I don't literally look through a crowd going, wait a minute, black person, Asian. I don't think about that. I just look at a group of people. If they want to go, they want to go. It doesn't say why, no. He just thinks that maybe they're not welcome there, which of course is not true. They've drawn parallels hilariously between Steps and ABBA. The bad news is Steps have vowed to continue performing, much as though we beg them not to. Please don't perform. Please don't go. They say until it becomes a tragedy. Okay, well, that's it. It's a tragedy. And can you imagine Wayne Rooney and his family? We mentioned them the other day. They were in Dubai. They're now back in this country. They're in trouble. You know why? Because we saw them swimming with dolphins. And these are captive dolphins. And so they've basically been rounded on by people going, excuse me, these dolphins are kept in captivity just for your benefit. You pay money to swim with dolphins. They swim in the oceans. They don't swim in a pool. Thank you very much indeed. And racism now, you can add all sorts of things to this. Now it's plants, which can be racist. I'll tell you about that one a little bit later on. Half of the child activity-based A&E injuries in hospitals now from trampolines. I mean, I used to go on a trampoline, years and years ago. I used to quite like them. They use them on, sort of kids' parties. You have a trampoline or a chocolate fountain, but they're such a pain in the rear end. They really are. Shane says, we had a full moon hours ago in Sydney. It's 1:25 Tuesday afternoon at the moment. And Ken says, Heddon Street, Strawberry Moon was a nightclub. Yeah, it's gone now. He said, finished. No more of these. I just thought the name was great. I remember it just being down a little side street, and at the bottom, I can remember it sort of semi-vividly. Also, the couple in B&Q, they go to B&Q to go and have a look around and to see what they want to purchase, and they take the kids with them, and their son goes into the bathroom department. They always have sort of bathrooms set out, and he goes to toilet in a display toilet. Number 2s. He did number 2. And the parents were terribly embarrassed. I mean, he just saw it as a toilet. He probably never thought about it, as indeed, most of us would. I can remember we used to have at the back of one of our offices flats. They built new flats. And somebody went round the show flat and they used the toilet. Number 2s. They used the toilet. Of course, it wasn't plumbed in. So, I mean, even worse. Even worse. And also, I can remember, I think I've told you this before, the parents of my godchildren, they were selling their house, and they had a couple come round, and then the man said, can I just use your toilet? Number 2s. I mean, as if you would ever do that. I mean, seriously, couldn't believe it. In a stranger's house. I know, couldn't believe it. Peasants. Dreadful. As Ascot returns, punters set to stake £100 million. I don't know where they're getting it from. But people find it, don't they? People find all this money and they go, yeah, let's do that. And Aldi have launched ice cream for dogs. Which is something. I thought they'd be better off with lollies. Don't you think so? Just let them lick a lolly. Because they give exactly the same things to tigers and lions, things like that. They put up huge ice balls and they give them to chimpanzees as well. So they like, if it's hot, they like things like that. Have I seen the flavours? No. What sort of flavours are they? Pea and vanilla, apple and carrot. I don't know about that. Is it very expensive? I don't know. I mean, Aldi ice cream. And dogs, I swear. Dogs will eat anything. They couldn't care less. They really couldn't care less. They just eat everything. And so they say it's that first of all, the sell-out dog sunshade bed, and now this brand new pup-friendly ice cream. It's $2.99 for a pack of 4. 2 doggy tempting flavours. You can choose from the pea and vanilla or apple and carrot, with each cold treat being 100% plant-based and made with real fruit and vegetables. Ooh, there you go. It's in a, you just take it out and scoop it out and stick it in a bowl, I should imagine. But the dogs like, honestly, anything to make them fatter. It's not good, is it, really? I could eat an ice cream now, actually. Yeah, I wouldn't know I'd eat apple and carrot. I just want to go for sort of something normal. 4:30. Let's get those news headlines for you this morning with Andy Ivy.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, I'll be riding shotgun underneath. Anyway, Steve, Jake, my captain, speaking. I'm flying to Skiathos today, so it'll be up above the weather. Strawberry moon will be very visible for me on the flight deck, so I'm going to get a photo and send it in to you tomorrow. Very nice, thank you. Thank you for the company this week on my run of early flights and drives to the airport. It's nice, isn't it, when you do something like that? You put your shirt on. There's something about a nice white shirt. Looks good. Everybody looks smart. I was watching this, is it $1 billion cruise ships? And it was Symphony of the Seas or something like that. 6,300 people at each. They can do a turnaround in a few hours, getting 6,300 off, cleaned, and then 6,300 back on again. And they've got everything. They've got a whole bar which floats up in the air. The whole bar takes everybody up there. It just rises. Plus they've got all sorts of things on there to keep people amused. See, if I was going to go on a cruise ship, wouldn't be with kids. You just need to go with people your own age, because basically we spend most of our time sleeping. We just want to eat, sleep, drink. Eat, sleep, drink, and then toilet. Eat, drink, sleep. So look forward to the picture, Jake. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, there you go. This bar goes up and down. It's amazing, isn't it? What do you mean, what's the point? The point is, it's a bar that goes up and down. I mean, I don't know what the point of it is. It's something different. It's something different. You know, so you can say, to be honest with you, I feel even a bit queasy. They've also got on this particular one a funfair ride. They've got a carousel on this same ship, a carousel which can tilt either ways so that it goes with the swell of the sea. It's big though, aren't they, these ships? Have you ever been on a cruise? Yeah, I thought you might have been. I mean, I'm talking about something a bit bigger than the Serpentine. You know, you don't want to sort of talk about... There we go, it goes up again. I mean, that's all it does. It just goes up and down. Which, to be honest with you, you're right, it's bloody boring. I don't want to go on it. Yeah, but the theatre, they've got an aeroplane in the theatre that flies in on wires. Obviously, it doesn't fly in. That would be a bit stupid, wouldn't it? But it looks lovely. But they get all these people on there, and it just seems quite nice. Yes, they could speed it up now. Yeah, in fact, they've speeded it up because it goes so slowly. I love it. Steve says, Jazz, just finally got out of hospital. I've been for 6 weeks due to kidney failure. Now I've got to go back 3 times a week for treatment. No trips to Brighton until better, says Jazz. Oh, you're going back for, what do they call it when you're going for kidney treatment? Dialysis. Is that dialysis for kidneys? I can't remember, actually. I don't know. I spent most of my time in hospitals anyway. Ian says, I've been delivering dog ice cream for a few years. Marshfield Farm makes it in 2 flavours, vanilla and mint. Oh, vanilla and mint. Dogs love it. Well, there you go. Well, I didn't know that. Didn't know. Jenny in Farringdon says, Steve, do we know how long the dreaded heat wave is going to last? About a day, I think. Don't think it's going to go a week. Oh, Godfathers, honestly. I'll have to get some sun cream out, actually. Argentina's president. Here we go. So Thursday, Friday, 31. Then Saturday, it's 26 degrees. And then Sunday, 20, 23, 24, 22. So we keep it in the 20s, which is okay. We can do 20s, double it and add 30. That's not too bad, is it, really? But anything that says 31 on it, no, thank you very much. No, that's Friday, is it? Yeah. Oh, get out there and water your plants early if you've got loads of plants. You don't see them being killed off, do you? Oh, yeah, Argentina's president has accused Britain of what? Stealing the Falklands. Excuse me, sonny boy. Have you forgotten the Belgrano? Sunk. Yes, we remember all about that. Yes, never yours to start with. And although, actually, I don't want to go to the Falkland Islands. They've got all sorts of problems on there. I mean, all sorts of problems. All sorts of things which go on the Falkland Islands that you think, oh, dear. They did a whole documentary on a television. Mainly child abuse. Mainly child abuse. There were so many cases that occurred. And I remember thinking, oh, dear. But, in fact... Simon Weston has complained about it. You remember Simon Weston? He got burnt. He became sort of basically a poster boy for the Falklands War. That was Thatcher's thing. You know, she didn't mess around at all. Mike says, I used to go to Strawberry Moon nightclub. All sorts of naughtiness emanated. Well, we had a couple of LBC parties there. I can remember one was a Bollywood theme. And we had all sort of people dancing and everything else. It was a lot of debauchery going on, but that's company parties, isn't it, really? Just me in the corner. I've been going to Glastonbury for years, says Bex, and you see every nationality going. Everybody's welcome. That's what I thought. But not according to Lenny Henry. Dave in Plymouth says, I'm being destroyed by the high pollen count with the added joy of my second dose of COVID. Can't stop laughing. Or probably can't start laughing, really. I've been lucky. I haven't got COVID, never had COVID, never had anything like it. I just sneeze, which is a bit of a pain, really, isn't it? The rail union's hypocrisy over the oil company shares. They've got $1.5 million. Such hypocrites, aren't they? Although I did hear somebody talking the other day on LBC, and I think afterwards, was it James O'Brien? Might have been James O'Brien, actually, sort of saying they're so stuck back in the dark ages, aren't they? They're back in the 1970s, the union leaders. You know, yes, we're going to go on strike, more money for workers, you know. Yeah, they're always northern. Rod Stewart slaps down Elvis Costello over his hairline because Elvis Costello said, you know, he shouldn't really be singing. He's not really a singer. You know, I am sailing. And he tried to do Sweet Caroline by Neil Diamond, and it just didn't work at all, actually, which was a shame. And so there's Rod Stewart hits back at Elvis Costello, who said, where's your hair gone, mate? Well, the trouble is he's in his 70s. I mean, he built a career on his gravelly voice, but he's blamed COVID for singing. Basically, you've got to pay. Sharp, yeah, I'm not paying Telegraph. No, thank you. Definitely not. Go whistle for it, definitely. Oh, there's a new film about Buzz Lightyear called Lightyear. Only gets 2 stars. They've said from infinity to beyond, which is quite a clever play. I like that one. Very good. So they had the this exhibition at Windsor Castle where they all dress up in sort of poncy clothes and they sort of walk down the hill, and it's all a bit naff. And Tony Blair was booed. He's the only one to march with a bodyguard, which I've never heard of before. And you get this thing, and you get these robes, and you get sort of an insignia and all the rest of it. And Prince Andrew, kick him out, definitely. But 150 people gathered outside Windsor Castle in protest of Sir Tony Blair being appointed to the oldest and most senior British Order of Chivalry. It is just like dressing up. You know, Prince William's been given it as well, so they give it to anybody. They're not really that bothered. You know, I think Princess Anne's got it. Prince Charles has got it. Now Camilla's got it. They just hand them out like sort of dolly. Do you want to wear a nice, very heavy item? And you get it. Yeah, 24 people have it. Yeah. And this time round, they've actually found a black person to give it to. Baroness Amos, I believe. So that's quite nice. And in fact, one of our presenters on our sister station went there. He'd never been before. I don't know. He got to go there. He went there and he sort of... Well, he didn't get one, no. I mean, he'd have loved it. Steve, I took a photo of the strawberry moon, says Vida, from my bedroom window at about 11 last night. Unfortunately, you haven't sent the photo of strawberry moon, so don't tell fibs. We'd come around and slap the back of your legs, all right? Don't start messing around with the producer. He knows when the people have sent in things. What was the other one that we've got? Kylie Minogue returned to Ramsay Street. OK, so it's finished. You know, she went back there and Jason went back and it was all very lovely. And the water park, which can now open. Do you remember we told you it had closed because 2 seagulls had made a nest there? And, well, with the mess that seagulls make, and they closed the water park. Now they've cleared it all out because they've had their, whatever it is they have, baby panthers or something, I don't know. And so the water park can open again, which is very nice. And the herring gulls, the worst, established their nest on a large tipping bucket feature. But under the Wildlife and Countryside Act, 1981, it meant the nesting pair couldn't be disturbed until the nest was empty. I'll just go in there at night. Shoo, shoo, get them out. Get them in, shoo, as if that's going to make any difference. But they've cleaned it all because they make such a horrible mess. Packaging from McDonald's and Domino's banned from recycling as it's too greasy. Too greasy, which is not very good, is it? And a rare Apple I computer has just been sold at auction for £277,000. Seems an awful lot. I wonder who would buy something like that. Not me. Mike says, was Strawberry Moon in Heddon Street the one that had the small pool and a swing over it? No, I remember the Val Bon had that. And Tramp. I think Tramp had a pool in there as well. I'm pretty certain. I might have got it wrong. But I can't remember if Strawberry Moon had that. I don't know. Producers checking just to sort of see. This is the advantage of the internet. You know, any question you want to know, you just literally sort of ask somebody, and somebody will go, oh, I know, Steve, the answer to that one. So I thought it didn't have it, no. So it could have either been Val Bon or Tramp. Not Val Bon either, so it must have been Tramp, wasn't it, which had a pool. Was it Tramp? Just having a check, actually. It's very difficult to go back in time, isn't it, when you try and find all these things out for you. But we do our best. We do our best. So, free £1 bet with Coral, with the Sun today. And Prince William is moving his family to a 4-bed home on the Windsor estate. He wants to be near the Queen. Why didn't he just move into Windsor Castle? She's not exactly using all the bedrooms. They've got loads of spare rooms. Loads of spare rooms. And how many people live... One, the Queen. She's just there all by herself, waiting for Deliveroo, you know, ordering the KFC and stuff like that. I don't know. There's a full complement of staff. There has to be, because if you remember, they've got a full kitchen complement for the banquets and all the rest of it, which they have. So, handy for the kids' school. It's near Frogmore Cottage, but as he doesn't talk to Harry and Moggs, nobody really bothers, actually. But it's all sort of dressing up. Harry, as I say, doing absolutely nothing. And his horse looked a bit unsteady, and then it fell over. How we laughed. 150 people live in Windsor Castle. Really? Good Lord above. Well, I suppose you'd have all the soldiers, wouldn't you, and other things like that. They wouldn't actually be in the castle, I don't think. Buzz Lightyear. Here we go. So there were more than 1 million visitors to the castle between 2010 and 2011. St George's Hall is the biggest room. 40 monarchs have called the castle home. The moat on which the round tower sits is the oldest part, the newest part, the lantern lobby. And the oldest glazed window in the castle dates back to 1236, thought to have been a wedding gift from King Henry III to his wife Eleanor of Provence. The Great Fire was in 1992, took 15 hours and 1.5 million gallons of water. The fire damaged or destroyed 20% of the castle area. And that's why we had Prince Andrew going, Her Majesty... Oh, go away, you boring old baggage. Nobody's interested in you, pal. We didn't like him then, let alone now. And actress Amber Heard is refusing to blame the jury for deciding against her. Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Listen, it's finished, done with, get over yourself. Goodness sake. And it's 5:15. Oh, dear. 12 minutes to 5. Nice to have your company. Oh, here we go. Michael Owen, honestly, he's obviously revelling in this publicity as well. We're bored with you. Go away. There's other people on this programme. It's not all about the Owen family. Thank you very much indeed. Apparently she's getting up people's noses. You know what Gemma does? She nibbles on Parmesan cheese to start the day. Ugh, disgusting. But anyway, I'm sure that your career's going to go from strength to strength, dear. Absolutely. The club with the swimming pool was the aquarium that was near Old Street. I remember Strawberry Moons. It was a bit cheesy, says Vicky. Oh. And Vida, listen, she says, my photo won't deliver. I've tried to send it. How do I send the photo? I don't want Steve slapping the back of my legs. Well, not looking promising. Yeah, you have to email very quickly. You have to email very quickly. It's just one of those things. steve@lbc.co.uk. It's not complicated. Listen, blimey, even I can do it. Even I can do it. Jim Davidson, there's a name to conjure with. The royal family, Bernard Manning, and now the Royal Botanical Gardens in Edinburgh. What do they all have in common? Well, they've all been accused of racism. I couldn't work it out either, unless you should think the world's leading plant and conservation centre was anything but a pretty tourist attraction and home to some of the 13,000 nice plants and flowers. Think again. A racial justice paper commissioned by the RBGE has accused the 72-acre nature spot of exploitative, colonialist and racist activities. For example, the bemused at the back breadfruit, which comes from a plant collected on an expedition to Mauritius by the explorer William Bligh, is cited as an example of perpetuating colonialist power structures. Oh, dear God in heaven, honestly. Why don't you just go away, stick your head in a bucket of sand and try and get over yourself? Britain apparently is home to the planet's only all-female plumbing company. Why are you laughing? Oh, right. And the firm's name, Stopcocks. I think it's quite clever, isn't it? Apparently perfect, obviously, writes Clemmy Moody. I didn't have a clue either, by all accounts. A stopcock is a form of valve used to control the flow of a liquid or gas. You're welcome. Yeah, we all knew that, dear. You've got one under your sink. It stops your water. God, she can't be that dim. Surely not. It's not entirely possible. Laura Whitmore. She says, and I haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'm with her 100%. Oh, she's the most dreary person under the sun. Her questioning on the programme is almost pitiful. It seriously is, honestly. Makes you wonder whether these people actually ever went to a school or anything like that. What was the other one? We got Liam Gallagher has vowed that common sense will reign supreme if he ever makes it into Downing Street. Well, they're looking for a cleaner, love. You could do it. So I'm sure you'll manage, won't you? Not. And it's only been a month since Little Mix's sellout arena tour ended, but Leanne Pinnock is already hard at work on her debut album. Yeah, the other one's given up, hasn't she? She's, to be honest with you, nobody's going to buy these things. They're really not, really not. Russia has rebranded its former McDonald's restaurant after the US giant quit in protest. A dozen have opened in Moscow with plans for 200 more. Yeah, all by the same bloke, you've noticed. I'll tell you what, I love Russia. The corruption is just spreading like wildfire. And it's called Vykusno and Toshka, which means tasty, full stop. They're so intelligent. And they've just basically done rubbish. Oh, look, we finally got the picture. There it is. There it is. Vida says, I didn't realise I couldn't text a photo. OK, so here it is. So we've now got... Very pretty, isn't it? Very, very pretty. We like that a lot, actually. That's very nice. I'll let you get away with that. Let you get away with that. And that wonky TV aerial as well. Never... Are you in Coronation Street, says the producer. Hi from Athens in Greece. I love it when people tell me. India says, I listen to you every morning whilst working at dog kennels. Oh, I like dogs. I like all pets, actually. I like all pets. Oh, look, another dreary story about Bros singer Matt Goss, because he's got nothing to plug. You know, the album's finished now. He's got nothing to... Still wearing his funny hats, which are great. I suppose it's because then people can't comment on the hair and whatever it is. But he's got a collection of watches worth over £1 million. Oh, wow. The 53-year-old star owns 11 flash timepieces, each worth 6 figures. And he says selling others kept him alive before he became a huge star in Las Vegas. Unfortunately, he was never a huge star in Las Vegas. He worked in the Gossi room, which was Cleopatra's barge, which held 150 people. He'd got nowhere near the main arena in Caesar's Palace. And he's not there anymore. As far as I know, he's not there anymore. Matt, whose popular Caesar's Palace residency, he was a little thing he danced with, sort of, you know, idiot, come fly with me, let's fly. Yeah, there was nothing original on it. It was all standards. All standards. He said, helped him to a £3 million fortune. He said, my watches kept me alive. I had 30 back then. I mean, what a dreary story. Can't you find anything else to write about? God in heaven. And a set of Beatles autographs smudged by John Lennon's greasy fingers are expected to sell for thousands of pounds. And the girl hopes her book, she's 73 now, from Kenilworth, will fetch up to about £4,500. They grabbed fish and chips and a TV canteen. So that's why, because a complete set of Beatles autographs are worth quite a bit. Quite a bit. You know, they like them. Although, you know, Matt Goss's autograph is about 10pence, I think, at the moment. And I think you get 2 or 3 for that and a free dinner or something, and he'll come and sing to you. So, something like that. Does anybody do paper rounds anymore? I've never done a paper round. Oh, I tell you that, I did one once years and years ago down in Ilford. And I don't know how people cope. Actually, I just got confused. I just put the paper... It was daily, yes. You had to be up really early, then you go there, and the person who owned the paper shop would pack all the papers up for you, and you would do a road or something like that. How they cope on a Sunday, I've got no idea. No idea. Matt Lucas became a comedian because he didn't think he could make it as an actor because of his alopecia. And Anthea Turner, good God, she's not still around, is she? Blimey, I thought that had washed up ages ago. She says 60-somethings dress better than young people. Oh, right. She says, how to be 60 on her How to Be 60 podcast. Would I go to Sainsbury's in a pair of Ugg boots, pyjamas and no makeup? Not. Well, I don't think you go to Sainsbury's anyway, would you, dear? Don't you have deliveries? Can't see you doing shopping. Must take forever. Steve, in Thailand... in a remote village, listening to you whilst cleaning the kitchen, says Dean. How lovely. And Caroline says, picture taken at 3:55 a.m. this morning. Oh, that's pretty. We like that one. I opened the loft window and saw this beautiful moon whilst waiting for you. I love the show so much, says Caroline. And thank you. That's a very pretty picture, wasn't it? That was very nice. You're all very, that's very pretty. And that's a strawberry moon. Although, to be honest with you, it just looked like strawberry moon on fire. Doesn't it? But it's very nice. Did you ever go to the nightclub in Skindles? It was called Skindles by Maidenhead Bridge. As I remember, it had a swimming pool. All gone now. Posh townhouses there, says Tony, in very hot Spain. Very hot Spain. Yeah, no, all these places change, don't they? When you get a site with a hotel on it. We used to have a lovely hotel just as you go into the Richmond Park, Bushy Park, which has got the fountain in it. On the right-hand side, there was a lovely hotel there, and then it just sort of fell into a bit of disrepair. It's all been converted into flats now. That's what they do with places. They turn them into flats, and people go, oh, look, it's a flat, it's lovely. Because I don't think you can drive through Bushy Park at the moment. I think they must be doing something. Because every time I've gone, they've gone, road closed. I don't know what people do. There's absolutely nothing else to do there at all. Well, it's all closed up. It's all locked up most of the daytime. But it has got a fountain. Here he is, publicity-shy man, crashing down from his horse. This is Harry, who doesn't actually have a job or do anything at all. And get out the country really quickly because he's a second-row royal. There's a lovely picture of him scowling, which is quite nice. Apparently Val Bon had a swimming pool. And same street, actually. I texted you a few years ago about Valbon. Definitely swimming pool. Candy Box, the same street. Louise's, Poland Street. Shagarama's in Kensington. Trust me, the Valbon had a swimming pool in the middle of the club, says Sue in Hackney. Yeah, I remember all those places. I remember all of them. Producer looked slightly confused by things. Yeah, he'd never actually... Yeah, I mean, all of them were very well known. Louise's on Poland Street was very, very well known. All these sort of different clubs. But different, yeah, it's all, they just don't seem to exist anymore now. People prefer to go out for a lunch and have drinks and stuff like that, which is always quite nice. Gabby Roslin has to keep denying that she went with Chris Evans. She said she worked with him on The Big Breakfast Show, and then people started rumours. What a ridiculous rumour to come up with. Dreadful. She says fans still badger her, told her podcast, Chris Evans, people say, did you ever with him? The answer is no, I never did. Mind you, the one thing she did do, she had I think it was a husband or a boyfriend who appeared in the musical Hair and took all his clothes off. There's a nude scene in Hair. So I sent a sympathy card immediately, saying I'm very sorry. We've got lots of sympathy cards. I've been sending them out, mainly to myself, actually, at the same time. And so Lenny Henry claiming black people do not attend Glastonbury. He's questioned why the event attracts a predominantly white crowd. He says, I've tried to think what integration actually means. It's interesting to watch Glastonbury and look at the audience and not see any black people. But it's been up and running since 1970. Bosses have previously booked black headliners, including Jay-Z, Kanye West, Stevie Wonder, Shirley Bassey, Beyonce and Stormzy. And last night, the organisers failed to respond to calls to comment. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, there's nothing to answer. Because you don't buy a ticket and put down colour, ethnicity. You just buy a ticket. If I buy a ticket, nobody knows what I look like or anything else. Well, I probably know what I look like. But, it's just, but you don't buy a ticket to Glastonbury and they go, I'm sorry, a black person? I don't think so. It's not for you. It just doesn't make any sense. I think that was nothing, actually. And an animal believed to be a protected wildcat was seized by police only for it to turn out to be a tabby cat. This was in North Wales. They've gone completely around the bend, actually, in North Wales. Michael Jackson's grown-up children, Prince and Paris, turned up at an awards ceremony. They dressed up. Paris is 24, wearing a nude gown. That's the colour, incidentally, as opposed to anything else. And Prince was sporting a classic all-black suit. It's funny to think, isn't it, that they're Michael Jackson's children after all this time, And our dad loves musicals, they said, on film and on the stage. That's been Michael Jackson's children. I think that's quite a cool thing. Quite a cool thing. There's another one, isn't there? I think there are three all together. I'm pretty sure. There's one called Blanket, isn't there? I knew there was one with a funny name. I couldn't remember what it was.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, every nice to have your company. There is no competition for this programme. It's almost embarrassing, actually. I feel so sorry for other people who struggle through it and sort of go, how do we get an audience? How does it work? And the answer is, well, it doesn't for most of people. That's why we have The Spike, which is good. So what else do we get? Oh, the thigh's the limit if you're going to Royal Ascot, because the racing bosses have urged them to dress daring. They're allowed hemline lengths to rise over much of the course. The posh Do's official style guide even features models in micro minis, and they've got all sorts of people there. I mean, to be honest with you, some people look horrendous at Ascot. I mean, really horrendous. They've got no idea. And also, if you're wearing a cheap outfit, you'll stick out like a sore thumb, because a lot of the people who go there, they wear, it's like, who was it? Who was Trump married to? Was it Ivanka? No, that was the daughter. Ivana Trump. I mean, no sense of fashion whatsoever. Not a clue. She just put on loads of very expensive clothing. The sort of stuff that Colleen Rooney buys and then puts it on in the bedroom and dances around in front of the mirrors. Because she's never going to wear it anywhere, because the sort of places she goes to, basically swimming with dolphins in Dubai, you can't wear clothes like that. People go, how much that cost you, babe? How much you pay for that? That's what people want to know. So if you wear cheap outfits, you will stick out at Ascot. And unfortunately, a lot of them, you can tell the bad bleached hair, the black line painted in down the middle, a sort of the hat, which is called a fascinator. Unfortunately not. It is basically, it's the holding pen for Love Island. That's it. Anybody who goes to Ascot, are you willing to wear a bra? What do you mean wear a bra? I'll take it off for you if you like. Oh, yes, well, that's good. Strapless off-the-shoulder frocks are out and midriffs must be covered. I know. We don't want to see midriffs, thank you very much indeed. I mean, I saw a bloke cycling the other day through Twickenham, because we have a college there which trains gym instructors and things like that. Very popular. And this bloke cycling through with his T-shirt sort of halfway up his back. I assumed he was looking to get a tan or something. Like, you know, I mean, men can wear cropped, yes. Well, it was a normal T-shirt, but it was just pulled up over his shoulder, exposing his back. I didn't quite get it at all, actually. Fellas, if you're going to Ascot, you can't wear these sort of outfits. You have to wear black, grey or navy morning suits with matching top hats, okay? And if you can't, you know, because you won't have one of these things, you'll have to go and rent it, and everybody will know it's rented. Everybody will know. They'll be pointing it out going, that's rented. That's Mossbros, rented, because you can't afford to buy one. It's like when I used to live in Staines. I know, we all make mistakes. And the river goes through the middle. I think it's called the Thames. And there's a lovely couple of pubs there where you can go and sit by this other thing. And you get people who pull up in their boats, and they're all rented. They've all got on the side host season's holidays. And they're all painted blue. They're all painted, and we used to sit there and laugh at these people who were sort of, you know, think it's our boat kind of thing, because they were on a boating holiday, which is quite nice. The Royals don't have the chance to dress down. All attendees have to wear dresses or skirts of modest length if you're going to go to the Royal Enclosure. I mean, to be honest with you, I would be sad. They go, no, not you, love. It's not for you. Not for you. Okay, thank you. And can you let them through behind you? Okay, they're wearing proper clothes. You know, they're not attention seekers. Oh, look, Ed Sheeran giving a thumbs up as he's reunited with Wayne and Colleen after a gig. This is in Manchester. And the Rooneys were back from their little holiday. Colleen's still waiting to find out who's won the court case, as indeed we all are. I've never known anything take so long. Really? Did you know that children are arriving for their first day at school unable to say their first name? They don't even know their own names. I suppose because you know, doesn't really sort of signify, you know, or oi. Apparently so, yes. Some 4- and 5-year-olds turn up for the class still drinking from baby bottles and not toilet trained. Well, I've made it to 68. I'm still not toilet trained. Ridiculous, isn't it? Mums and dads need educating on how to raise youngsters. They've called for food-style 5-a-day initiatives to encourage parents to engage with their children. Well, I shouldn't imagine the parents know their names either, do they? Kylie, come here. Kylie, come here. You know, I mean, you know, perhaps, I don't know, really. It's very odd, isn't it? COVID? I don't know. I've got no idea. Apparently, one school here says we have to employ care workers just to change nappies. These are children at 4 and 5 still in nappies. We've got children who are still drinking from bottles with teats on when they start school. God in heaven. That's a bit frightening, isn't it? That is very frightening. I mean, I can't believe that. I mean, I remember learning my times table when I was 7, 8. Yes, I was in the womb. Counting 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I did my times tables and sort of learnt them that way. But not to know your own name or know how to use a toilet at the age of 4 and 5, really. But you know what the parents look like. You know them. You've seen them in the audience at the Jeremy Kyle show. You've seen them there. They are sitting there. They have no idea where they are. They do not know what it is. They just know that they're toothless. And they basically haven't worked in donkey's years. And so they wouldn't know the name of their kids anyway, because they don't know which ones are their kids. And so they send them off to school. Imagine having a child at 4 who doesn't know how to use a toilet. I've got a toilet light at home, which is... what? It's basically... It was used to train children years ago. And what it does is you stick it... It's a little plastic thing with batteries in. You stick it to the lid of the toilet when the lid's up, and you turn the bathroom lights off. And when you walk in there, if the seat is down... it shines red into the bowl. When the seat is lifted up, it shines green into the bowl. So little children, when they wake up in the middle of the night, you know, they sort of want, tired and all the rest of it. And they can see whether I've only just learnt how to use it. Apparently it takes 4 batteries. So we're getting there slowly but surely. But no, fancy having a 4 and 5-year-old who doesn't even know their own name. That's deeply disturbing. Sex Pistol has-been John Lydon once feared he was turning into a woman. You're turning into a bit of a fake, actually. I'm a bit bored with him now. He worried he was growing boobs. He's 66. He says, I remember going to the doctor as a teenager. He says, I panicked. I thought I was growing boobies. And I think now, in the hands of the wrong doctor, that might have changed my future. I could have been Joan Rotten. Oh, dear, dreary. I saw a very fake interview that he was doing for one of the television programmes that doesn't have any audience. And it was quite interesting, actually, because he was just playing up to it, hoping to make a name for himself, but it's all finished. It's all finished. Two best mates, Stefan White and Tom Renshaw, have made £10 million by selling nuts to pubs. I used to like going and getting a packet of nuts. They would be on a card hanging at the back of the bar, and you'd go, oh, have you got any cashews? Oh, I used to love cashews. I'm not allowed nuts now. I can't, well, because they're fat. They're just full of fat, which is a shame, because cashew nuts I thought were great. And they do, in Costco, they do huge packs of nuts. But anyway, they did a pub hopping trip in Bulgaria where they tasted some amazing nuts. And so they visited 4,000 pubs, and they've got jalapeno, masala curry, all sorts of, because for some reason, people like eating nuts. When you're in a pub for the evening, you just want nuts or crisps. But a lot of landlords don't like crisps because they're very messy. So peanuts are an awful lot easier, I think. Up early this morning, Steve, watering the plant pots on my balcony. They've gone mad since I started using the tomato fertiliser you recommended, says Perry. Yes, Tomarite. I've got about 10 bottles of it, 10 litres of Tomarite, because we use it all the time and everything gets so much bigger. Paul in London says, I did a paper round in the 80s, Steve, where I had to wheel the Sunday papers door to door in a supermarket trolley, getting them through the tiny letterbox. Oh, that was the thing, wasn't it? Little letterbox, you have to fold them and then shove them through and then the dog rips them to pieces. Ridiculous. Mark says, if a shop has a price on the shelf, but when you get to the till it's a different price, do they have to sell it to you? No, they don't. It's as simple as that. So what a lot of people used to do years ago was sort of take a price off one item and stick it on another one. And when it gets to the till, when they barcode it, if it comes up the wrong thing, they don't have to sell it to you. It's as simple as that. Question prompted by yesterday's story of those disgusting sweet shops which are selling items without a price tag and making it up. Yeah, that's a slightly different case. But if you've got something that has been marked incorrectly and they decide it's been marked incorrectly, they don't have to sell it to you. It's like you see people, when they were going through all these ridiculous scenarios in America where they said, oh, it's my civil right, I don't have to wear a mask. And the shopkeeper said, well, you do if you're coming in here. They said, but you're a public service. They went, no, we're a private business. This is a bank. And in the end, they wrestled some old bag to the floor. And they called the police. They got her arrested outside. And she's going, are you having a joke? And they went, no, we told you put your mask on or you're not being served. Don't want to be infected by you. These people are so dumb, really dumb. It's very embarrassing. You can still drive to all the car parks in Bushy Park, but you can't drive through it anymore. The section of the road immediately north of the fountain is closed, which makes the park much more pleasant, says Mike. Well, it's a bloody nuisance as far as I'm concerned. I want to drive all the way through it. I want to pretend I live in the park, as you do. So you can't use it as a cut-through anymore now. You can just go and sit in a car park with a load of other people. Very exciting. Salim says, I listen to you every morning whilst my morning walks. The walks aren't the same on the weekend without you. Podcast. Get the podcasts. The podcasts are amazing. You can listen. They go back years. Seriously, absolutely amazing. Another one here. A fox found shot twice in the grounds of a primary school have died of its injuries. RSPCA Inspector Kirsten Ormerod was concerned the shooting took place at a primary school in Gillingham, which was full of children. He said, this poor little fox never stood a chance. It appears that whoever did this would have likely done it deliberately. Well, in a school? It's a bit worrying, isn't it? I don't like that idea at all. And a serial thief with 150 offences to his name says he's a victim of crime. Aaron Hoey, 42, was jailed for 4 years after admitting burglary. He was released from prison earlier this year, but soon recalled after a fight. He claimed officers seized his bag and pinched 2 pairs of trainers worth 290 quid. Oh, these people, they need help. They need medical help. There's nothing we can do for them. They're past caring, I'm afraid, I should imagine. And what else have we got here? Britney Spears has got an emergency restraining order against her first husband, somebody called Jason Alexander. And first-time buyers are often baffled by the whole process and can feel too embarrassed to ask questions. The top 40 queries include, should I offer less than the advertised house price, and how much deposit will I need? They're probably the people who don't know the names of their children, I should imagine. I just can't really see it working out. And a poor dog here called Daisy, in with the PDSA, spent 12 weeks having 20 coins removed from its stomach. It eats coins. It's got a thing about eating coins. I don't know why. You know what dogs are like. Now, I always maintain dogs will eat just about anything. Anything that's out there. You know, stick it in front of a dog and they'll definitely eat it. I know that. Dan Walker. Oh, God, he's not still going, is he? I can't believe it. I thought that had finished. Apparently, he famously jumped ship from the BBC because he sees himself as a personality, which is famously sees himself as a personality who famously jumped ship. And, however, bosses might be panicking over at Channel 5 because the nightly news show is going down with viewers. In fact, basically, it's going down quite a lot. It started off with 400,000 by Friday, 200,000. You watch, it'll disappear completely. Why do these people not realise? Listen, just because you were on the BBC doesn't mean you're a personality, love. It just means you can read an auto cue. Go to Channel 5, nobody ever knows who's reading their news. And as for you shedding 200,000 people, it's not difficult to read out loud, Dan. But if you really believe, you know, that you're a personality, you're heading in the wrong direction, mate. You should have stayed at the BBC. That was sort of testing you a little bit. But, I mean, to lose half of your audience in less than a week, kind of coming back to haunt you, isn't it, really? Let's get the travel, shall we, at 5:15 with Joanne Webb. Morning, nice to have your company. Somebody asked me, actually, when Dale was doing Supermarket Sweep, whether there was anything in the boxes. Yes. Supermarket Sweep, whether it is now, I've got no idea, I don't watch it anymore, was a fully equipped supermarket. The only thing that wasn't were the frozen items, but everything else was just genuine stuff. Genuine stuff. It was, I think it was Asda who equipped it. It might not have been. That was the name I had on the top of my head. And so it was all genuine except the frozen turkeys and stuff like that. That was sort of the fake things. But all the rest of it was genuine. Steve, is it a yellow lab like the one you find in a bank where you can put coins in it to help dogs for the blind? No. Dogs for the blind. We don't have those anymore, do we? I've never seen any of those. I've never seen a guide dog thing. You know, we have the dog sitting there and you put money in. Really? Where'd you see these? Where are these? You don't see them anymore. Well, they used to be outside everything, but you don't find those anymore. It's like there used to be a thing for these spastics. They would have a little boy on a crutch for the Spastic Society, and then they changed the name of the Spastic Society. But it was always the little boy on his crutch, and people would put money in there. But then I heard some years ago people were stealing. You know, people were putting something out so you could buy your poppies, and people were going in there and nicking the poppy tin, so they had to start chaining them to the counter to stop tea leaves nicking stuff. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Dreadful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The shadow cat. Oh, yes, that one. Guide dogs. See, look at it. It's chained up so that nobody nicks it. People steal stuff. It's absolutely appalling. I always, if ever I'm doing the poppies, I always give a tenner or 20 quid. I always sort of roll up a note and put it into their box because I think it's worth it. I think it's absolutely worth it. Steve, I heard a Tony Christie song on the drive home yesterday, and I've forgotten how good he was with so many great songs. In the avenues and alleyways where the sun... Oh, I loved all that stuff. I did what I did for Maria. He was good. He came in, actually. He was a lovely man. Very lovely man. The Shadow Cabinet tells Keir Starmer, stop boring everybody to death. He was never the most exciting person, was he? He'd be better off going to Channel 5 News and reading the auto cue. That'd be marginally more entertaining. Plus, what else have we got? The British hero who died saving his colleagues, and how Instagram killed the tell-all memoirs. Who cares? I'm always amazed at how many people write these tell-all memoirs when they've been in the business about 5 seconds, you know, had sex with about 3 people off Love Island and think that's a career. Yeah, I'm very worried by it. So Buzz Lightyear fails to reach infinity and beyond, which is a bit of a shame. But an elderly couple engaged for almost 30 years planned to tie the knot in Las Vegas. They won 90 grand in a lottery. Denise Bell, 71, and Alan Shaw, 74. Please God they both make it. Were among 8 neighbours in Arnold, Nottinghamshire, who won a combined £270,000 with the People's Postcode Lottery on Sunday. So they're going to fly over there and get married. I don't know why he could have saved the money and sort of just got married in a church here, which would have been good. Tony Blair facing protesters chanting war criminal as he turned up to get his most noble Order of the Garter. Campaigners from... well, anyway, you know about them. And also Prince Andrew, according to an article in the Times today, says has no future in public life. Well, we knew that. Could have told you that ages ago. He has no future anywhere. But already he's going, I think I'm ready to come back to public. No, dear, you've missed the point. No, we don't like you. Okay? And even people in your own family don't like you. It doesn't matter whether we like you or whether we don't like you. But put it this way, if you turned up to that thing, the booing would have been for you. It's as simple as that. I mean, I'm just absolutely amazed that, he sort of thinks he has the arrogance to sort of just go, well, all you peasants out there, I said I was going to talk to the FBI, but, I'm not going to now. But I'll carefully cough up 12 million quid, mainly from my mother. And so Buckingham Palace confirmed he would not have a public-facing role at the Garter Day ceremony. Thank God for that. I believe that William had said that he wasn't going to turn up. This is just what the papers say, so I don't know whether it's true or not. But nobody wants to hang around with him at all. In fact, he'd be better off going and living abroad somewhere. I mean, I don't know where he could go to. Front of the Mirror is the Williams story, but it's a case of nobody likes him. They just don't like him. It's not a case of whether you believe innocence or guilt or just this whole murky thing. It's all a bit tacky. It's a case of we don't like him. He was always arrogant. He always thought he was something really clever, and he turned out not to be. And now it's been his undoing. So the Williams story. He threatened to pull out of the royal procession if Andrew was allowed to take part. Good for him, if it's true. If it's true, I mean, William's standing up to naughty Uncle Andrew. It's a case here. A senior source said the Duke was adamant if Andrew insisted on taking part publicly, he would withdraw. And, of course, you can't not have William there. It's as simple as that. And so Andrew is persona non grata. I don't care whether the family like him or not. I feel embarrassed for the daughters, for the ex-wife and all the rest of it, because the one thing you can't deny is that appalling interview with Emily Maitlis, where he just basically dug himself a grave and sort of etched the tombstone to go on it. R.I.P. Andrew. Simple as that. Tony Blair he was the only one, I think, I've ever known at the Garter ceremony where they have to walk down. It's a hell of a walk. It really is. It's so tedious. And it's exactly the same walk that all the royal family did when the Duke of Edinburgh died. The Queen went down in the car with her best friend, and then the rest of them had to walk behind, including Andrew, I noticed. It'll be the last time he walks down the hill. Or up again. So here we go. Boris Johnson and his wife Carrie taking Wilf 2 and baby Romy to a beach in Cornwall, which is nice. And so they've managed to get a picture of him on the beach. I've not been to a beach for ages. We have one in Twickenham. We have a beach there. There's an area where it's part of a little park, and the council fill it in with sand, and so the kids can go and sit there and play on the sand and make sand. There it is, make sand castles and everything else, which is lovely. I don't think it's for people my age. I think it's for sort of it's for younger people, but it's quite a nice thing to do. So that because kids like playing in the sand. But in fact, that's the fountain down there. That fountain is very famous. It was in the council offices. It used to be a private house, and it's really lovely. This bloke goes over to Rome, sees this fountain, and goes, "I'll buy it." So it was shipped back here, and for ages it's water nymphs playing around in the water, and they're holding conch shells and all sorts of things. It's quite lovely, actually. Quite lovely. You can go and sit in the park and sort of watch them. No, this is behind the beach. This is behind the beach, but it's really quite lovely. We're very much, in keeping with today's children. We know what they want. We've got everything there. We've got a McDonald's, have we? No, we haven't got a McDonald's. We used to have a McDonald's. That closed down. And, we got sort of all sorts of... They've still closed that blooming bus lane outside the station. These people, why they can't work a bit quicker, I've got no idea. They all look a bit vacant, standing around, fags on and on the phone. Make it much easier. It's quite nice. We've got everything. We've got a KFC, very popular. Very, very popular. And we've got a Burger King, but that seems to be hardly ever open. And as most of it's microwaved, I really couldn't be bothered. And we've got a Subway. I've always meant to try a Subway because they say you can make up your own sandwich or something. I always fancied a baguette with lettuce, cucumber and tomato and ham. Well, they do it. They do anything like that. I quite like that idea. I get confused about the different sort. No, the Waterloo Burger King. No, I don't think that's ever going to open again. If it is, they've got to be the slowest people in living memory. Normally, you go in there. They had a Burger King before, then they closed it. Mind you, it was never busy. It was just me buying hash browns. And I haven't seen... It's just a derelict shell. We will be back, they say. Yeah, when hell freezes over. As always, love the show, says this one. It says, I work on the cash for Safeway over here in White Rock for a year. If a product sounds incorrectly and is different from an advertised or posted price under the product on the shelf, the item becomes free. Oh, to the maximum of $10. Not over here. Not over here. My God, no. People try and cheat things. People thieve. People thieve. It's absolutely, I find it absolutely unbelievable that people in this day and they go, oh, it's because they haven't got any money. Yeah, as they're puffing on £13 packets of fags, you know, and sort of swigging back the lagers and everything else. What else have we got in the papers today? I was trying to find something that was very sort of, you know, interesting. Diana Ross went off to go to the Cambridge Club Festival. I mean, she's in her 70s now, and they were all telling me yesterday, I didn't believe them. I mean, she's doing Glastonbury as well, so it's obviously going to make it worth her while. How many gigs can you fit her into? Was she singing live? We don't think so, at the Jubilee. I didn't see it. I was going to get it up on YouTube and watch it, just to be sort of, you know, au fait with it. And Steps. They're going to keep going till they're 5, 6, 7 and 8. That's their maximum ages, I should imagine. I mean, let's face it, they're mostly heading up towards their 50s. And ABBA, who are in their 70s, spent 140 million. I think Steps just spent about £1. And they can't afford to do things like that. But Lee says, if we had that sort of money to afford to do that, I'd rather take the money. See, they're not interested. They don't want to do that. We don't do a hologram of Steps. I mean, to be honest, the age looks like he was a hologram to start with. Doesn't he, really? They all look not my favourite group. They're okay, but it's just that they haven't made any money. Can't have done, but the producer likes them. You know, been to the shows, knows the dancers, you know, get my drift. So here he is, a man banned from having a dog off the lead without written permission in 7 counties. The idiot is called Charlie Hawker, given a criminal behaviour order after he admitted 2 counts of being the owner of a lurcher-type dog, which worries livestock. So he's now banned from Kent, Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire, Hertfordshire, Norfolk, Suffolk and Essex. Follows the death of 2 sheep and 2 unborn lambs. He was fined £300 for every offence in order to pay compensation. Just remember the name, Charlie Hawker, otherwise known as the idiot. The idiot, the person who can't keep his dog on a lead, you stupid little man, honestly. So that's what happens, you know, when the lambs are giving birth, when the sheep are giving birth, they don't want dogs off the lead, and he did it all over the place. What a peasant. Honestly, I can't believe these people. 5:30. Should we get the news headlines? Let's find out what's going on in the world. I think you know.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently there's a big guide dog donation box with a slot in its head for money at the big Sainsbury's, Steve, in Stevenage, says Doug. And apparently Barclays Bank in Palmer's Green have a yellow lab with a puppy and you can put coins in it. I think that's quite nice. I think that's quite a nice idea. So there you go. So people do give money out, which is good. Have you been to any of the displays at Kensington Palace? Yes, I was a member of Historic Royal Palaces. In fact, I've been twice a member of Historic Royal Palaces because I thought it was extremely good value. And you get in for free, you get a discount in the cafeterias, and you can go to Hampton Court Palace, you can go to the Banqueting House, which is that building literally within 5 minutes of here. The Banqueting House on the left-hand side as you're walking down to go to Parliament Square. Over on the right-hand side, there's Horse Guards Parade. On the left-hand side, the Banqueting House, and that's where Charles I stepped out of the window for his public execution. But, yeah, I mean, I've seen all of the exhibitions at Kensington Palace. I haven't rejoined, actually, for the moment, because I've seen everything. I mean, I might do it again, you know, at another time, because I think it's very good value. I forget what it was, actually. I just sort of did it for me, which was okay. So now you know, because you probably discovered, and you probably heard on LBC countless times, that the Rwanda flight goes ahead. Unfortunately, there's not very many of them on it. We think there's about 7. I mean, 7, it started as 180, so all this codswallop that the government were giving you about this is going to stop the people smugglers, 10,000 people have been smuggled. They're not even smuggled. They're just openly floating around. And there's no smuggling involved at all. You give us money, we stick you on one of these big inflatables. They take it down to the beach. The French can't wait to get rid of them. And so they let them go. They're not going to stop them or do anything else like that. You know, and occasionally we've had disasters and occasionally we haven't had disasters. And so they're going to be it's going to put off the people smugglers. Don't be so ridiculous. Of course it's not. I'm an adult and even I can see that that's non-workable. So 10,000 people, and out of that, 7 are going to be sent to Rwanda. 7 people. And that's at the moment. We might get to the airport and discover that a few more people don't want to go to Rwanda. It is absolutely the most stupid thing. So we're going to spend a plane full of fuel on getting 7 people. It would be cheaper to get them lifted by carrier pigeon or in a Montgolfier balloon than it is to send them on a jet airliner with security to make sure they go there. I mean, once you're actually on the plane and they've shut the doors, there's nowhere you can go, really, unless they're going to hijack the plane and fly it to Luton or something like that. It leaves at 9:30 tonight. So presumably time to get a bit of duty-free shopping in before you go to Rwanda. I mean, it really is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. So 7 people out of the 180. I mean, yesterday it was 30. I mean, to be honest with you, I think they should be offering it as a cheap thing. You know, it could be a sort of one of those Airbnbs. Only this time you're going to Rwanda. You can stay in a hotel, do a couple of weeks there, then just fly back again. Why not? Except if you're gay, as it might not be as good an experience as you really wanted. So, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, it's been a dismal failure. I mean, there's 9,800 and whatever it is people who are going, worked for us. We don't have to go to Rwanda. And I bet you anything, these 7 people, something happened, they go, well, actually, there's only 3 going now. Do you think then the government might actually admit that they've cocked up big time? Ridiculous. Steve, I once got a bike from Halfords for £100 less than it should have been because somebody put the wrong price on it. Well, you were very lucky because they don't have to sell it to you. It's as simple as that. Mind you, it was probably overpriced to start with. Hope you're well. And I was listening to your show when I was working in the electricity power industry on my day shifts, getting up at 4:30. Now I'm fully awake after a night, fully retired shift. Getting hard. It's hard getting over things, but I'm still getting over my shifts. He said, I'm at the young age of 60. Wow. And apparently I think Clive Bull's weatherman says, Thomas, Chris Lowry used to extol the virtues of Frinton. He certainly did. And are you aware of D'Oyly Carte Island, which I think is quite near to you in the Thames? D'Oyly Carte Island. Well, I mean, this is the way. It's not near me, actually. It's not near me. It's I think it's part of Weybridge, I think. And it's about 200 metres downstream from Shepperton Lock. It was known as Folly Eyot. And there is a mansion. There's quite a lot of these sort of places in the middle of the Thames. One is a wedding island, and the boats take you out there and you can have your wedding there. And this D'Oyly Carte Island is sort of, I think it's seen better days. But it's been sold. 13-bedroom Victoria mansion. Nowhere to park your car. I mean, just ridiculous. I don't know where you're supposed to be parking the thing. But it's gone for just over £3 million. £3 million. Only accessible by a narrow footbridge. And it used to be on there was a chain ferry, you know. And we used to have the same in Twickenham. The chain ferry used to go over. But the mansion's been abandoned for at least a decade. But they think it's going to cost about £1 million to bring it back to glory, which is quite nice. The new owner said they'd often pass by and were intrigued by its backstory and excited to live their dream life on the island. But there's nothing going on there. It's just you've got a house on an island, which is quite nice. I think actually the footbridge was put in, I seem to remember, about 1964 or something like that. You know, but we have a lot of these islands in the Thames. In fact, the one that's in Twickenham, the Ilpie Island, that used to have the chain ferry as well that went across, and now it's got a footbridge. And if you live on the island, and it's quite bohemian, little boho chic, and lots of people live there. Trevor Bailey, the man who invented the wind-up radio, used to live on the island. I went round his house a long time ago, and that's quite nice. But when the Thames is high, you can't get across the bridge because it floods. So you have to sort of wait, which is a bit of a pain, and they repair boats over there and stuff like that. And it's quite nice. But round the back of the island is where the funeral boats go. A lot of the Asian families and things like that will go down there and they take their loved ones' ashes and they scatter them at the back. But there used to be a dance hall on Eel Pie Island. You must remember this one. I mean, I've got photographs of it at home from about the late 50s. I mean, Long John Baldry performed there. Rod Stewart, Acker Bilk, Cyril Davis's Rhythm and Blues All-Stars, John Mayall's Blues Breakers, George Melly, the Rolling Stones, Screaming Lord Sutch, The Who, the Yardbirds and Pink Floyd all performed over on Eel Pie Island. We are steeped in history, absolutely steeped in it. So I know all about it. So apparently, Richard D'Oyly Carte bought the island and built the 13-bedroom house, and he had a special annex accessible by boat to his new Savoy Hotel. So protective was he of the island, he kept a crocodile on it. And then his widow Helen sold the island before World War I. So it's now in private ownership, minus the crocodile, I hasten to add. But quite nice. But you can walk over the bridge to the Eel Pie, and you can walk through the back of the boat sheds. And you can go to the end. There's a little wildlife reserve there. You know, because I always maintain that if you live in a certain area, you've got to go and, you know, explore and see what you've got. We've got all sorts of things, you know, that people, you know, should go and visit. So, because you can't live in an area and then go, well, I've never been anywhere. Definitely not. What else we got here? The Blair Fan Club. His kids turned up to this thing as well. For the order of his shoes look very dirty. I'm looking at Tony Blair's shoes the other day, and for goodness sake, man, polish them. It doesn't cost that much. They're dirty. They're dirty shoes on round the front of them. Not very, unless it's a bad photograph. Yeah, and his daughter, Catherine's not wearing any shoes at all. Is going on with this family? Have they run into hard times? I don't think so, because I think Ewan Blair made an MBE, he's an entrepreneur, he's worth about 420 million. So that's the way it goes. But all the papers doing, basically, the Duchess of Cambridge, looking, I mean, she always looks glamorous. Whatever she wears, she looks glamorous. She's another Holly Willoughby. The brutal reality for Andrew, no self-awareness, no humility and no hope of redemption. Go away, stay away. OK? And when the Queen dies, I think you're going to be even more ostracised than you are at the moment. So Mick Jagger had to cancel a gig in Amsterdam at the last minute because he got COVID. See? Should be wearing masks. And then you wouldn't be catching COVID. You don't want to catch things like that, do you? It's not very nice. Shocking scenes in a mob organised by a Marxist primary school teacher. A council legal officer and a TUC staffer successfully stopped police taking away a migrant suspected of overstaying. So much for the rule of law. It's phenomenal, isn't it? I'm sure the police don't go into the business just to do things like this. And the protesters cheered, but they are the sort of people who you wouldn't want living anywhere near you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, that's nice. Walking around Paternoster Square. Isn't St Paul's Cathedral lovely with no people there? Oh, it's lovely. It's beautiful with no people. And you can walk right up inside, right to the top of the wedding cake. Right to the top of it. It's a lovely morning out there, isn't it? I'm not looking forward to it at all, actually. I hate it. Steve, my mother has lived a few hundred metres from D'Oyly Carte. It's been renovated recently and is a thriving venue. No idea what it is. A wedding venue at least, but it's a popular mooring spot, says Chris. There you go. There's also a 71-year-old woman who's just died. She was hit by a teenager riding an e-scooter. The 14-year-old rider, who's under investigation, stayed at the scene in Nottinghamshire and called the emergency services. So it's a privately owned electric scooter, so he shouldn't have been riding it anywhere. No, if it's privately owned, you can ride it only on private land. You can't ride it on the pavements or anything else. The only ones you can ride on the pavements are the ones that you rent because they've got insurance and stuff like that. These idiots. You see them all the time. There was a bloke going up and down the road the other day, a right little pain in the rear end, and he was on one of those hoverboards with one wheel on it, and he was sort of like as if he was surfing, but, you know, bit like, sorry? No, not a Segway, no. This was the wheel is in the middle of the board. And he's balanced on it. I mean, whatever he is, he was a complete idiot. If I'd been a policeman, I'd have had him off the road immediately. I'd have cut that wheel to pieces, I think. Turned 53 this year. If you're turning 53, the good news is you're going to be at your sexiest. Unfortunately, you'll never realise it. Because by that time, you've gone completely gaga. 53, forget it. Who feels sexy at 53? Who feels sexy? No, don't look like that. You don't feel sexy. You're not even anywhere near 53. I've always been sexy, I think. I like to think I've always been a little bit of a sex kitten, you know, if there was such a thing for an ageing radio presenter. Yes, let's do the travel, shall we? So much safer at 5:45 with Joanne Webb. So lovely, isn't it, when the BBC spend my money? I call it my money because I unfortunately have to give it to them. And they've unveiled a multi-million-pound news studio with a giant curved catwalk like it's making drastic cuts. The set was unleashed on the news at 10, but apparently I was way out on the price. I thought about $500,000. 5 million. 5 million. Ridiculous. Meanwhile, the BBC is to combine news channels and cut jobs to save money. Hugh Edwards, who spoke about the set last night, it's just a blooming set, Hugh. Grow up, get over yourself, for God's sake. How embarrassing, honestly. A grown man who can read auto cue having to describe where we've spent £5 million on a set. All he's doing is telling you some news stories. That's all it is. It's a screen that moves. We've had them in this building for blooming years. A BBC spokesman said the more versatile set was better value. Yeah, because they've got rid of all the cameramen. They've got rid of them. You're out. Get out. What do you do, cameraman? You're sacked. So they're all automatic cameras. All automatic cameras. Before old Hugh Williams. Edwards. Who's Hugh Williams? I don't know. Perhaps he came in and popped into the set as well. But they said the video tour will add impact to stories. Don't be so ridiculous. Of course it won't. Oh, God. Honestly, the rubbish they come up with. Steve, I'm 53 and I feel sexy, says Gordon, the train driver. He says, pity nobody else does. Ha, ha, ha. There's no hope for you at all. And Kathy says, I'm 53 now. I guess there's no hope for me. No, nothing at all. Seriously, 53-year-olds, give up now. Give up now. You're not going to be sexy, you know. Sexy you are, you know, when you were in your 20s. Not when you get to 50. 53, you're borderline looking at sort of cemeteries going, they're nice, aren't they? That's a nice peaceful place to lie down. What have we got today? Born on this day in 1949, Sir Anthony Sher. Died in 2021. And also, happy birthday today to June Spencer. You won't know who she is unless you're a fan of the Archers, because she has played Peggy Woolley in the Archers since 1950. She's got no plans to retire. She's 103 today. 100. She's still on it, yeah. Yeah. She says that she stays young with Scrabble, crosswords, and just occasionally a very small Baileys. Ooh, when she says small Baileys. I've never listened to the Archers, but my mother used to, because I always remember the dun da dun da dun da dun dun da dun da dun dun, and that's all I remembered. And Walter Gabriel, who used to have the most unusual voice I'd ever heard of anybody on the radio. Also Jim Lee. Come on, who's Jim Lee? You know Jim Lee. Come on. Well, yes, singer, yes. He also, I think he's a co-writer. He wrote Come On, Feel the Noise. Slade. Yes, what do you mean right? Of course it's right, I've just told you. They earn about £250,000 each in annual royalties from Merry Christmas, everybody. And he today is 73. Dale and I bumped into them. We were transferring planes or something, and they were in the same hall. And it was Slade, but without Noddy Holder, because he didn't. They had a parting of the ways, I think. And it was very interesting, very interesting. We were sort of chatting to them about, you know, they're still touring. They were touring Europe, as you can well imagine. Also, Julie Felix, born in 1938, died in 2020. Now, I think she found fame on David Frost's show. She met him in the lift of their flats. And did Julie Felix, she was a folk singer, did she have a song called Mama's Taking Us to the Zoo Tomorrow, Zoo Tomorrow, Zoo? Or was that somebody else? What were her big hits, Julie Felix? Was it Mama's Taking Us to the Zoo? I thought so. We're going to the zoo, zoo, zoo. How about... I used to like all of those sort of songs, actually. Things that you could sing along to. Puff the Magic Dragon, which I thought was quite nice. That was Peter, Paul and Mary. And Slade Merry Christmas gets most royalties from Christmas songs. That's the most royalties. And $1 million a year, per year. Fairy Tale of New York, 400,000. White Christmas is Bing Crosby, brings him in 328,000. Even Last Christmas by Wham, 300,000. Mistletoe and Wine by Cliff, 100,000. Stop the Cavalry, 120,000. Wonderful Christmas Time by Paul McCartney, 260,000. And Stay Another Day, which I thought was a great song, by E17, 97,000. But it's Merry Christmas, everybody. So here it is. I mean, everybody does it, don't they? Every DJ, every self-respecting DJ must have that in their repertoire. And the All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey, £400,000. £400,000. Not bad, is it? Don't you wish that you'd written a song like that? I know I did, but it doesn't matter. And also, what have we got here from the archives? 1990, June 14th. This is the way to send greetings to the Queen Mother for her 90th birthday on August the 4th. A card with one of the commemorative stamps unveiled yesterday. Apparently on sale on August the 2nd, the stamps are based on a series of portraits which span her life. But that was all in the past. 1982, June the 14th. What finished? The Falklands War. The Falklands War finished after Argentina surrendered. Thank you. White flag, 40 years. And in 2002, Mick Jagger was knighted in the Queen's birthday honours. So we wish him the best, because he's got COVID at the moment, which is not the best thing to have, is it really? And they're talking in the confidential column today in the Daily Mail about San Lorenzo. Diana used to go there all the time. She loved it. And it shut up shop, I'm afraid, to tell you that, a restaurant with all of those A-list celebrities and royalty. Italian food, yes. It's a shame, really. But the most devoted customer was Princess Diana. Used to call the owner, Mara Burney, her mother confessor, because she was such a trusted confidant. And Mara ran the restaurant with her husband, Lorenzo, until her death, age 79. Their daughter, Marina, took over. Diana used to take William and held trysts there. Love a good tryst. Can't beat a good tryst. And this was with James Hewitt, James Gilby and other suitors. And it's such a shame, actually. It's such a shame. Princess Margaret had been introduced to the restaurant by her friend, Peter Sellers. Other guests included a young Sir Rod Stewart, who was said to have ordered liver and bacon. He picked up first the liver and then the bacon, wiped them with a napkin, and then returned them to the plate and ate them, explaining, "I don't like the gravy." So pretentious, honestly. Those rock stars, aren't they? I'm sorry, you think they'd be eating in transport cafes? No, San Lorenzo. So it's a shame, really. I mean, the online reviews weren't good, and so eventually people don't go, and I think that's a shame, actually, because it really was part of London life. Because Diana, she would go there and she loved it. Oh, look, vegetables. How to lose half a stone for summer. Chop your legs off, I can imagine. Now, there's all sorts of things here. Persian wild rice salad. The trouble is, you've got to prepare it for 15 minutes. Who's got 15 minutes? I don't have 15 minutes. Roast chicken and vegetables, which is okay. Preparation time, 10 minutes. Cooking it for an hour. Go and buy it at Marks and Spencer or Waitrose or anything else and just shove it in the oven for 10 minutes and it's done. Or the microwave. Mexican-style crustless quiche. Red cabbage slaw. Oh, God, honestly, it was boring. Nothing exciting there for me at all. Show me a good double whopper with cheese. Yeah, bring it on. We love stuff like that. Doesn't happen all the time. Steve, your mention of Frinton has reminded me of a comedian called Freddie Frinton. Do you remember him, says Tony? I do remember Freddie Frinton. I do. Also remember Freddie Parrotface Davis as well. And Dean in Thailand says, I'm 55 and still sexy. Thank you very much indeed. In your dreams. In your dreams. You've never been sexy in your entire life. And now you're 55. Do me a favour. Honestly, why do people tell fibs? We suss you out straight away on this programme. I can tell you're looking in the mirror now going, where did this gut come from? Apparently, age is when you feel you're sexiest. Now revealed, a fifth say dating is spicier as we mature. Not when you see this first dates rubbish on the television. Have you seen it? This is where Fred Siriek shows people to their table. Sit over there. Sit over there. And so all these people sit there and they hate each other. Basically, they're just all after one-night stands. That's all it turns out to, because then they invite them back and they say, will you be seeing each other again? And they go, no, I don't think so. And you think, of course not, you've had sex. For some of them, this is probably an achievement of a lifetime. I feel very worried. I mean, nobody ever comments on the food. Nobody ever comments on the food, and I just find it terribly depressing that you've got to have a programme on the television where people are so desperately unattractive that they've got to go on the television to tell people how desperately unattractive they are so that they can find somebody to go out with them. Small wonder you don't want to go out with them ever again. You go out, they've got no idea how to eat food. They all think they're hilariously funny, but they're not. They're life's losers, because they can't find anybody to go out with. I mean, how difficult is it? What have I said to you? What have I said to you? If you want to find somebody to go out with, get a job as a barman. or something like that, and you stand behind the bar, people will come and talk to you, you know, because they want you to remember them for their drinks. I met more people working behind a bar than I'd ever met in my entire life. I don't want to go out with any of them, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. But you do meet people behind bars. You know, mainly prisoners, or doormen. You know, you go, you know, because the doorman's going to let you in. You know, you're going to go, oh, hi. Yeah. Have you got your ID on you? Yes, 16. Thank you. They sort of go in there to these sort of night. They do discos now for the 16s and unders. But mind you, they can't dance. There's no point, is there? And they did first dates for youngsters. I saw the first date program. It was the most pitiful thing I'd ever seen on the television. Fancy subjecting kids to something like that. You know, so what do you do? I go to school. Lovely. Do you have any hobbies? I don't have any hobbies. No. Wait, have you been on holiday? Yes. We went to Southend. Oh, right. Do you go with your mum and dad? Yes, and my brother as well. You know, and this is the extent of their... most of them can't string two words together. It's terribly embarrassing. Mentioning San Lorenzo, says Matthew, which I've been to, but I went to Scott's in Mount Street on Friday, different class. Yes, I mean, I've been to Scott's quite a few occasions. I'm not big on fish. So that's why it doesn't necessarily... I mean, I know they do other things, but given the choice, I'd be a San Lorenzo boy. Or Caprice, or something like that. But as it is, I'm very much a devoted Joe Allen's boy and Little Italy. You know, that's because it's just... when we've been going for years and years and years. It's like Dale used to go to this health farm, and it's closed now. It's closed. He used to go to this health farm, and he used to go there all the time because his mother took him there when he was a child, so he just got used to going. But not anymore. And, oh, goodness me. Oh, dear me, I've just had some bad news. A member of my family has just gone down with COVID. Oh, gosh.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Yeah, a member of the family has just gone down with COVID. Just what we need, actually. A bit like a bad cold, because I believe, I might have got it wrong, that you're supposed to just carry on. Although, I pointed out before, especially over the last couple of days, that, in fact, cases of COVID are on the increase again. I don't think it's ever going to go away. I think we're going to be stuck with it for an awful long time. And so, you know, like a bad cold, but getting through it. And, of course, when one gets it, somebody else gets it. So I should be avoiding that section of the family just for a little bit, actually. Ascot returns, and so there's going to be hundreds and thousands of people down there. They reckon £100 million will be generated. £100 million. That's how much people spend on Ascot. Some people go down there, they do the whole Ascot bit, you know, they get their nice outfits. Some people just look a bit creased. You know, if you're going to wear outfits, there's a lovely shop down on Pall Mall, and she does all of these lovely outfits that people wear to things like Ascot and the Derby and everything else. It's called non-crease clothes, because if you buy, you know, a very expensive outfit, sometimes they do crease. And if you've been sitting in a car or on the back of a bus or something like that, by the time you get there, you look like you've been dragged through a hedge backwards. So people spend more money. I mean, have you ever seen the Queen looking creased? Never. Not one of her outfits ever creases. I mean, they're always immaculate, and even after she's sat down, they're still not creased. And that's how it's supposed to be. But there will be a lot of people looking a bit bad. There will be people in very short skirts. There will be people not admitted to the royal enclosure. And there will be people who've sort of done it and just got it completely wrong. I mean, at least with the blokes, it's okay. You can't go far wrong, because you've got to wear all the white thing. Apparently 1 in 5 people have COVID currently. 1 in 5 people. Well, they've said it's making a comeback. I can live without it, to be honest with you. So I shall. definitely. But wish everybody better. The footballer, is it Louis Sibley or Lewis Sibley? Louis Sibley. He's pleading for help. His girlfriend was beaten up by two people only a short while ago, and I don't know why she was beaten up, but he's pleading for help in identifying these people, which they will find. They will find, because these people rarely get away with these kind of things. And, I mean, she was beaten up very, very badly. This is by a man and a woman. And her name's Keely Carter. She was punched, smashed into a wall and dragged to the ground by the male attacker and assaulted by the woman at around 2 a.m. on Sunday. And so they posted CCTV pictures. He plays for Derby County. He said, my girlfriend was attacked several times by a man and a woman. She ended up in hospital, had to have stitches due to the man who punched her and knocked her out, leaving her unconscious. Who in God's name are these people? The coward attacked such an innocent girl. He even dragged her to the ground prior to the hit and slammed her up against the wall. And you think to yourself, what the hell is going on? Who are these people? They've got CCTV pictures of the alleged attackers, so hopefully they'll find them. I mean, 2 a.m? I mean, would it be mean to suggest alcohol-fueled? Alcohol-fueled? I mean, I'm sort of looking at it thinking, this doesn't make any sense at all. But he said find them. Oh, they will find them. They will find them. And let's hopefully they both go to prison. Absolutely disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. I mean, whether or not I don't know, premeditated, I've got no idea. We don't know on these sort of things. Chris says, Steve, for the under-16s, discos in the nightclubs, we used to call them nappy nights. Oh, right. Nappy nights. God. It's a thought, isn't it, really? Steve, you most probably mentioned this yesterday, but I didn't listen. Very rude of me. Hope you enjoyed the London naked bike ride, says Peter. No, we don't indulge in things like that. I've seen people's bits before, thank you very much indeed. Including my own. He said, I was in London. He says, I'm sure you thoroughly enjoyed it whilst downing a bottle of Prosecco. And how did you get on the paint for the pigeons? Well, we've got this spray, which is, I bought on Amazon, and you spray it and it smells vile to them, but it's passable to us. I'd use it all the time. Next thing, air pistol. I'm determined to get rid of them. But it doesn't last an awful long time, so I do it twice a day. And, you know, I'm sure eventually they will get the message. Asking for my mum, says Peter. Cheryl in Norfolk. Oh, it's Dean, who could be Peter, who probably doesn't know. People get very confused by who they are. Nurses at food banks, NHS staff in tears, we are told. And the rail union's hypocrisy over the oil company's shares. They've got £1.5 million worth of shares in an oil company. Funny, isn't it? They never tell you these sort of things. We have to sort of find out. What else we got? Cool. Could magic mushrooms in care homes curb the fear of death? Well, so in other words, you go laughing to your grave. Oh, okay. I mean, it's not the best idea I've ever heard. Why would they want to give magic mushrooms to people? I mean, if you're an elderly person, you know, and you have a fear of death, well, you're not going to sort of know about it, are you? It's just going to be one of those things that happens. We all hope it's going to happen when we go to sleep, and it's not going to make any difference. Whether I've got magic mushrooms, I've got no... I mean, the idea of giving a pensioner psychedelic drugs. You know, my Auntie Enid was bad enough as it was without giving us psychedelic drugs. And so Dr. David Luke says drugs like magic mushrooms could reduce the fear of death. Studies show that this psilocybin found in magic mushrooms may reduce depression, and he thinks it can revolutionise end-of-life treatment. Well, why don't we just give them heroin there and have done with it? Never heard of anything so stupid. Why on earth would you want to... I've never had magic mushrooms, as you can well imagine, but he said it could have an epiphany, often related to their sense of their own existence. They get a glimmer of something which reduces their fear of death, and it's often that maybe death isn't the end of something like that. Well, it's very odd, but they say it can minimise depression. Of course it can. Might as well smoke. I mean, I can see all the pensioners in the local homes going, how many roll-ups have you done today, Agnes? You know, sitting there sort of, you know, just out the back, you know, of the old people's home. We've got a cannabis farm. It's all going terribly well. Matron helps us out with it, and I've learned to roll with one hand. If that's going to be happening anytime soon, because, you know, I mean, I know that they would talk, because in certain parts of America, they've legalised cannabis. You can go and buy it out of vending machines and everything else. Why? I can't imagine. I wouldn't want to get in a car with somebody who's been smoking pot or anything like that. You're not, yeah, but how do you know? People that are off their faces, aren't they? They say, I walked through Leicester Square this morning, And there's some bloke in front of me, and he kept turning around looking at me. I thought, he knows who I am. And he started muttering him to himself, and I thought he was originally on the telephone. But he wasn't. And he was wearing sunglasses. And it was pitch black out there. I didn't quite understand. I think it was Darren Adams. Either that or it was Bono, or as we used to call him, Bonio. You know, I couldn't quite understand who he was talking to, and he kept turning around and thought, oh, God, it's like being on the bus, isn't it? And somebody goes, oh, excuse me, has anybody seen my alpaca? You know, and you sort of quickly get off at the next bus stop and wait for the next bus to come along. It's ridiculous. So Harry's chucked off his pony. What was the other thing? Oh, yes, it's in the papers all over again. Gemma blooming, boring Owen and her dreary father. You know, it's just getting worse and worse. Find somebody else to talk about, because she's not interesting enough at 19 to be spoken about, I'm afraid. Oh, yeah, poor old Lloyd Webber. He was saying the musical was losing a lot of... Well, so the producer read out this thing from him, and he got booed. Lloyd Webber got booed. I've never heard of that before. But there again, Tony Blair got booed, and that was at Windsor Castle. Do you know how long people spend in A&E every day? More than 1,000 people have to wait more than 12 hours. 12? I mean, is that because they determine how ill you are? Because when I went to A&E, I was seen fairly quickly, mainly because I was collapsing in front of them. And it was a case of we need to get him seen as quick as I was prioritised. So presumably if you're waiting 12 hours, it'll be... I mean, some people go there for a headache, believe it or not. People go there, or I've stubbed my toe or something like that. People have got no idea. No idea at all. Ozzy Osbourne's had his life-changing surgery. I don't know what it changed about his life, but I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And Sharon was there. She spends most of her time nipping backwards and forwards, trying to find where her audience is, which is very difficult at the moment. Very difficult. We don't think she's found it yet. She's still looking. And a nice picture of Camilla wearing some... The Queen's still got her cane, sort of like walking stick with her, so she obviously needs it for sort of things like that. And a painting stolen in the Netherlands in 1944 is to be auctioned. It was owned by Charlotte Bischoff van Heemskerk, and it was looted from Arnhem by the Nazis. But they've actually got it. It's going to be auctioned, and they will get the money, which is probably a huge amount of money. So here we've got all the people. Why is it every time I see a picture of Cherie Blair, she's got no sense of fashion whatsoever? I mean, I don't mean that in a rude way. It's just that you look at the outfits and you think, you must have been able to find something better than that. I mean, you're absolutely loaded, and you're wearing an outfit which is just... You know, I'd have been happy if you just worn a plain black dress or something like that with a different hat on, but none of it seems to go. It's like, you know, she was the last turkey in the shop at Christmas. You didn't know what to wear. There was nothing to wear. What else we got? Playful toddlers who enjoy games of hide-and-seek are less likely to develop mental health problems. How on earth do they know that? They must have to sit with them for their whole life. They looked at 1,700 three-year-olds analysing how well they played with other toddlers. I don't remember anything like that when I was younger, but I can't remember anything, you know, back that far at all. But I'm assuming that we did sort of play with other kids. I think I was a fairly good mixer. I don't know, actually. Well, I mean, no, I was quite a shy child, as you can well imagine. I didn't sort of push myself in front of people. I had a few sort of friends when I was sort of at school, which was quite nice. I wasn't really a big fan of school. I didn't like school. I thought I just wanted to get out and work. You know, that was my main thing. Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually get any qualifications. Well, it's not, I didn't get any at all. Because you didn't need to get qualification in those days to get a job. You just had to prove that you could do it. And because I sounded fairly articulate, I was okay. Short break, 6:15. Let's get those news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway. Morning. Nice to see the British stars dominating the Broadway Awards after 2 years. So there's all sorts of shows there. Sam Mendes won Best Director for the Lehman Trilogy, the story about the American dream, adapted by a British playwright, developed at the National Theatre, taken to New York with 3 British actors, and it was named Best Play. Simon Russell Beale, one of the leads, won Best Actor. Also, Company, the Stephen Sondheim 1970 musical about a man deciding whether to get married, was revived by the British director Marianne Elliott and producer Chris Harper, with a woman in the lead role. I think actually Elliot became the first woman to win 3 Tonys for Best Director. The Broadway star Patti LuPone, who won Best Featured Actress for her part in the production, felt moved to thank the team who managed COVID protocols. LuPone recently made headlines for reprimanding a New York theatregoer who did not wear a mask. "I pay your salary," the audience member shouted, and then she said a rude word. She said, "Chris Harper pays my salary." Can't stand peasants sitting in the audience. The exchange led many Tony winners to thank Harper for paying their wages. Who is Chris Harper and why is he paying everybody's salary? They said. But it's good. So at least we did well. At least we did well, which is quite nice, actually. Most of the decent stuff comes from here. Most of the decent stuff. It's 5 years on. The Grenfell anger still rages. I'm looking at the pictures on the television on the internet now of the Grenfell Tower in Notting Hill. Residents were told to stay in their flats and wait for help. Big mistake. Big mistake. And we watched it here, so we were sort of covering it as it was going on, because there was nothing you could, when you actually look at it, I mean, it was even worse than you can ever imagine, even when we looked at it on the television. Very, very sad. And still they don't have answers. I mean, Willie Thompson and his family escaped from Grenfell Tower, but in the months after the blaze, his child flat was burgled. Somebody actually broke in and burgled. Police told him a watch bought for him by his daughter, Laura, and about £300 in cash belonging to his other daughter had been taken from the flat on the 8th floor. We were told it was the most secure site in the world. Wow. I mean, really terrible. Bernard's overwhelming memory of the fire is seeing her brother Ray's flat engulfed in flames. Bernard, 63, a legal secretary, didn't want to give up hope that her brother had escaped. The police call eventually came to tell her his body had been identified. "I'll never be the same Bernadette that I was before that phone call," she said. And they're still deciding, aren't they, what to do with it. It's covered up. We see it all encased now. We don't know if they're going to take it down and put up a memorial or something like that. I think it's too soon to do anything with it. I think the anger, as I said, still rages. And 5 years ago, it's amazing where the time goes. There's also the developer. He's a millionaire who sued developers who built part of his house's basement under a neighbour's home. So they channeled underneath the neighbour's home and started putting in this thing. He's now, the millionaire who sued them, must be repaid $530,000. Alex McPhail, a city trader who became a motivational speaker, sued the insurers of Henderson Court, alleging that they built an extension that was bigger than planning permission allowed. The first round of the case ended last year when McPhail agreed to pay £237,000 in damages and costs and about 12 grand for remedial work to his neighbour Tom Güterbock, a web entrepreneur. He was left with a legal bill of about $283,000. Güterbock and his wife Helen had said he staged a land grab when his £4 million house was built with a cellar room extending underneath the boundary between the homes. The couple said the basement of the 6-bedroom house trespassed across the boundary by about 18 inches. And do you know what they say about 18 inches? I mean, that's quite a lot to encroach on. They probably thought they were going to get away with it. So the developer's been told to pay £530,000. That'll teach you. I always remember these places where they they used to go up in the buildings in London. Now they go down. They go down. So people, I think there was one place in Kensington, I think they spent a fortune putting in sort of underground garage, swimming pools. Lots of people have this sort of done. In fact, there is one in Mayfair, isn't there? Isn't it John Caldwell's house, where they put in a unbelievably, it's like 2 houses knocked together, and they put in swimming pools, they put in this underground garage. I think he spent, the mansion's valued at about 250 million. And it is quite the most amazing place you've ever seen. I've never been invited, but it's 2 mansions in Mayfair into one vast thing. He bought it for 87 million and then went for this total renovation. So it's set in Portland stone. It's roughly the size of 55 London flats. That's how big it is. There's only him and his girlfriend. Seriously. I mean, there's a lot of... I mean, it's quite stunning, because if you've got that much money, you can afford to have it all done. I mean, it is like somebody's just built a palace. It really is. It's like, if you could build a palace, you'd have it done like this. But they were very meticulous. They've got 20,000 sheets of gold leaf in it. I mean, he was meticulous. In one of the rooms they did it, he went, no, it's not right. They took it all out and started again. And it is just the most... The swimming pool is amazing. And the ceilings, everything about it is just unreal. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's a great... Listen, if you've worked hard, because he started, I think, Carphone Warehouse. Phones for you. So sorry, John, I got it wrong. So giving you the wrong company. But, you know, and then you can afford to put something like this in. I mean... It's, you know, the plunge pool looks a bit small, we think. I think you could have had a bigger one. But it's just got everything. I mean, you know, you'd spend ages walking. I didn't even know how many rooms. It's got a huge cinema, like, you know, bigger than a cinema. And the bedrooms are lovely, and the chandeliers are amazing. Everything. And his wife's very attractive. So he's done all right. What was it about the multi-billionaire that first attracted you? Victoria says 15 hours, Steve, in A&E for me a few weeks ago. And Nigel says 19 hours on a trolley in A&E Leeds General Infirmary following a blood clot to the brain, which they knew, not funny. And it's amazing, actually, isn't it? All these people spend hours and hours on trolley. We used to read about this years and years ago. Now we're reading about it all over again. Catherine says, Steve, at the age of 14, I was going to over 18 nightclubs in the 90s. Got it out my system by 21. Now I like a good meal at a restaurant. So easy for us girlies to get in and pass for 18. Just pile the makeup on and smile nicely to the doorman. I know. I went to A&E for my burns, yes. In fact, I went to Teddington, and I went on a Sunday morning after I finished work. And there seemed to be loads of people in there. I've never seen so many people in A&E, and this was a few years back. And a friend of mine here had said, you need to go to A&E. So I go in there, and I said, is it possible to see a doctor? I think I'd be good. And so she said, what do you need to see them for? So I opened my shirt, and she went, I'll get you a doctor. And I got seen within less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. I did the show first. I wasn't stupid. And I literally, I was all burnt all over my stomach and over my arms and over my legs and everything else. They took me in there. First of all, I had to pose for photographs, you know, looking very nice. And then they said, you need to go down to Westminster and Chelsea Hospital now, and they'll see you. They've got a specialist burns unit. So I went down there, and they decided to keep me in, because they had to stitch me up, do skin grafts and everything else. So I had to phone up. I forget who I phoned up, actually. It might have been my boss or something, saying, I'm in hospital. I'm having my burns seen to. And I've still got the effects of it, obviously, because it never disappears. And so they had to take skin off my leg to put onto my arm. So it's very clever. It's like a machine that you see in the kebab shops on a Friday night. You know, he takes that electric thing and goes down like that. They do exactly the same on your leg. Looks like a parking space on my upper thigh. And then they take it off, and it's wafer thin. So pretty. So pretty. Yes, general... No general anaesthetics. No, they just gave me an injection in my chest I nearly passed out with, which numbed it, and then one in my leg and then one in my arm. And then they lay this skin over, and you hope it takes. And luckily it did. But if it doesn't, you have it done all over again. They take another piece of skin off. But the most interesting thing for me was, or two things, actually. Firstly, they gave me a private room, which I thought was really quite nice, actually. I was quite impressed by this. And, you know, and then they send in a psychiatrist to talk to you and ask you questions like, you know, do you have people at home? You know, do you have friends? What do you do for a living? It's in case of self-harming. Of course, I didn't twig to this. I just remember thinking, funny questions. No, I fell on... This halogen oven. I fell on it and I couldn't get off it because my skin stuck to the top of it because it was on, which was the big problem. So, and my neighbours thought I was having sex because I was making all these noises like, ow, which is quite interesting. But the other thing, which I thought was interesting as well, was also when I was waiting for the actual surgery to do all the stitching up of my chest and all the rest of it, there was a bloke talking about prison and everything else, and I sort of peeped through my little curtain round the bed, had a little look, and there's a bloke sitting there in chains. He's got chains on, and it turns out that a lot of prisoners have boiling water thrown at them. If somebody's got a grudge against them when they're in prison, they throw boiling water at them as a deterrent, and of course they get taken to hospital to deal with the burns. And when I was in there, there were 3 people 3 people who would they'd come in over the days, but they were brilliant at the hospital, brilliant. And then for months afterwards, I got sleeves to go over my arm and bits and pieces, and I took them in a box of chocolates. The woman who was making the actual arm thing, I took in a box of chocolates. And she was so overcome with emotion, I began to wonder whether I'd done the right thing or not. She said, nobody's ever done that before for me. It wasn't Milk Tray, no, it was better than Milk Tray. And I said, these are for you. I said, thank you for making all these things for me. And but no, thank you very much. I said, no, thank you. But and then they discharged me. They said, we checked them, they're all right. And it was all cool and it was fine. So there you go. That's why I spend most of my time in hospitals. We've got to take another break. Can't believe it. 6:30, those news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Charlie Girling, such a sweetie. Nice to be company. Tara says, I bet you were brilliant back when you were in retail. Strange enough, I enjoyed being in retail. It's odd, isn't it? Some people don't like it. I enjoyed it. We were taught, the proper way of selling. So in other words, somebody comes into your department. I worked in a department store, in fact, 2 department stores, and somebody would come in. You don't just leave them to wander about. That's not the idea. The idea is you're a salesman or salesperson, and you've got to sell something to people. So you would go up and say, good morning, sir, good morning, madam. We didn't think anything about it. Can I help you? And they would go. Most of the time they go, no, I'm just looking. And then you would follow up with, you're looking for something in particular. Because the idea is you wanted to sell them something. And if it was carpeting, you'd sort of say, for what were you thinking of? I mean, I can arrange somebody to come out and give you an estimate if you like. And they go, oh, right, how much does that cost? You go, that's free. That's free. And so you would then arrange for somebody to go out there, but you had to work it all out afterwards, which I found a bit confusing. Maths never being my strong point at all, never. But in fact, when I worked for John Lewis, they had a department that dealt with it all. So literally all you had to do was sell the carpet. They would then, you would say, well, can I arrange somebody to come out? You'd go to the diary, look in when there was a free date, send the estimator out, and they would then bring it back, and they would then do the estimate for you. You didn't have to do anything at all. And so I quite like the idea of checking whether or not you could sell somebody something that they really didn't want. That was the trick of it. And you'd say to them, I've got some nice light domestic carpets for bedrooms, which is very cheap. And it was cheap in those days, $2.99 a square yard, which was cheap. It was literally on a rubber base, and it came in orange, blue, yellow and green. I mean, it was vile. It really was vile. And we did... Yeah, you didn't tell them that. We said it was very lovely. And we did heavy domestic 80/20s and stuff like that. If it's for hall, you're looking for something that is going to be heavy wearing because of the footfall, as it were, going through. So very nice. Very nice indeed. And thoroughly enjoyed it. I really couldn't have been happier selling carpets. It was the best thing. And I didn't sell furniture, no. We had a separate furniture department. I sold soft furnishings. Curtain material, velvets. We had all the velvets and everything else. And we had on the counter, big old wooden counters, there was a tape measure. And so I was fast. I would thought I could sell anything to most people. I would think so. I got it once. I've told the story before because somebody came in and he was looking for, what's he looking for? Vinyl flooring. That's right, he was looking for vinyl flooring. And I said, well, actually, we've got a really nice selection of vinyl flooring that's just come in. And you would show them the pattern book, and then you could show them what it looked like. And I pulled this thing out. And it was a new one that we hadn't had in before. And nobody told me anything. I didn't know. I was just sort of following through to see if I could sell it. And so he said, is this particularly good? I said, this is really heavy duty. It's a photograph, and then over the top there's the plastic film and all the rest of it. And so he said, that's very nice. He said, I've got a surprise for you. I said, oh, right. And I won, I think it was £15 because I promoted this particular linoleum, this vinyl to go on the flooring. And he was from the company, and they had a competition running to see if anybody was promoting their stuff. So I got 15 quid. Lino dates the story a little bit. Yeah. So vinyl linoleum. But, yeah, I mean, we used to hate cutting it. It was if it was the vinyl, it was okay. It was easy because it was flexible. If it was actual lino, pain. Really was terrible. Steve, random question. And I was following a lorry loaded with straw. I was wondering how much straw is lost along the road per mile. I was thinking it started at Land's End and went to John O'Groats. Would they actually have a load to deliver? They do, yes. Yeah, it's because it's all done in bales in straw and in Thatcham. How lovely. And, Steve, have you noticed how the vast majority of male MPs, although wearing suits, they look scruffy? All of them have that curly shirt collar thing. I don't even know what that is. What's a curly... Oh, we haven't ironed it probably. I was funny you should mention that. I got on the escalator the other day. I'm prone to doing escalators, you know, sort of cling on screaming, you know. They used to have somebody on the escalators when they were first put in with a flag in front of them so that people were not frightened to get on the escalator. This man would go up and down all day. And so women would go, I go, no, you're fine, just cling on to the handrail. And all the ones at the train stations were wooden. Now they're all metal. But I was going on, and as I was, you know, I sort of occasionally look at the people on the right-hand side as I'm going up on the left-hand side. And this bloke had a shirt on, and it was the most creased shirt I've ever seen in my entire life. And I looked at it and I thought, don't you have an iron? Couldn't you? I mean, it was just plain white, but creased to blazes. It was just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, it doesn't take very much, does it, to iron it? It'd be like going into a hotel and the person who sort of opens your car door or something like that has got dirty shoes or something. That I notice. I notice things like that. Tony Blair. Steve, says Cass. Great show. Prisoners throw boiling water and sugar at each other so it causes maximum damage. Quite scary. Cass is an aspiring novice spiker. That's what we like. Well, you're all very welcome. Seriously, every day. And Steve, says James, Steve and the gang, he sent it into. Steve and the gang. They're very impressed. I was at A&E last night for 4 hours at Chelsea Westminster. Moral support for my other half. Staff were fab. I thought they were brilliant. Really. Steve, says Cass, love to Archie's parents at the Royal London Hospital. Well, you're going to hear Archie's mum with Nick Ferrari this morning. As I say, this is the little 12-year-old boy who was playing, I think it's a game that kids play on the internet, and it ended up with bad results. She found him, I think, unconscious on the floor. And what they've done now, the court and the doctors have said that he's basically brainstem dead. So if they take him off the machine, they say he suffered catastrophic brain damage, and they've done tests. They said he's got a low chance of recovery, best interest to bring treatment to an end. And the family division of the High Court in London ruled that he was dead, and said doctors at the Royal London Hospital could lawfully stop treating him. The family have said they will appeal, and they've said, listen, it's in God's hands. He's a 12-year-old boy. I don't know how you ever, get over something like that. He's been on ventilator since being found unconscious at home. His mother, Holly, who you'll hear this morning on LBC, says, this is only the start. I'm not going to give up on my son. She claims that his hand has gripped hers and things like that. But the doctors have said he's likely to be dead. And she said, no. She says, it's the first time somebody's been declared likely to be dead by an MRI test. He's 12 years old. It's just the most awful decision that you have to make, and they're not going to let it rest. The family have been with him throughout all of this. She says, I'm very disappointed by the judge's ruling. She said, after weeks of fighting a legal battle, when I wanted to be at my little boy's bedside. He's only 12. It's only a little 12-year-old. I wouldn't wish that on anybody at all, having to make that kind of decision. And she's not prepared to let him go. It's as simple as that. But you'll hear more of the story this morning. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. Steve spent last week interacting with the NHS, from a GP visit on Tuesday to A&E on Thursday, and ambulance care on Sunday. Treated like royalty. Apart from a few hours waiting, I could not have got better treatment. If I was private, God bless the NHS, and thank you to Whipps Cross, says Simon. I know Whipps Cross Hospital very well. Very well. I went there I did a documentary series years ago on hospital radio, so I went to Whipps Cross, and my auntie and Uncle Jack and Auntie Jean, they used to live round the corner from Whipps Cross, and we used to ride our bikes on the flats over the road. Tanker driver Phil says, I used to drive lorries with huge loads of straw on. You only lose the loose stuff on the outside for about the first 10 miles. After that, everything stays tight. Thank you. And Sidcup Julie says, I've been listening since 4. You don't stop talking. I know. I know. It's odd, isn't it, really? I was thinking about that the other day. And somebody said to me, they said, do you talk all the time? I said, it's a speech programme. Of course I talk all the time. Can you imagine if I just went, I've got nothing to talk about? I couldn't cope with something like that. So I've never had any problem. Because then I talk about not having anything to talk about, which means you can fill that for half an hour. It's easy. It's easy. That's why I was thinking, I knew a presenter once who was a speech radio presenter. And then they've got a job working on a music station. I don't know how that's going to work out. Seriously, I've got no idea, because if you're a speech radio presenter, you want to talk because you've got so many things to talk about. But if you then do it onto music, it's very difficult. When I used to work in Vienna on the radio out there, I used to cut the record short. The engineer, or they used to call them technicians, Dr. Oetker, and they were all doctors of music. Everybody was a doctor of music. They used to wear white coats for driving your programme, which of course suited me fine, because I've always worked on somebody else driving my programme for me. And we'd start playing a record, and I then just cut it short. I go, okay, now, and you sort of do that thing across your throat, and you go, are you sure, Steve? We only just played 2 minutes. You go, yeah, I've got things to talk about. And so I did basically a chat programme with little bits of music thrown in. Yeah, the music basically was a hindrance, but that was a music station. But yes, we do stop. We don't stop talking at all, apart from the news, which we have to do now, Julie, because we got the latest headlines with Simon Conway. Morning, every 11 minutes to 7. It's going to be hot today. Just thought I'd warn you, just in case you don't feature very well in the heat, which I don't. Chris Lowry says, loved hearing your story about working in carpets. He says, I started in retail too, working in the record department at WH Smith's. I'd forgotten about that, actually. Hated it. Used to put LBC on over the speakers in the department just to wind the management up. Which I think is a brilliant idea. Dale used to work in HMV in Oxford Street because he loved music. And really, really loved music. Loads of birthdays to celebrate today, including you. That's a sweet shop now, is it? Is it really? Is it one of those American sweet shops? We don't like those. I tell you, Westminster Council don't like them either. There's too many of them. There's something not quite right. Whose birthday have we got today? In fact, quite a number, actually. Boy George is 61 today. Alan Carr is 46. Steffi Graf is 53. Jim Lee, which we mentioned earlier on. I'm trying to find somebody else. Paul O'Grady is 67 today. Blimey, it's a veritable showbiz cornucopia. And Donald Trump is 76. The man whose hair changes colour almost as often as his face. And Mike Yarwood, the entertainer, who I wrote off some years ago. I thought he passed on. He's 81. He's 81, which is quite something. I remember him on the television. Everybody did. I mean, if you were sort of watching television back in the 70s, the 80s, Mike Yarwood was everywhere. And Rosie in Greenwich says, Steve, I was born at Whipps Cross Hospital. Then we moved to Cornwall, or back, in my father's case. They're funny, all these things. Your hospital stories are quite amazing. And I know, because over the years I've heard lots of people talking about how long we've had to spend on a trolley waiting in corridors, and people saying this is absolutely disgraceful. 2 nights, says Robin Winchester, in A&E in Winchester last week with kidney stones. Amazing nurses and doctors, my heroes. Love you too, he says. I know. I feel like I've come a close second. But it's amazing, actually. I mean, I got really good treatment. Really, really good treatment. I was in most dreadful pain I've ever had in my entire life. Jerry says, I'm a presenter at Whipps Cross Hospital Radio. Sadly, it's closing this year after 50 years due to the hospital's redevelopment. I remember seeing your name in the studio guest book. That is sad. But mind you, I know a lot of other places have sort of had to close down their hospital radio station. So Whipps Cross closing after 50 years. That is a shame. That is a shame. But, Jerry, I wish, because so many people, used to work on hospital radio. It was a good grounding. The only problem I ever had with hospital radio was people used to give time checks. And I remember thinking, if you're lying in bed, somebody goes, it's 3 minutes past 1. It's 6 minutes past 1. You think, oh, God, this day's dragging. That was about as bad as it got. Mark, my former producer, says, I remember hearing the story about the really early days of LBC, when Prime Minister's Question Time first started and they started transmitting it, they used to have a standby presenter in the studio in case the line dropped. One day, one of the cheeky engineers pretended that the line had dropped and made her fill for about half an hour. I hadn't heard that story, actually, but I can imagine, actually. We have standby presenters now for outside broadcasts and things like that, although the equipment is so much better now than it ever used to be. And, I mean, at one time you did get lines dropping out. There used to be, I must tell you this story, we used to have a reporter, I won't tell you her name, but she was sent out. And what people used to do is, if you were lucky, you got a Comrex. And a Comrex was a thing, you could go into a telephone box, unscrew the handset, and with 2 little crocodile clips, put them on there, and you could transmit back to the studio, and you got very good quality. We still got them. This particular girl didn't have a Comrex. She was sent out to do something, and she ended up in a local shop, and she wanted to use their telephone. So she said to the bloke, can I use, I'm doing a report for so-and-so, can I use your telephone? So he said yes. So what they used to have to do, they would have to phone up the master control room, and they would then have to go, OK, I'll do this piece, and they go, OK, we're running now, and they go 3, 2, 1, and then they would launch into their thing. Anyway, so she goes, OK, I'm going to be doing this thing, OK, coming to you in 3, 2, and then the bloke who owned the shop said, how much longer are you going to be? And she said, I'm just doing this piece, I'm recording it. And so they then came back again. She went, OK, with you again in a minute. 3, 2, and he went, well, how much longer? He did this 4 times. In the end, she lost her temper and told him to go somewhere, which wasn't very polite at all. Seriously, it was the funniest thing. And of course, because we were recording at all the other end, all we then eventually heard was the phone being slammed down. Obviously, she never got her report in. But those were the days. Those were the days, as they say, sort of radio on a shoestring, trying to get stuff done. So here we go. The Court of Common Sense. You're going to be hearing about this all day today because it's not going to be happening until 9:30 tonight. Fancy going on holiday to Rwanda? They've got loads of empty seats on the plane. We think they've got 7 people flying on a plane that is going to cost, I don't even like to imagine, $250,000 to fly people on a plane to Rwanda. 7 people. Presumably, I don't even know how long the flight is to Rwanda. Do you get a meal in flight? Do you get a movie? Something like that for 7 people. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It really is. So 130 were on the original passenger list. 10,000 came over, remember. 130 are on the passenger list. They've all gone now. There's just 7 people who presumably didn't have the right, sort of lawyers to get them off this thing. It is just the stupidest thing ever. It is just the stupidest thing ever. What a terrible waste of money. So the plane's going to fly over there with 7 people, then fly back empty. It doesn't make any sense at all. You know, they don't even want to go to Rwanda. They'd rather be here. So that'll run today. The heat. Also, I bet you anything, somebody will pick up on Tony Blair booed. Prince Andrew humiliated yesterday. He was told to stay well away from the Garter ceremony. And Tony Blair, the only one with a bodyguard. I've never heard of a bodyguard before, but it's because he's a former Prime Minister. Yeah, and dirty shoes. Dirty shoes. And Prince Andrew believes that senior royals are denying him his birthright. Go away. You're not getting this message, are you? You're really not getting the message. You know, you've been told before, stay well away. OK? Don't go anywhere near them because they don't want you there. You're just not getting the message. He wanted to go back to being Colonel-in-Chief of one of these. They don't want you. They really don't. Really, I mean, perhaps some of the family should have a word with him and say, listen, they don't like you. And Prince William, according to the Mirror, are the ones saying that he threatened to pull out. He said, if Andrew walks down the hill, then I'm not going to do it. So somebody made a decision somewhere, whether it comes down to the Queen or whether it comes down to the palace officials, I've got no idea, that Andrew stayed well away. I think he was allowed to go to a luncheon. I think there was a luncheon, but that's about as far. But as long as he didn't show his face anywhere, we're fairly safe. I mean, he thinks that this is all finishing and we're going to welcome him back with open arms. Not going to be happening. Really isn't. Really isn't. Buzz Lightyear, the new film, banned in the United Arab Emirates. Why would the United Arab Emirates? You won't believe this one. Seriously, it's got a ban because it includes a lesbian kiss. In Buzz Lightyear. It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. What is going on here? The film reportedly includes an animated character voiced by an actress kissing another woman. No reason was given for the ban, except it was for violation of the country's media content standards. Well, I've never heard of that before. I mean, honestly, those lesbians, really. And so in the UAE, you can't have something like... So they banned the film. But, I mean, I just give up sometimes, honestly. You sometimes think your own life's quite good, isn't it, really? Instagram killing off the tell-all memoirs. We don't see so many of those now, do we? Thank goodness. And the government's first flight, as I say, you're going to be hearing about this all day today up until this evening, because 9:30 is when the flight takes off. I've got a horrible feeling it's not going to be taken off with anybody. I don't want to make a prediction because I've been wrong before in the past, but I've just got this horrible feeling. So of the 31 scheduled to be on board, it's down to 7. So they're going to have a full crew, a full complement of staff, a full tank of petrol to get them over there. And tank of petrol. You know, I mean, I just don't get it at all. I really don't. So we'll wait and see. And Boris Johnson hits back at Prince Charles's private criticism of the new immigration policy. Right. Yes, of course. Listen, thank you for your company. I hope you survive the heat today. It gets hotter as we go towards the weekend.